Back with the Yaira comic, the last scene was iconic. Didn't think it could get gayer. Welcome to the live trailer. A biologist and archaeologist welcomed at the project's conference. Proof Eric July isn't smart, since bioarchaeologist is in art. Cowboy welcomes Sally Rodell. 7-foot ice wench no one could tell. Apparently a doctor as well. Aren't you glad that I some fell? Yaira begins with the iconic scene. I some fell onto a car, then cursed with what can't be unseen. Yaira live trailer. Tells us all to adapt or die, but the trailer clearly said adopt or die. The past she spoke about and dribbled shit. To write the song I had to read about it. We're told about an unusual area of expertise is to pair Eric's as smart as his shoulder hair. A simple Google search would help him there, but Eric obviously couldn't care. Now we walking into a laboratory. Shit said during live trailer we hear. Well, there goes your continuity. Seems nothing learned by Rippaverse. Yaira begins with the iconic scene. I some fell onto a car, then cursed with what can't be unseen. Yaira live trailer. Death and cryogenics, healing the world and supergenetics. Altona was apparently giving the tour. Yaira dribbling about what she could cure. Cowboy asked, what do you think? Cross on the suit guy didn't blink. Said she's brilliant, strong, lovely and blue. And mentioned that she's too good to be true. As they both stared at her ass, she walking away, the guys show no class. Something that good is usually a poisonous time. Suit says, as long as you don't eat her, you'll be fine. Cowboy reply. Yaira begins with the iconic scene. I some fell onto a car, then cursed with what can't be unseen. Yaira live trailer.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. How's it going, y'all? Bit early for me today. Ricky will be hopping in. Lots of detracting to do, so much so I hyperlinked a Word document with everything we'll be covering. Jesus Christ, what a great time it is. Goodyng is a utter failure given the standards, the conditioning of the rippatards with the high stakes. Ricky will be joining me shortly. I didn't prep anybody else, so I'll be throwing the link out. At some point, I'll probably open the chat up, let guests rotate in if they wish. So be sure to share out this this stream, get some eyes on this. Let's detract together, because only together will we win. Start off with a little bit of brevity. Let me bring this up and let me know how y'all doing. Hello, Plungecast. Hey, when you invite me on to talk comics in New Zealand comic scene, we can do that soon. Maybe Thursday, if I stream Beef, it'll be in the afternoon before I go to work. So I got like 2 days left. 2 days left before Well, I mean, I guess I work Saturday too, but got 2 regular days of work, and then we, got layoff coming up. It's a routine thing. I think I'll be fine. I think I can coast, especially if I get unemployment. But through this job, I hear like veterans are like, it's tricky getting unemployed. So if you want to super chat me, be going to a worthwhile thing of stating my uh, housing and bills and whatnot, get me above the mark instead of just being straight like skin of my teeth, kind of. Uh, Not necessary, but I'll appreciate it. Anyway, we got some real levity. Jim tells you, I think it's Jim Satala. What's up, man? Uh, and yeah, we got El Rufian 163 says, finally something fresh to watch. Detractors unite. I agree. Again, Rookie's he seems excited to detract today, so I don't know what he is doing. Wish he'd hop in so I could hurry up and order my my Subway. It's hard to keep focus. It's EST. I'm in Ohio. Oh wow, there he is. Let me see. Move. Welcome, the rookie, the critic. Plunge guy says that yeah, I'm EST, but if I stream Thursday, it'll be 2 or 3 p.m. till about 5. It'll be like a capped stream. What's up, Grim Jim 666 says oozes in. All right, a show. Yeah. You see this crazy town. Oh yeah. I actually saved that. I thought it was funny as hell. Let me I'll DM it to myself. Or I'll DM it to Rookie. But Rookie, say hi to the chat.
Hello, chat. I'll only be here for a little bit here. I
Oh.
got some videos to make back in Detract a little. Why not?
What's the videos? Are you taking inspiration from my commentary?
Positively. I sort of remember a conversation at 4 a.m. that you said.
Oh, I want to hold up a bit. I don't want to delineate that to the chat.
No, I know. That's why a certain conversation was had.
Well, okay. I'll be
somewhere.
vague. All right. So
Yeah.
Rookie, he's working on a season 2 of his basically Fat Flash series. It's the idea is, I think, sort of inspired by like Fat Thor. Am I mistaken?
I mean, I had the idea before I saw Fat Thor. I decided it'd be funny if a superhero that was fat had super speed. Just the concept of a speedster that is fat trying to run. It's like, I imagine they'd still be like tired and be slower. It'd be kind of funny. And then like shortly after I had that kind of thought, Fat Thor came around and I was like, there you go. He's not quite as peak as he was.
Yeah. Sorry, wow, big news. Alex Jones, if you don't know, if you follow Alex Jones, he's getting canned. People were like saying, like, oh, that's crazy. Him saying this conspiracy, the government's trying to take his studio, and then it's like, oh, look, he literally is having to liquidate his studio, like he said. And so yeah, I guess he's like streaming.
The news with Detracting.
Well, because they're trying to take his Twitter and social media. They're trying to ice this guy.
Well, they've done that before. They have done that. They have succeeded in doing that before.
Right. And so
and then Elon's like, hey, you can have his Twitter back. No.
Well, yeah, it's like, I think Elon's joked about paying for whatever, but it's like, hey, you should actually, like, I don't know, maybe pay that $1 billion or whatever, the Gord billion trillion Alex Jones owes, if you're really about free speech, and even the playing field for him a bit. All right, let me see. Where are you? There you are. Rookie critic. Let me text this. I saved it.
All good. You cut off your thought process, by the way.
About what exactly? Oh, the fat speedster. Yeah. So this gonna be another little incentive for y'all to super chat, because I need equipment to need a good green screen, because I'm thinking about thinking about doing a Rippaverse comics fan film. Don't want to say what exactly I'm doing, what I have an idea of, but I think the best way to defeat the Rippaverse and to, help foreclose that warehouse, um, and have, the IRS attain unsold assets, like those 50,000 extra copies of ISOM printed, is, actually exposing, it's like the Rippatards back in January. I'm like, I had that video. I'm like, I'm gonna buy every fucking book, Eric, and you're not gonna stop me. They're like, oh man, that'll really hurt him. That'll show him. And it's
Does
like,
he know? Does he know?
yeah. They're like, does he know what he said? That actually helps him. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna buy it, and then I'm gonna read it, and then tell people what I read, and then other people will do the same, and collectively, it'll just be like FNT, where it's like MCU, Star Wars is dead, MCU.
Well, it's like even Mahler has like they like people will tell him this sometimes, like, hey, you're watching the bad show, aren't you helping it? And it's like, most of the audience that watches him don't watch the show because they watch it for them and cover it. So they that's all potential audience that they could have that they don't.
Yeah, and so yeah, I want to do a with the layoff. It's like I have a good amount of free time, at least to like get this in motion. I don't know if it'd be like right away I'd actually be able to make it, but that's what your support would help is get equipment to
Trying to be creative,
make it via creative to celebrate the Rippaverse. Yeah, Punch guess something about the butterfly. Let me share this little funny teaser. There we are. So can you figure this out, Rookie?
Is this like related to Hulk?
No, that's Riley Reid. That's her famous.
So meme. I guess because I've seen the image, the hat guy before. You've shared his image in the past, and I don't know the context of him or the chick though.
Just try to figure it out. Try to figure out what is it saying.
Just hello, butterfly, marshmallow, baby. You're like a soft.
You suck. You suck.
Like a.
You
like
suck. Stop.
Well,
silence.
so okay, you just no. Hold on. With no context, you just show images. I just see random chick.
Yeah, I'm like, can you figure it out?
And then
you suck. So
they have sex and then have a baby. Like I don't. I don't know.
Stop. I'll explain. All right. So
set me up better to get.
Stop. Riley Reid's picture is, oh shit, I'm going to come. That's the meme, and people meme it as like, oh shit, I'm going to rent that movie. Oh shit, they'll like meme the fucking verbiage on it. And then this is the Milady guy. All right, so it's the trick here is come Milady, come Milady, you're my butterfly, sugar baby. That's the song.
Is that like? Okay.
See,
I don't see how that would be any. That's like you have to know context of a lot of that stuff. I don't know what.
Yeah, that's the fun of the meme. Is like, hey, let's take these like random memes and images that like aren't related at all to this song, but then it's like they did the one with Chris Rock and Will Smith. It's like, we will rock you. It's like,
Well, I guess like the song too. Like I didn't know the song and I didn't know the meme, so I just was literally the worst. I was the worst person to have guessed that.
Let me see. There's one more thing I want to share before we start to fully detracting. I will have to cover this stream at some point because I was so irate, and also partially because Vito is so fucking low energy. It's like, how, dude, you gotta represent us Vito files. We love you, and then you're not on your show. You just do dog shit. Like, come on. Dick was like full bore. It was great. It's like we were watching the Dick show, and you have lame Dick Vito tagging along. you know, and then simping, white knighting for this fucking retard bitch, Ashton. And there's a great thing I captured. It's going around and got a little comparison, some voting you can do. There it is. All right. Let me share this for people so they can vote as well on Twitter. Here we go. Share this. All right. So I said, who did it better, Dick or Ethan Van Sciver?
You don't think Eric should have called the cops on him?
Right. Well, actually, no. So that's another thing too. So I brought this up. How I guess the venue owner called, but Mint. Listen, Mint explained to me that she says that they're pretty certain.
I think he was legit mad, like the way he got up his face. I mean, he could have been selling a bit. People were saying it's a bit. I think he was just really fucking fed up with this dumb bitch. Because, like I was telling you, it's like every time he brings something up, it's like, oh yeah, like I don't agree with that. Don't agree with that. Yeah, Eric should have done that. And it's like, well, but there's two sides.
That reminds me of Hassan Piker, of his ilk, I guess. EFAP covered a couple of people, and there was this one chick that talked talked all this shit about this one guy's video, and then they had a conversation, and she's like, "Oh yeah, no, I agree with you, blah blah blah." And then as soon as he left, she continued her stream, completely just started, "Nah, that's fucking stupid." Like just totally just like took everything else back and is like, are women honest ever?
Yeah. Fucking retards. No, it's the, you know what it was? It was if y'all have seen this, there's probably been various versions of this, but there's there's been the hypothetical Eric fell for this really bad where it's like what on the Arcade stream, it's like, can you imagine not having breakfast or something like that? It's like, but I did have breakfast. It's like
that's the point of asking, can you imagine if you did not?
There's the one with
Omni Man and his wife.
There's one with Omni Man and his wife where it's like most women are 5'4", and it's like, but I'm 5'6". That's what that fucking stream was all fucking day. This stupid bitch. Oh my god, I just like, it's worse than Anna, honestly. Like, I really hate that bitch, but fuck, this might take the cake of like woman prime to fucking hate. Jesus, but this is the comparison. This is EVS.
Women over there. It's okay.
Which is I see nothing wrong with.
Where's it off the camera?
That stream was fucking hilarious because like when I was listening at work, I think it was live when I was listening, and I'm like, oh no, my earbuds are dead, and then check is like, no, my earbuds are good, and it's like, oh, this fucking jackass, like he luckily he had a backup. But yeah, that was recently on Mint Salad's Free Riley stream part 2 from I think Sunday night, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, what's up, Backy? Doing all right. Are you detracting, son? Oh, you know it, Stony McInner douche. Character idea: the detractor can erase tractors from existence. Fuck, you suck, man. Lame.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be more like there's the protractor protagonist and the villain is the detractor or something. So it's gonna do something to him. I don't know what.
Huh? Okay, Punchcast. I guess you're liking The Boys. I love The Boys. Season 4, season 3 was also like slow, but then about midway, all the threads started like picking up steam, fusing together and coming together. But it took a while because it felt like I like all these different things, but it's like, what is the focus? And then it like finally came and like, all right, that's what's happening here. This first 3 episodes collectively, it's things I like. And it's like, wait, what? And I said it on my stream, like, I feel like you're coasting. And then I watched episode 4, and it's funny. Rookie wants to be an F slur. I'm like, I don't care. And I'm like, I watch it just to like maintain my continuity. It's going to be 5 seasons total. So Marty,
not done
more than halfway.
That was the last one.
No, next they're gonna do one more season. But oh my god, you talking about Homelander? you're a Homelander but a guy. I agree. This episode was almost all Homelander. It's so good. So no one spoil it freaking chat, please. Encourage this guy to watch it. Oh yeah, sugar baby. It's a song, yeah. Hey, wait, it says divide. There you go. Okay. What's up, Tony? You're like going slow on my end.
What's up, Angus?
Oh, we're starting to detract.
Fuck all that shit. They called me racial slurs, Angus. They called me the N-word. Why are you not talking about that? That's the most important thing. My feelings got hurt. They called me the N-word. They called me the WB word. They said my back was moist. How can you let these guys get away with this, Angus?
Well, I don't know. I can send you my Melanie Mac meme of her art where she's saying the F slur. I amended it to say the N-word. If you want to use that,
I don't want to say any words. Those are mean words. I, as a good critic, a good detractor, do not use racial slurs. As you can see, I'm outside. I'm actually outside of the house, rippatards. We do go outside. My whole world is rocked, Angus. A homeless man got on a stream and called me a WB. I was just.
Oh no.
Did you call him it back? That's
No, how can I call it? If I say anything racial back to those guys, you know what's gonna happen. Fucking detractors are racist, and they're just gonna clip the part where I say something.
Yeah, it was funny because they'll do that to me. It's like, why are you racist? And I'll be like, racist, and they'll be like, you're attacking a black businessman. I just let them keep hanging themselves because, like, I'm a.
I just wanted to pop in, say hello.
No, you're fine, man. You can come in and out if you wish. I know you guys stream tonight, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream tonight.
Going. I got a lot to cover. We're gonna be talking about fucking. I don't know if you watched that Yaira Spoilers stream. I listened about 20 minutes. I had to fucking stop because it was so nauseating. Like,
yeah, we started that the other day. We got like 10 minutes in, and I had to fucking blow my brains out.
Oh, I was just gonna let you know. I said it on Katie's stream. I thought I'd come on your stream, but then she had the link as well, and so I don't want you to think I picked white women over.
I understand it. I would pick white women over me too if they're like, Tony, do you want to go on your own stream or a white woman stream? I went on Mints. I was like, you know what, my stream's canceled. I'm going on the white ladies. I fully endorse going on white women streams, 100%.
Yeah, but I just did a coin flip on my phone. I'm like, fuck. All right, Tony gets tails for tea, and I did a coin flip and heads one. So Katie got the stream.
Look, you don't got to explain it to me. Just explain it to the council when we have our annual detractor meeting. That's all.
You can sit on the council, but we do not grant you the rank of detractor.
All right, well, I'm going to get out of here. But also, Dr. Disrespect admitted to fucking having inappropriate sex with minor. What the fuck?
I like to destroy gaming culture. So if you take out the top peg, hopefully everything else will crumble with gaming culture. But otherwise, I don't care.
Well, I called it, and everyone's like, "No, he didn't do it." Like, and then he come out and fucking admit it. I was like, "See, you gotta listen to Tony. Tony knows what the fuck he's talking about." All right, I'm out of here.
I am gonna have to do. I might do a Sturgis cam. Let me know if y'all want that. Put ones in the chat, people, if you want Sturgis cam for a cheap video about Dr. Disrespect. I might even show the funding of Goodyng and promote that. Dave, old man Dave, he's been doing some great backhanded fucking videos on Goodyng. But yeah, Rob Swan, Ashton had some nice ass. I follow her on. I've never looked into her like content or whatever. If she's got a YouTube channel, I just saw like, oh, cute cosplay. Knew she's an OnlyFans star, so I assumed she did porn.
Seen her on
hearing she doesn't. Hearing she doesn't is like disappointing. It's like people that vape. Just fucking get cancer like a real man, you F slur. Ashton exactly as smart as I assumed an OnlyFans model would be. Man is the exception to the rule. I don't know. I mean, Amaranth's fucking smart. What fuck, what is that hippie? I love this one hippie porn star. She's got like dreads, which dreads normally gross, but she's like, she makes it work. It's like indigo flower or something like that. I think she's like made millions, so she bought a farm. Amaranth, I think, is making like a Gwyneth Paltrow vagina beer. And she bought like an orange orchard for like 38 million bucks in Florida or some shit. So, hey, you know, do you want to fight the globalists? You know, we may have an unlikely ally in OnlyFans thoughts. We've underestimated them, and I won't anymore. So actually, I hold Ashton to a higher standard of dumb porn star. Are women honest ever? Statistically speaking, 1/3 American men are raising a kid that isn't theirs. Yikes. Will not watch the live action. Wait, you're not gonna watch the live action? Oh, The Boys. Oh, The Boys is really good. I think it does the comic better. It takes the comic template and does unique things. I like that. And I think Garth Ennis approves. He's been involved with the show, so I don't think it's like a mockery. Some people just want exactly a rip from the comics. That's fucking boring. I don't hear any detracting reported for false advertising.
Yeah, we settle into it. We get it. We get there.
I'm gonna engage my chat.
You warm me up.
Anthony Starr is awesome. Season 4 is better than No, I think season 1 and 2
I feel like it's been declining, honestly.
It's not declining as like stakes or anything, but it's just like it's getting messy. As far as like all these threads, so it's like it loses steam compared to like when it was just like Huey and the boys versus Vought, and then also complicating things where it's like, yeah, they're all pieces of shit, but then actually it's just they're full of people, they're like products, it's a whole nurture nature narrative, and they really go into that heavy Homelander, and I love the ideas they're delineating. I don't know if they're trying to mock like Nietzschean Ubermensch, commentary or what, but it's funny because they're clearly trying to make him like a Trump villain, but then they're making him so sympathetic where it's like that's the egg on the left. Our side, critical drinker, all these idiots. They want to cry about wokeness. They're mocking us. They hate you. It's like, well, they've always hated us, but it's a good show. But then, yeah, for all like their insight, they're commenting their tips to mock us with Trump. We actually just unironically embrace their memes of us as the alt-right. And yeah, it's good stuff. But anyway, let me see what I got first up. JJ Trujillo. Yeah, he's got a funny video I think is great. Ricky hasn't seen it, and I'm excited to rewatch it. So we're going to look at him first to kick off Detracting, because he makes some very interesting assessments. JJ Trio writes. There you go. Here it is. All right. Pause. Time to share this. I love having that little button on my mic to mute.
Very good.
Super chats were Ricky, you idiot.
Well, somebody the plunge cat said he asked if it was off, then it wasn't working, so I was just testing it out.
Oh no, it's yeah, I don't know. What's up, Keely Chow? Starting early because I'm on night shift and also lots to detract. So here we go. First up, JJ Trio writes. Wait, this is titled Air Him Out, Nick versus Eric, episode 7, I Saw Meltdown.
Rape accusations, death threats,
Use deadly force.
sexual misdeeds.
Mum on a regular basis.
This is a story of Isom. No, not the International School of Ministry, but the comic by Eric July. Watches Rippa's story crumbles, and he burns bridges with the man who tried to be his friend.
Oh shit! I never noticed he put in fucking Good, Bad, and the Ugly. The bridge scene. That's funny.
Tonight, on Sifting Through the Trash, with your host, JJ Trujillo. Nick claims Eric didn't have standing to shoot Riley.
fans have posted some fantasies about using self-defense against Riley, and we're talking about using lethal force in self-defense. Anyone who thinks that that's a real thing is deluding themselves in this scenario.
But Eric's team doesn't seem to see it that way.
I see that, you know, that being your sort of position, and that it's always been the case, or you feel like that's generally the case, of to justify putting a whole.
Guys, like going back in time with this, just like the going back. This is the first thing we detracted. I think.
Yeah, that was the first thing. Like, oh man, I'm so mad at
down.
myself. See, here's the thing, people. It's only because of like Tony that like I've like upped my grift game, make content and stuff. Not that this is just because you can look at my shit. Like I'm fully fucking invested.
You're sent from God to detract.
I literally am sent from God to detract. This is the mission, and but like I don't have the mind. Like Geeks and Gamers, for example, Captain Marvel. I would never think to milk that. And this is different because like every day, every week, there's new shit. But back then, when this like arcade stream, we EFAB'd a lot of it, but I didn't think to like look at more angles, look at people talking about it, etc. Like that's one time I didn't have the like awareness to like grift. To like
we weren't the best farmers for milking and stuff.
Yeah,
we didn't have the mindset.
And then like Tony comes around with his like DMCA stuff, and you know it's like fuck, okay, it's the energy and stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, you know, I see someone doing well and having consistency. Like that's this is the whole YouTube game that I have always sucked at, of you know, finding a lane and just like trying to squeeze the rind for every drop of oil. And I look back, I'm like, fuck, man, this would have that would have been great to have been on the ball at the start with this, because we were there right when this happened. So it is funny to look back, because this really was probably the first content really kicked off on the channel in regards to Eric and detracting.
And put a hole in someone. Our guys don't see it that way, and I've seen people get aired out for a lot less.
Wait, really quick. Just look how hairy his shoulders are.
He needs to set an appointment with Riley to get those shaved.
In Texas, there are multiple statutes of self-defense in Texas. There are 2 penal codes which we should try and understand. The first being Texas Penal Code 9.31, and the second being Texas Penal Code 9.41. Here we learn that force can be justified for self-defense when someone unlawfully breaks into a home, business, or vehicle. This is often referred to as the Castle Doctrine and isn't unique to Texas. We will take a look at a separate case in which deadly force was used.
And the guy who made the videos in the chat, shout out.
Shout out, JJ Trio. What is up, man? Thanks for showing my video. Dude, of course. You do great shit. And the fact, so people don't realize this far and already, this is going to be a very informative video to, you know, Nick not being a Texas practitioner of law. He might be a bit ill-informed or have to like have conferred with Texas-based law practitioners to really know the specifics of analyzing the hypothetical of Riley and ventilation. But Trio, he pulls some great stuff up here that really damages Eric's claims, and I love it. Catch up. Yeah, I saw you, Dakar, Galaxy Stranger. What's up? Detracting that, of course. Yeah, everyone share this out. Let's detract. Hopefully, I can lead a crew into Tony's stream and pay him back, depending how long we go. And you know, the detractor chats, they do have the link if they want to join. Yeah, Rick's nose is getting so big it's about to snort his entire lower face. This is what made Rackets a hardcore addict. Tell me about the Texas penis code, says Scummy Mommy. What's up, Katie? Hope you're having a good day. I don't know if you wanted to track today, but the link's in the chat if you wish. In the private chats. Yeah, what's up? Shout out, Galaxy Stranger. They should show this guy's videos to Mint's friend. Fuck, I know. Oh shit. Plungecast with the 2 says, see chat. Thank you, man.
Yeah, he
I
was trying to send a
appreciate it.
link or something, and YouTube's weird with links sometimes.
Okay, I appreciate the 5 New Zealand. That gets you a little stinger. What do we got? What we got? Here we go.
You are a hoe ass nigga.
I want you to do the EVS one that you clipped recently that you added. That was brand new.
Oh, I got it. Okay, I'll download it really quick. I just got to clip the ends off.
That one was funny. Maybe you could play some of the video while you download it or something.
Yeah. Okay. And then we got Katie did member for 5 months. Woo, thank you.
Woo.
Yeah. Well, it's $1 a month. Y'all can support this here channel if you so wish.
You can help support future projects
support
he has
a
in mind.
Black businessman. Because that's very
He's
important to
creative
bring up
and
demographics in our conservative, unwoke movement against woke mainstream to bring up diversity points.
Well, and help support
Very
your next
unwoke.
project.
Very unwoke.
course.
Yeah.
course.
This is gonna be one
Do
of
what you
Lunchcast. It sounds great. Yeah, he's got comics. I downloaded it. I bought it. It's like $3. He's a New Zealand comic creator. I would suggest it looks pretty cool. I've read the first few pages. I just been busy, so I got so much comics I haven't read. I got stacks of shit. Valentine, we will get in trouble with the Rippos for looking at Memon Penguin. What is that? I don't know. If someone could look up Memon Penguin, I have no idea. And what's up, Bad Take, Bojan? Good afternoon, friends, she says. Yeah. All right, I'm going to play this, and I'm going to grab that clip for another little mini super chat stinger.
And see how the prosecuting attorneys disagreed. This will help us better understand Eric's situation and possible outcomes had Riley actually been killed. Let's take a ride in a DeLorean back to the summer of 2020.
Nice.
After the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, riots and violence gripped the city, resulting in $500 million of damage. The chaos soon spread across the country, resulting in the burning of a federal courthouse, a riot at the Capitol, and severe damage to the historic St. John's Church, and the deaths of many individuals.
Wait. Fuck, I gotta pause this. Sorry, I was just laughing because he said many individuals instead of like one, maybe two, not many.
Not many. Almost at the main.
Texas was not immune from these tumultuous times. A group of far-left extremists blocked the streets and swarmed around cars. Just 3 weeks prior, something similar happened in Provo, Utah. Ken Dudley was driving when he was also swarmed. He was shot in the elbow and shrapnel hit his eyes. Knowing how violent and deadly those riots can get, I imagine Daniel Perry was also super scared when rioters swarmed around his car, especially when Garrett Foster, who was carrying an AK-47, walked up to his vehicle and motioned with the barrel of his gun for Daniel to lower the window. This was Garrett just moments prior.
Why'd you start carrying? Well, our roommate got arrested and they stopped letting us march anywhere, so started carrying.
Daniel shot Garrett, and did he walk away freely for being in the base state of Texas? No. The following years were a nightmare for him and his family. It wasn't until April of 2023 a verdict was reached on the case, and unfortunately for him, it wasn't in his favor. He was charged with murder. Keep in mind, he was swarmed, and a man was motioning an AK-47 at him. And even though Texas Penal Code clearly states that one can defend himself in their home, vehicle, or business, Daniel was still charged and convicted with murder. After the announcement of the verdict in April 2023, Greg Abbott said he would try and pardon him, which took 1 year. Imagine how many sleepless nights he had wondering if he would actually become free. It is important to note that in Eric's situation, if he or a security guard had killed Riley, they would be using a similar defense as Daniel Perry. Daniel Perry was swarmed, and the man he killed was holding an AK and low ready. Riley was unarmed. How much less standing would Eric have? Furthermore, Eric...
I mean, like that. So that this situation alone, with like he provided all this context. Guy made this video great at providing all the context for a scene and a scenario in which the guy should be extremely like within his rights to defend himself. and then it still wasn't okay. They still put him in. They arrested him. What the hell? Like that. That's insane. And that's in, as he said, the base state of Texas.
Yeah, he's mocking this shit because it's like, yeah, you can't just murder people because yeah, don't mess with fucking Texas, as
It's
the
like-
Yaira says.
I wonder if the guy actually had his gun pointed at him. This is what I don't understand when it comes to self-defense. Like if somebody has a weapon on you and they're basically threatening you, and then you kill them before they do anything to you, like it seems weird that you would be in trouble. But
Well,
I guess I could see there being potentially a way that makes sense. But like if there's somebody is threatening your life, that's what a threat is, right? Your life is being threatened. I don't know, like
threatening me. Oh.
exactly. Thank you, Eric. Like if you're being threatened, I don't know, like that. It seems. What do you think about this? That's insane.
Honestly, this case is so crazy to me that it wasn't just open and shut. Boom, he's scot free. Sorry. I don't know if people really looked at the thumbnail. I just want to show this really quick. Let me pull up the Rookie the Critic so I can show this in detail, in good faith. Because I personally have a lot of fun making thumbnails, as dumb as they are. So of course I got my now iconic, as iconic as not Eric. I saw him falling on a car. We got one of the concerns of today. This is EV Comics. I've invited him on, thanks to Vaughn having reviewed his thing, but he declined thus far. But I think he's detracting, and so that's just funny because like, no, I'm not detracting.
Maybe
No, I'm
it's
sorry.
For some people, it's subconscious, probably.
But the real fun I had with this is finding Happy Sturgis and making him. The joke here, having him right behind me, is that if you've seen Hellboy 2, he's like, oh, a cute kid or baby or whatever. He's like, I'm not a baby, I'm a tumor. That's the joke. So anytime I can include tumor baby Sturgis out of my back, I am going to.
He's asking for a link. Looks like
who? Sturgis?
Katie.
Oh, it's in the chat. It's in the private chat.
If only Sturgis. If only.
Yeah, it's in the private. It's like, fuck, Sturgis. Hell yeah. I can't wait to pick Sturgis's brain and pick some bugs out of his beard probably as well.
Hells Only says that Perry was not being threatened.
Huh. Oh, okay. Maybe the idea was like, oh, he's got an AK, so I'm scared. It's like, yeah, you can carry a weapon in Texas. We love, yeah, well, especially a constitutional carry. It's like you can't just, he's got a weapon, you know.
Well, yeah. So I guess I could see it in terms of like the guy mistook this mob, maybe this amount of people, and assumed like he's seen violent stuff going around the country with the huge crowds of people. So like, you know, just sees this and thinks, oh my God, I'm in danger. I got to shoot somebody. Maybe could have been the thought process rather than him actually being threatened or attacked. I suppose. Well, it's like thing is like, I wouldn't want to like expose myself either. When he says he shot him, so did he have to open the door and shoot him, or did he shoot him through the glass? Like just roll down the window and then kaplow? Or like I guess there's context missing for this story still a little bit. As much detail as there is, seems like.
Well, the context is it was nighttime. That means criminal mischief. So A-OK,
right.
Idiot.
Right. I guess like the more specific details though are still not there, but that's okay. Anyway,
reveal output. All right, I can move this to downloads. Sweet. All right.
Cites that the lethal force could be used because Riley was committing criminal mischief. Listen to his weasel words.
Yeah, I make the argument, and certainly everybody here is making the argument that for sure, definitely considering at nighttime, that is criminal mischief, right? And definitely because he's writing on stuff and he's putting notes up and all that good stuff. And in Texas, if you don't know, you can, by the way, and this is not anything that I'm advocating, right? I want to be very, very clear about that. But, definitely because we're talking about the legality of deadly force and all that good stuff in Texas, you're committing criminal mischief at night, you absolutely have the right. It's right there in Section 9 of the Texas Penal Code. And, you can read it verbatim. It specifically addresses you being able to use deadly force for someone committing criminal mischief at night on your property.
When I first heard this, I assumed the markings Eric referred to were made with spray paint or a Sharpie. It turns out they were just stickers. And get this, money. He literally taped $50 to the guy's window. Eric thought he was very crafty with words, and made it sound like Riley did something much more nefarious. This was
thought he was crafty with words. I've read Rippaverse comics. If anything, he's not crafty with words.
No, but he thinks he's crafty. Thing. Hills only says that Perry was looking to murder somebody based on his posts. I assume on Twitter or something.
Oh, okay. So he was like violent minded or something, and so that probably undercut his I'm just an innocent bystander. What are you doing, Katie?
Hello, Katie.
Hey, sorry. I hope I'm not too loud.
No, I think you're fine.
Can you... Okay, because I'm driving, running errands, so
let
me adjust my volume. Sorry. Is it really loud and obnoxious?
It's fine if you're talking, I think.
Okay. I'll be right back then.
No, you're fine. All right, I'm gonna keep playing this. Oh, wait. This was the clip we were talking about. Ricky really loved that I snagged. Here it is.
Cyberfolk says, hippity hoppity, get off of my property.
I slowed it down and made it funnier.
Hippity hoppity, get off of my property.
It's a very hard realization for me, someone who is a fan of Rippa. We aren't talking about permanent damage. He actually gave Rippa something of value. Of course, you shouldn't go to people's warehouses, but if you have 500,000 subscribers, you shouldn't put them on full blast. Because now they've got clout, and others will want to follow and get theirs too. I also noticed Eric wasn't saying Riley's name, and very rarely stated Dick or Vito's. He would use euphemisms to refer to these people, such as calling Riley a fat guy. That prevented me from doing my own research and understanding what actually happened. Aside from hiding people's names, misleading about what Riley did, there were several other times he tried carefully wording things to leave the wrong impression. Listen to how Rippa describes his warehouse and gates.
There's no drive-through. Like, our building is sectioned that way, the way that it is. It's us, and that's it. That gate that is there, and that's it. You cannot drive through our building to get, or our side of that building to get somewhere else. That's not how.
Is there a gate blocking off that side of the building?
Yes, correct. On that side, there absolutely is a gate blocking both sides, actually, because on the end of that street, or not a street, I guess that road, whatever you want to call it, it is the drive, the parking lot, right, if you will. There are two gates on either side. This is why he drove through, had to turn around to get out, because that's the only way that you can get in or out on that particular side.
Listening to that, I imagine tall steel gates surrounding every entrance, and that there was no way to get in unless you had an access key or showed ID to security. It turns out that there was indeed a public entrance.
Yes.
But then you're saying that he drove through another side and got
so look at it like three sides, because there's nothing but fencing on the other on one side, right? So you have a fence. Look at it like this, like you got a fence, right? And then on opposite sides of that fence, right, is our building, right? You can get out. So get on the street, do whatever you need to do. There are two sides. If you went left or if you went right, there are gates on both sides. There is only one way if you're not entering through that gate to get in.
Yeah,
like if I didn't know warehouse and all that, like I would have no idea what the hell he's talking about. It's like there's gates on sides and opposite.
Yeah,
ways,
so there's
you
two
go
gates
left to right. Like
the dock side, probably, because the side that Riley took the video is like the public facing side. So it's like, yeah, this is pretty much standard for factories and warehouses stuff. Is like the production side. Like you can go up to the entrance, whether there's security or not to like allow you in through the door or not, probably because it's not like, oh, just public, everyone just in and out, you know, aside from maybe that holding interview area, like, hey, I'm here for an interview, so you sit in the waiting room.
Well, I
But
guess
no,
it's,
normally you got like the backs, that's where your products are. You don't want people stealing or sneaking in,
yeah,
stealing intel possibly for
course.
competitors. So for that reason, you have it gated. So yeah, Eric's being obtuse on purpose here to suit
Yeah.
his angle.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
just on top of it, like I guess the way I would just I think you'd start by saying, yeah, there's a parking lot and our business is on the, you know, left, right, or middle or somewhere around there. So you have an idea it's toward the edge or toward the middle, wherever it is, and like get an idea of the location and then where the fences are. Cause like the way he's talking, I'm like, I don't know, like what is it? He's like, you can drive through, you can't drive through. Well, then there's a parking lot and then there's gates and there's on opposite sides, but then there's also a third side. And it's like I can't visualize what he's saying when he says it.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. When I first watched this stream when it went down live, I couldn't even understand what he was trying to say. And at this time, I was still somewhat of a fan of Eric, you know, until after this. But when he was describing it, it made no sense. I was like, I can't picture what you're trying to describe to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
it was just funny because I remember when we were first watching this, because like I was watching some of it by myself, and then Angus was like, "Dude, this is kind of weird. Can we like break it down on the stream?" I was like, "Okay, yeah, let's do that." and then because if anything, it was so we can both be watching it and like figure out what they're even talking about. Because it's just like it's just kind of funny. It's just like, oh, okay, this is what he means. What the lawyer and when the lawyer's stumped. He's just looking at him like,
yeah, it's like Eric, and then Eric does that fucking stream the next day. He's like, you know, I really got to like thinking about it because he was really hooked up. He was really stuck on Ricada. Let me turn on my camera again. Ricada at some point in stream, iconically, he's like, you know, with some of his commentary. Then at one point, he like just drops his head in his hand. And it's like, how much did the book? He's like, I don't want to ask you this. He's like, oh, ask me. He's like, how much did the books cost? And he's like, oh, well, actually, it was like 13 something. He's like,
oh. He's like, stop.
I just told you to stop. that is such a great stream. It's a stream heard. It's like Dick's review. There's the George Floyd super killer art of super killer on Isomp's neck that was heard around the world, and only kind of promoted biggest problem actually because we were like, wait, we're all conservative and laugh at George Floyd. That's actually funny.
Well, now we can have this context with knowing that after this conversation, he probably lined up his snort at a time. Like I need a relief off this.
Jesus Christ. I supported this guy. Oh my god, what a fucking retard!
Like, son, bring me my
daughter, coke dealer. I need a bump. Have you been following that, Katie? This Ricada and the coke, and his kids got coke apparently.
Yeah, I've been following it, and let me tell you something. Jessica James' streams have been popping off, dude. He gets like 200 to 300 people watching him. He's doing like really good. So, but yeah, no, I've been following it. Not like detail to detail, but I kind of have a gist of an idea of what's going on.
I don't know how to come at it. Like, it's one thing to see a clip or something, but to really like break it down, I feel ill prepared.
I feel like there's
kind of on the sidelines for me.
I feel like there's also a lack of like full information out there about everything. So it's like we're just kind of speculating on what's there, I guess. But it's all there's not enough definitive stuff yet, I guess. Well, because even I was just catching up on the biggest problem, and like they said, well, they could do a test again. They don't have to just do the one test. When they said the one kid had like a whole bunch, like so much, like an adult's worth of cocaine or something. It's like, well, then how is the kid okay? Like, wouldn't the kid be like really messed up?
Well, it's not just like an adult level; it's like an adult level of a chronic user.
Well, and then on top of it, it's like Vito was like, kids are picky. Like, what? Why would the kid continue? Like, it just seems like a failed, like if that's what the test result said, like maybe if they had a second test, then they have better results. But it seems like it's just one test. So, like, is this out of 3? More tests give more accurate results. Is the point usually?
Right. My thing is, as a parent, it's a very difficult topic to talk about because, as a mother, it makes me angry. But at the same time, I know that the state is corrupt. I know that police departments are corrupt. I've had family members in police departments, and yeah, to me, it's like I want to wait till everything comes out, the paperwork, everything, and to make a judgment. But it's hard for me to talk about because being a parent, you kind of get torn some.
I was really
Yeah.
hoping you were gonna like turn this into a joke. Like, it felt like a perfect lay. It was like, as a mother myself of a coke slinging child, I know what this is like.
The teen industry that distributes all this stuff. Yeah, the playhouse instead of the warehouse. They got the
What are you
tree
talking about?
house.
I don't give that my. Just kidding.
Well, you cut yourself off. I didn't.
I said just kidding.
The fencing is behind the building where the body shop parks are, and it's on the opposite building. Yeah, I'm looking at that picture. I don't want to share it and get blamed for doxing the warehouse, but yeah, I'm looking at this sky down view, and I'm trying to gauge which side. I'm assuming Riley came in on the left side, and this is like a business park. So there's lots of businesses that, yeah, I don't know. I used to work in plumbing. I've worked construction a little bit. I work at a factory now, which has some warehousing storage, but there's like a whole separate warehouse I used to do security at. And so I know from the security side, at least of one building, where it's like, yeah, you have a fence, but there's like publicly accessible areas for at least seeking to talk to the manager, to make appointments, whatever. But yeah, it's like you don't have access to the products. So that's like the privacy gate angle. And so this is just commonplace, and Eric is a retard. Teach high school kids. I teach high school kids answer like Eric when I ask them why they don't have a piece of homework.
No, because I left my thing on the side of the stuff, and then from this other angle, something happened, and the wind blew it away onto the ground. Just try to make some story.
Yeah, a bunch of guys enjoying the hibbity jibbity like myself. Yeah, that's the warehouse. Credence Desire. I'll have to look at the chat on YouTube. Let me see.
Face pink drinking tea.
Okay, it's one of the YouTube emojis. But okay, so here's the thing. When you're on YouTube, yeah, that's what it looks like on StreamYard. It just has a comment like that. JJ Trio says Nick's kids buy their crack from Eric's mom. Just wait at the Popeyes parking lot at 2 a.m. Yeah, that's my thing. Is like maybe Nick like had a snort, came downstairs, like, "Hi, children, pat, pat, pat," and he's like, "Hi, kids." It really could be that simple. Especially, when did they take this? Was this like right after they've abducted the children at gunpoint? Awful nice and leak the info. Oh man, part-time detractor. Yeah, I think yeah, Chris has had to lower his hours. He's a part-timer at the moment. I think he'll full-time. Then we'll come back on the full-time at some point. Eric speaks exactly like Tommy Gorilla from Sick Animations when he's lying. Check it out. Someone in the chat said Memon Penguin. I'm like, what is this? And the Penguin, I'm thinking it's a fucking little like Black Sambo comic from Mexico.
Okay.
Let me share this. Katie will probably get really embarrassed, but I will laugh as a black businessman. I will laugh.
When you
this
said
is-
it's a business park, I was just thinking of like a Jurassic Park, but business. Here's a business. Here's this big business. Big business.
where, no. It's okay, Google search. There you go. So yeah, this is Memon Penguin.
Oh boy. Oh no. I'm getting some woo-wee Brie Larson vibes. Oh no.
Out here picking all that cotton.
I've seen
don't
this
know.
before.
I've never seen this. This is funny to me. It's this is the Release the Eric sketch.
No.
I disavow all of it. I disavow. As a white woman, I disavow.
I can't deny that's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Thank you. I can't remember who said it in the chat earlier, but the Memon Penguin, thank you.
Okay, we're just interacting with the chat, that's all.
Yeah, let me see. Enrique, do you mean the pictures from before the warehouse was built, or just kidding? This place is just a little retail warehouse. Exactly. Don't compare Memon Penguin to that disgusting individual that is Rippa.
I love the individual now.
Yeah.
I can't like this person, dude. No, the individual.
Yeah, certain individuals, one, maybe two, not many. That was like what? Just say a few people, and like, that's where Eric's trying to sound white. That's literally, this is the niggonomics I talk about. Is
I feel like white people don't talk like that though.
no,
either.
but it's him internalizing. It's like Boondocks or something, where it's like, yeah, white people. That's how he thinks. He hates white people. He's grifting off of us. He's
doing how he thinks white people talk.
Yeah, that's literally like, I saw him sometimes sounds like a black guy when I read him, and other times he overcomplicates everything. It's like, normally you seem this way about a thing, but today is even more enhanced as you are an individual that like. That's how he thinks white people talk.
Affirmative or something.
Yeah. Look at Nick's face.
That's the thing. It's funny too, knowing context now. It's cocaine. Just like after he's been lining it up after this conversation. He wasn't ready for it.
He's
like,
literally like Talladega Nights. He's like, Colonel Sanders said, "I'm too drunk to taste this chicken."
Into where our building is. Not everybody else's building. To get into where our building is, there's only one way to get in, not using those two gates.
So there's a way to
It's
get
like a
in
T.
without
Look at it
using
like a
the
T.
gate.
Correct.
Okay, but yeah, like you see the issue
Right.
there, right? That
What do
there
you mean?
is a publicly accessible way in without a gate.
Issue as far as what?
This is important.
So fucking retarded. Oh my! I love watching the replay of this trick. What's funny too, if you don't notice, is it's not just that Ricada is a lawyer and so he understands, even if he's not practicing in a certain state and knows their statutes and codes and whatnot. They're like, every lawyer has to take national. They're studying like national, like Supreme Court cases, and then they take their state bar off of their specific jurisdiction they'll be practicing in, and that jurisdiction might actually overlap with other states. But conceptually, they're all on the same level of like analyzing the law and stuff. All right, and that's what's funny. And so the other thing is that Ricada comes in just as a lawyer with understanding law over this dumb fuck Eric, who pays lawyers, so he thinks he understands it. But also, Ricada's playing like multiple roles. He's playing. Sometimes he's like questioning him, like he's guiding his client on the stand. Then other times he's like cross-examining him, and it's fucking brilliant. It really is a great insight into like, I was watching this, I'm like, fuck dude, like just shut up. He's playing both sides, questioning you, and you're incriminating yourself in the court of public opinion for sure. Jesus.
Because if it isn't clearly marked as private, and if there is an opening, someone could reasonably enter for legitimate purpose. After Rippa implies his team thought that they could shoot Riley, Nick recommends Eric find new legal counsel.
and I've seen people get aired out for a lot less. However, I don't even think
I would
that's
highly
particularly-
suggest an alternative opinion on council if you think a sticker with a $20 bill under it justifies. If that's
Well,
their
again,
legal
that's not
advice,
the argument, though.
Nick,
That's where I think the
give a
gaslighting is,
second
though, Nick,
opinion.
because that's
This seemed to upset Eric, but did you know that Daniel Perry's social media posts were used against him? If a fatal event were to
shout
occur,
out
Oh shoot, he's bringing
shout
that up.
out
Okay.
to whoever said that earlier, because I didn't pick that part up when I was listening to this at work. Shout out to that individual.
on Eric's property, the things he and others say on social media could be used against them. Comparing the case of Daniel Perry to Eric July, which of the two had more standing? After seeing what happened to Daniel Perry, what could have happened to Eric if he or one of his guards had pulled the trigger? Next time, a legal battle ensues. Watch as Eric is slapped with a massive lawsuit on Sifting Through the Trash with your host, JJ Trujillo.
Oh my
Nice
god!
video. Yeah.
Hey, look, it's recommending me.
Great job.
Me.
Yourself to you.
Hey, who is that guy with that snazzy hat on? Is he detracting? I gotta check that out.
He's that guy with the awesome tumor on his shoulder.
Sturgis.
Oh
is
my God.
tumor. What's your
Great
thoughts,
video,
Katie?
JJ. Very good video.
Hey, it's Hell's Only. Hell's Only said it. He's like, that was me. And Danny Perry showed himself to be a racist with murderous thoughts in those posts. Well, it's not illegal to be racist. Unless you're like hiring or, if you're in a position of power, they can get you. But it's not inherently illegal to be racist. Neo Valentine. Actually, a few of those comics physically. I freaking love being white, says Galaxy Stranger.
Yes.
I was going to clip me saying, which is, yeah, I am half white. So, I mean, I love
Being
the
white is
inheritance of legacy. The Greeks and the Romans, the founding fathers, Napoleon, just a collective Western heritage. I get to claim because I'm half white. And I just kind of ignore all the lack of industry, lack of innovation being black. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Claim MLK, we've got, Malcolm X, Obama, that heart surgery peanut butter guy that's on the roster. I just kind of ignore all the history of Africa doing nothing. Besides all the non-black people did stuff, basically. Kush for a little bit. But basically, we just kind of coasted collectively being an equatorial societies. That's my assessment. I've never actually researched any of this, but that's my assessment, is that white people ended up taking over most of the globe because they had to be industrious. Because if you're living in the equatorial regions, you don't really need to innovate. You make a spear, a bow, an axe, you're good. You can survive. You can kill stuff, grow, or just pick fruit, pick vegetables. You don't have to figure out farming and stockpiling, food really. He's like Clarence Thomas. He hates white people but wants to live like a white guy while hating black people. Wait, Clarence Thomas, isn't that the Justice?
I don't know.
Clarence Thomas. I gotta verify.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Clarence Thomas is awesome. He married a white woman. He RVs across the country with a white woman. What are you talking about? He doesn't hate white people. What? Boudin. What? I don't know what you're saying there, Scummy. Beoding? Huh? Oh,
I have no
building.
idea. No.
I
The
guess
building. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. The building.
this was the one that Nick understood, that Eric would not be selling him any more Coke. Yeah, it's funny you turn crackhead back on the rippatards, because that's like an iconic insult of Rippa. All these crackheads, crack smokers.
Well, it's funny because okay, Coke's close to crack, right? No.
Crack is like you're diluting Coke. You're cooking it with, I think, baking soda. So it's like a tenth or less. It's just you're smoking trash.
Okay.
Yeah. Crack epidemics what destroyed the Black Panthers and shit, and turned them into Bloods and Crips and everything. Latin Kings, they were a community watch like the Black Panthers as well. They became, all these Mexican gangs were same pathology. Drugs got involved, territory, and it just And then you see this goes back to I think Nixon. So that's what gets cloudy is like trying to be I'm conservative generally speaking about these issues, but trying to be like narratively consistent and logical and aware of history. And so it gets cloudy. It's like no, like Reagan and Nixon and stuff, they contributed to destroying the black communities with like the crack epidemic. But then there's also self-regulation and stuff where it's like, where's the line? And it's really like, I don't know, because like now kids are inheriting this legacy of like broken homes and the welfare state and hate whitey. So it's like it's hard to figure out for me personally. That was me, yeah. To half white. All right. Enrique says private property doesn't mean people are outright banned from it. A person's allowed to go to a private building and ask to use the restroom. Yeah, you have to be trespass. You can't just instantly be like, I don't know you, so you are trespassing, and without any interaction, I can literally like stranger, blang, blang, blang.
And even if like the person is like taping money to your window, I don't think that justifies lethal action either. Like
no. Criminal mischief, rookie. Criminal mischief. Ace in the hole. Crack alkalinized cocaine hydrochloride. I'm just going to assume you're correct. I just know it's like baking soda, baking powder. All I had to do was read Riley's super chats. That's all. And this would have been avoided. Yeah.
That's the funny part about it is all he had to do is read
his fucking super chats. Like and then that's actually funny. It's funny. This is a perfect segue to the new Rippa goalpost clip going around the world, being dissected by everybody. Is pro or con? Rippaverse goalposts. Shout out goalposts. Lately, Goalpost's been hopping in my streams after the fact and then criticizing me or Rookie, being like, "Oh, look again, the host and the co-host talking over the guest, blah blah blah." And it's like I went to the timestamp and it's like, I don't think that was a problem. And then also, if you're watching FNT, they all are just screaming over each other to like say old shit,
Well, and we talk for a long time, and if they need to say something, it's usually after. Oh no, I interrupted you. Shit. Nope. Again, clip. Oh no. Go ahead.
Got him.
Hold on, I think I'm losing service.
We hear you, so.
Oh, okay, because it was bugging out. Is it weird that Rippa Goalpost has not said nothing about my streams or anything?
Just give it time.
I thought about it the other day. I was like, I don't think they've ever clipped me or tweeted about me. I'm just like,
I assume it's
I'm a
because
little
you're a
offended.
woman. Maybe they don't want to be
bullshit.
seen as going after women. I don't know.
I mean, you'd think he would just try to keep negging you with, the.
Yeah. Don't even show up in my chat. Nothing. That's sexist. Just because I'm a woman. Whatever. I'm a detractor.
Well, I mean, it could be because you're his competition in terms of like you clip things as well. And
right, like, you're missing the obvious here, Rookie. Obviously, I mean, he repeatedly clips Eric Debunks, and Katie's realizing like, I never get clipped. Is it? I'm a woman. It's like, no, it's called being gay. I wish I had the horns.
What's wrong with me? Like, why am I not entertaining enough? Am I not detracting hard enough? Like, what's going on?
You have to do it twice as hard as the men to get your recognition.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Got to get rid of that. All right, here we go. Perfect segue. This was not on my list of detracting, but given that great comment by by Galaxy Stranger, shout out. We're gonna look at this clip. If you haven't seen on Twitter, it's fucking amazing. It just like, again, this is how you know Goalpost is he's sharing it to his retards, Of course, they're going to be triggered by this because they have to be. They're going to be purposely obtuse about not understanding the comedy of this. And I think that's the brilliance of Rippa Goalposts is like the detractors are too retarded to see. He's kind of like Old Man Dave. So this is a clip that everyone's like using to justify Eric's actions of feeding the cops to get a warrant.
Probably. Yeah. But I'm going to go over every single episode of this show. That's the namesake of my show, For Canon's Sake, because I am the lore keeper. I am the canon keeper. I am the Dokuman card maker of Eric July and of his life and of his fortune. I'm going to tell his story. I'm going to watch every episode of his show, comment on it, and yell at my girlfriend during. And then when my girlfriend dies or leaves me, I'm going to spend the rest of my life making a Chris Chan documentary-esque documentary on everything Eric July has ever said or done wrong. It's my life's mission, chat.
I'm going to snap you into a Slim Jim. I'm going to pull you over the
Every
coals.
convention that he goes to from now on will be a business expense for me. You threatened to kill me! And now I'm going to earn that death, Eric! I'm going to earn your murder! I'm going to show up in Denver Comic Fan Expo! I'm going to come up to your table and I'm going to yell, holy shit, hell, that guy has a gun! He's trying to kill me with his gun! I'm gonna make security check you have a gun in your fucking waistline. Like you threatened to have at the next Comic-Con that I go to. You threatened to shoot me, then you hired armed security. We'll see, Eric! I'm gonna make you kill me or you're wrong! I'm not gonna let you avoid EVS! I'm going to walk right up to you! And I'm going to put stickers on you and shave your arms and whatever else I want to do. And you can kill me or not, but none of this stops until I get an apology and you face to face, you confront and talk to Ethan Van Sciver about your several months long harassment campaign targeted against him and Comicsgate.
I'm going to twist your bones into mincemeat and eat it for breakfast.
It's funny. It's like, oh, Eric's got a fear for his life. And then here's proof. He's like, hey, you're going to have to murder me. Because I'm going to keep trolling you with stickers.
Again, I thought it'd be hilarious if Eric went out there and like pulled up a chair and then had Brandon put a little haircut, thing over him. All right, Riley, just to trim a little off the edges, like give him a razor.
Well, it's really funny too because
that'd be funny.
Unlike a lot of like normal cases, if this transpires into a ventilation, we have so much chronicled of both of these guys. And so as much as they think a clip like this is damning for Riley, we have all these clips like JJ has just shown. And then with Texas, Daniel Perry's shit and stuff. So
Frog Tony just said this was from last year also. So it's like his first episode of For Canon's Sake.
Yeah, I love watching Riley, especially the early streams.
Well, and can they not show like his first ones of him walking up the hill? Or wait, those are deleted.
Deleted, so, yeah.
Yeah, like with him just taking on Eric's challenge, showing his level of trolling, which was hilarious back then. People see this and are like thinking that he is like actually trying to threaten Eric. It's like, how is it a threat when he's saying, I'm gonna make you kill me? Like, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna put stickers on your body, and I'm gonna
That's it's only funny. It's hilarious.
He's got a gun.
That's a funny black joke where it's like
me, he just sounds like he's trying to be a wrestler, I'm gonna step into a Slim Jim, I'm gonna bend you over backwards and make you say daddy or something. Just I don't know. I'm the mad dog.
Yeah, grab his dick and twist it. The old dick twist type energy.
The old dick twister, gonna get you.
So you think he was initially pro Eric? I just think Goalpost saw an advantageous avenue to like make focus content to like mock SJWs, and then it's morphed into infighting on this conservative side. And so with like Dick and Vito, it's like one thing with Vito, but we have Dick in conjunction actually like mocking Vito with racially charged art of his character, and he's like, oh god, like yeah, it's like people are like, Vito's laughing at it, this is who they are, and it's like Vito gets the joke, he gets racist humor, he's not against race humor, he's like, oh god, like this is horrible, I'm BLM, I want to be pro BLM, but this is funny, and oh god, they just my character, I'm never getting a job in comics, fuck. But
Katie says she's got to dip out, but she'll be listening.
Well, that's fine. You can come back in later when you're not busy if you wish.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long I'm going to go, but I got a lot to cover, and I might facilitate Tony's stream with some viewers.
Facilitate.
No.
I might reciprocate.
All right. I'll see y'all later.
Yep. Thanks for popping on. Yeah, I like Galaxy's comment here. He says, Az does the same exact thing. He gets hyperbolically ranting, raving, his fucking boring pronouns. Fuck. Everybody takes that, but it's like he's got a point and he's doing good, and nobody's going, he's a deranged individual or nothing.
I was thinking of that fucking pronoun rant where it's these retards love saying like, you couldn't handle Modern Warfare 2 lobby with smack talk and call each other N-words and F slurs and whatnot, which is funny. And it's like, wait, like the icon of you collectively is as screaming about pronouns as like a option ticker in a game. Ugh, couldn't handle that. Like you fucking melt down about a pronoun ticker. It's like you just choose your cisgender pronouns. Like I'm not making you be trans.
Yeah.
Fucking weirdos. God, I hate these people. Let's see how far back. Building.
Yeah, so we mentioned what you said in the chat that is from last year.
Yeah.
So we get that.
Yeah. What's up, Zombie Boy? It says woo. Great timing. Yeah, it doesn't mean that. Okay. I think I'm catching up. You should look up his grandfather had to say about Clarence. And for fun, listen to the Behind the Bastards episode on Thomas. The guy's a sociopathic. I think I'm subbed on Spotify to that. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's that podcast. I may just go on there for Rogan, of course, and Dick Show, and then on replay, because of Spotify, you can lock your phone and listen. So I'll listen to Biggest Problem replays. But yeah, I don't know what I've seen Clarence Thomas, and he's been a good justice in my opinion, a lot of his rulings. So yeah, I don't know. I'm team Clarence Thomas. But if things are delineated, I don't know, because I've seen videos about like his upbringing and stuff. So I don't know. I just don't buy he's crazy or something. I mean, maybe you're a liberal, maybe you're a libtard, and say you just don't like his politics and how he legislates. But I don't know. I'm more case by case, but I am like generally team conservative when it comes to law interpretation. Do not like the hibbity jibbity living document, view of the liberal side. Like there's that recent justice that retired. There's a great interview discussion with I think was it Scalia and Byers, I think was his name, Byers or Briers. And it's funny because he like gives an example of what was it? I think was it Fourth Amendment lawful search and seizure. And he's like, oh, the liberals, they'll have this view about this new technology. It's like, well, we can't rely on the founding fathers and the Constitution, so we have to like interpret it ourselves and basically legislate from the what do you call where the judge sits?
This chair.
Well, I know they sit in the chair, but I feel like their section is like whatever, ruling from the court, legislating from the court. That's what the justices are not supposed to be doing. And Scalia is like, yeah, we have new phenomena, but we have the groundwork in the declaration to legislate this, and it's like, you know, unlawful search and seizure. So cops using technology to invade the privacy to like try to highlight, oh, they're using more electricity, they're making weed, get them, let's bust down their door. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
It looks like we got all three. We got the rainbow here. We got straight people, me. We got bi people, Angus. And we got gay people, Rook. What's up?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Well, we were watching gay content, Clipper, Ripper Goalpost. If you heard Kay's.
That's why I popped in, because I think you guys are missing. You're underselling the fact that this is from last year. Riley mentions Denver Expo, that he's going to the Denver Expo. That's going to be in a few weeks. They're trying to claim that this video is recent and that Riley is going to the Denver Expo that's coming up. Ripper Goalpost is gaslighting his audience. They're literally trying to contact authorities and stuff to prevent Riley from going to a thing that he never said he's going to, because it's from last year.
Oh, wow.
They're trying to apply this to the whole case
to July, to the July meet with Star Wars Theory. Okay. Okay,
so
I was like, yeah,
no, to apply this to the, you know, Riley got arrested, and they're trying to apply this. Like, look, he's still going to go to another one. So they're trying to gaslight everybody into thinking that Riley is saying he's still going to the Denver one coming up, and that you know, he hasn't learned his lesson, and he's still crazy. When Riley literally has not streamed since being arrested.
Why is that?
Because he's not allowed to.
He's not allowed to stream?
I told him no.
Oh, okay. That's just your
legal counsel. I said, Riley, you're not allowed to stream.
Huh. Okay. Wait. DP.
Drunken peasants.
Oh, okay. I see DP. I think of a certain category of searching. So I'm like, what? What does that have to do with Eric July unless he likes to get DP?
Thinking of delicious popsicles?
Yeah.
Well, they're delicious popsicles in a certain point of view.
Ashton, did you know that was Ashton Blaze, the one that Dick was yelling at? You know that's Ashton Birdie, right?
Who?
Ashton Birdie. She used to hang around with Baked Alaska.
I don't know much about Bagel. Didn't he go to jail for like free speech or something?
Yeah, let's call it that. Let's say free speech. Let's phrase it that way, Angus. He's a very what's the word I'm looking for?
Very certain individual.
Very racially motivated individual.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd probably agree. Just given the times. When I hear that, it's like, he's probably right then. I have no idea.
I'm still reeling over the double N-word twice. I called the N-word twice. And the WB.
There's a
the three fences, the three gates.
No. I was just, you said I got called the N-word twice and made me think of this song where it's like nigga, nigga, nigga. Like it's like a funny, like kind of funky rap song. I'm not sure how old it is, but
yeah, I know all the lyrics. No.
Ricky's like, oh, I know that song. Get all chipper, like, why are you so enthusiastic? You don't realize, you're like, oh no, oh, this looks bad. Ah, crap. Right.
I disavow. I don't know what's going on, but I disavow.
Ripper isn't going to be happy until Riley's lawyer drops the paperwork.
I think Goalpost is right. You just talk right over the guest. You just steamroll right over.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we ruin it all the time.
I don't know. I think I'm
ruining
pretty,
all the bits.
Calm.
Well, it's funny because he also complained that that Angus doesn't allow me to talk as much or something like that.
Reparations. Yeah. Angus gets 20% more talking.
We do make reparation jokes a lot, like behind the scenes, me and Rookie or movies. Like, with Hulu. Okay, so we were watching Attack on Titan, and we were both coming into the last part fresh. But I've seen.
I'm glad you ended that with last part.
Coming,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, huh? Okay. And so we're watching together over the phone. And we're, timing, pressing play and whatnot. But Hulu, especially for the new shit they got out, they cram it full of ads. Every like 5 minutes, there's a fucking ad. It's not just that; it'll be like a 2-minute block. It's like the max thus far is 2 minutes dealing with ads. And so that's like the joke with me and Rookie is that he gets are we getting white or black ads? As in the sense of like reparations time. For some reason, me, the mix guy, always gets stuck with the white ads, 2-minute block.
I get like the 30-second or
He's
1
like,
minute
oh, 30
ones
seconds.
sometimes, and I get the black ads.
But
Well, I get
what was
ads
it-
in Spanish, and I don't even speak Spanish, so you know.
what
we
was
get
it we
those
watched
sometimes,
recently, Rookie, on Hulu? And like I didn't have it. I had to wait. I had to keep waiting on you because I had no
I think it's
ads.
Dragon Ball.
Why don't you guys just use StreamYards to watch things together?
I mean,
well, 'cause-
sometimes, but sometimes it lags. Sometimes it just doesn't time well, and we have to.
It's not as romantic. I understand. You like to lay in the bed together
Easier.
with the phone next to each other. And
Well, I sit on the
Separately.
couch. I usually fall asleep on my couch, just like in the upright position, sitting. So
and Rookie pretends he's tucking you in. He's like, okay. Kisses the phone. He's like, my sweet angel.
like SpongeBob in the pickles. He's like,
Yeah.
mwah, mwah.
We'll catch up smiley faces.
I love fucking SpongeBob. Enrique says it's Lil Wayne 100%. Huh. Okay, I'll have to look into that. All right, the next thing. This is why this guy's face is on the. I was gonna put Goodyng, but I hate the new Adobe Photoshop on the phone. Like when you're trying to erase stuff, it just like erases whole blocks of shit. So I can't like edge my erasing. It's really annoying.
I just hire somebody to do all that stuff for me, so I don't have to worry about it.
Well, I mean, once I start making super chats to your level, maybe I'll consider that. But I don't know. I guess I attract the pores. Not an option thus far, Tony. Not an option.
You got to encourage your audience. You got to give them a little incentive.
Yeah, I know. I suck at like the upselling to incentivize. You'll have to teach me, Tony. You'll have to teach me.
I'll teach you my ways.
Yeah. All right, this is the next thing. Let me pull up this clip. I don't know if you've seen this. I know TJ shared this. I don't know if you plan to detract this or not, but you definitely can have some fun viewing it with me.
I don't plan anything. I just go out there and just start talking.
Well, because there was so much I wanted to cover, I actually made like a little Word document with hyperlinks to somewhat stay focused. Because I feel that I'm the same way. I'm like, oh, I heard this like 5 minutes ago. People were triggered. I guess we'll talk about that at some point in the stream. So that's like the pitch. All right. So this is our friend EV Comics. EV Comics, if you don't recall, he got the attention of Vaughn, who reacted to his review and got us to wear this guy. I don't know if he's actually gone on with Vaughn at this point, but this is a very interesting. I'm going to rip a goalpost, clip this like within like 2 minutes. Like I'm gonna try to type stuff where it's like this detractor blah 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 promotes the lies of certain individuals about redraws and.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? This is
but I thought this was funny. So he says,
Yeah, I saw this actually. Yeah,
oh, okay. Yes, Yaira needs redraws confirmed by Eric. Was he lying? It's like, uh-oh. You're in for a world of hurt, buddy. You're not a Rippa fan anymore. You're saying these things.
He's out of the cult.
Yep. You are shunned. You're an apostate. So let's start digging in.
EV Comics, and welcome to the final video on Yaira. I swear this is the last video I'm going to make on it. You guys have been enjoying it. You guys have been, really giving some good views to the videos, and I appreciate that. I'm not going to say it's the hardest work ever to make these videos, but it certainly is.
I think that's a diss at us, Angus. He's like, it's not hard to do what you guys do. Look how easy this shit is.
Well, he's actually creative. I think
You think the rest of us aren't creative? If I didn't work a regular job, there would be videos and all kind of things on my channel, but I work 10 hours a day. So
yeah, I work 12-hour shifts. Sometimes I do 16 or I'll do 24s. And it's in like, I'm just surrounded by fire all day, literally fire and hot shit all day in the production area. So it's like, even though it's like usually not much work, it's just so draining with just the heat and trying to keep your water up. So
yeah, it was like 110 degrees on my job today. It's like terrible.
How is it confirmed to be a lie? Someone saying something is evidence of a thing happening. It's just I'm saying it. I think you'll see over time.
I think because Eric July is saying it, and he's the one who said the lie. So if he says something contradictory, then that would be evidence of him lying, would it not? I mean, I would not be so foolish as to assume that Eric July's words were not contradictory to themselves in and of itself, concordantly.
Nevertheless,
It's all a bunch of fictional nonsense.
Someone told me saying hibbity jibbity is racist. We're not allowed to call Eric
No,
July's
it
talk
sounds
about
racist, but it isn't. That's why it's fun to say it.
it's like I don't give a shit. I got the black card, so it's like
No, it was just
free.
that was the excuse for why it's okay that they said racial slurs to me because I say hibbity jibbity about
I'd be like, there's too many of them. So like, who cares at this point? Let us have
is that what you're gonna say about black people, Rook?
Let us have hibbity jibbity, okay? That's a fun one. That's like a harmless old timey one.
I disavow Rook saying there's too many of them. I think there's just enough black people in the world.
There's just enough of them in the world. Okay,
just enough.
You don't want any more.
Not too many, not too little.
So you don't want any more of them.
I don't want any less either. It's just we're at,
well, hey,
equilibrium.
That's like the Democrat way, honestly. Yeah, you look at the track record. The Mexicans have just they're taking over, they're outbreeding the everyday American. They've shot past black people. They're more of a concern. The Latino vote, black votes just stuck at 13 or 14%. You know, and it's like most of, I think I saw a stat 80% of the Planned Parenthood clinics are in black and brown communities. So, you know, do the math. Makes a lot of sense. They've what's the word? They've managed the numbers for the last 100 years.
Well, that's the whole point of Planned Parenthood. Margaret
Oh,
Sanger,
yeah.
You know, she was an advocate for making sure the poor didn't get to multiples.
Yeah, I grew up Catholic stuff, and generally I lean towards the pro-life stance and logic. But the older I get, and the more political I get, the more I'm like, actually, this whole abortion thing targeting the poor, it's not a bad idea.
Whoa, I disavow.
It's like it makes a lot of sense, actually.
Pretty soon Angus is going to be putting people on ice floats. He's like, you know what? Them Alaskans had an idea. You know, you're like 30 years old. Put you on an ice float and just sail your ass away.
Think of it this way: you get your own ice float.
Yeah. Think of it this way: an orca will eat you.
No, you get to become their toy. It's different, more positive.
Oh, maybe that was. I keep trying to think of how we. This will be a total segue tangent. Thanks to the orca joke. I want to get your thoughts on this, Tony. Me and Rick were talking, and he never thought about this, but I'm like, yeah, to be a predator, at least like, you know, a mammal predator, you have to be like, there's an evil to it. It may be like the first rung of evil, but predation is, for mammals especially, is like there's a clear thought pattern, even if like animals are mostly instinctual. You know, it's like they're aware to like get downwind, to like crouch, they stalk their prey, they try to find the weak or like hobbled ones. You know,
so they're not evil then. That's the opposite of evil.
Oh, you think it's a mercy killing, so it's fine.
You got mercy killing. Also, if they're evil, they would just kill things regardless of needing to eat.
Okay, so like that was like the broad strokes, but then I'm like, okay, like there is the reality of like they can't cook. They're stuck with, this is their food pathology that they're stuck with. So the hunting does make, like, there's a logic to it. But I was just saying that there's a thought process of
well, it's not like the prey is just walking up to the predators and going, well, here you go, eat me. Now, you need to survive. So they have to hunt because the other animals run away.
No, I'm not dissuading the necessity of their diet. All right. It's just that I think there is like a sentient evil. Like, if you're talking about like Adam and Eve eating the apple, the world is tainted. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't think there's evil in animals like that, because again, if a wolf eats a deer, I don't think that's evil. Now, if a wolf was just killing other wolves, then I would agree with you and say, yeah, that's evil, because we view our species above others, right? If you step on an ant, you're not
Yes.
like, oh my god, I crushed an ant. You're just like crush. Fuck them ants.
Yeah, we have
And one kill more.
self-importance, and I'm part of the self-important view of humans. But then there's also just the proof of like our action on the world, the abstract things that we do with like worship and stuff that besides like mourning, there's some and maybe like affection, there's just not really that in animals, at least thus far. And we're starting to see in the apes with like tool usage. Scientists think they're entering the stone age of their species or their collective. But so like I'm not saying that it's like the same as Ted Bundy. I'm just saying that like there's like, if you're talking about the concept of evil, predation in intelligent animals, there seems to be like a threshold of like, this is like introductory, like evil. Maybe it falls under necessary evil of like, well, this is just a matter of fact. They can't
I pushed back on Angus with this quite a bit. I still don't fully agree, but I think it's maybe down to what you describe evil as.
What is evil, Angus?
I'd say it's an intent to harm, to be mischievous, to be counter to goodness, and that is a can of worms. Is what is good, you know? It's
because that's
societally based.
The thing of like, because that goes into the thing of like, well, my belly is empty, and if I don't fill it, then I'm going to die. I don't want to harm a thing, but I must because that's my nature.
Yeah,
but I guess that's the thing too. I doubt that a predator thinks I don't want to harm that herd animal over there. I want to eat it because I'm hungry.
You know the movie Daybreakers, where the vampire's trying to make like synthetic blood because he doesn't want to hurt people.
Yeah,
he's like a pussy vampire, and
yeah, but they have intelligent thought. Animals don't have intelligent.
I don't know. Some animals clearly have intelligent thought.
Which animals?
Elephants, dolphins, whales.
How does an elephant have intelligent thought?
Well, we just watched the octopus thing, and there's the one type that literally, when it sees certain animals, will try to change its shape and color into like what that animal will likely fear. Essentially,
that's still not intelligent thought. That's learned behavior.
I don't know,
because it's not even learned
because it individualizes.
It is learned
and recognizes others as individuals. That's far more intelligent than like just that's just a thing around. I don't know, like it identifies specific ones.
But you just said more intelligent. You didn't say intelligent. You know, it's not self-aware. It doesn't know that it exists.
Wait, no. Intelligent animals become self-aware like babies. When babies hit about 18 months, they become self-aware of themselves, like mirror tests. And dolphins, apes, dogs, and cats, I think.
So the mirror
I'm pretty
test,
sure I could program a robot to pass the mirror test.
Well, no,
I'm just saying that's one aspect. You just said self-awareness, like they're self-aware, you know, and like elephants and gorillas. There's this great documentary where these two brother apes, they have like silverback dad, and then the dad dies, and there's like an illogic to it where it's like, what is the intelligence threshold of animals? It's a very curious question I have. That I ponder a lot, because you see an example like this where you think, well, animals are just instinctual. This very much suits like a Christian view of like humans are supreme and God specifically designed. I don't buy into that. Clearly,
Well, I don't think animals are just instinctual. See, I never said that. But just like a human brain, we don't know everything that goes on, right? People that are crazy are operating under a different interpretation of what their brain tells them to do, right? So animals, it might not be an instinct, but it might be other influences, whether it's something they ate that then sent a signal to their brain to tell them, hey, you know what, go fucking leap around in the field. And you're like, oh, look at that weird, he's playing, he's having fun. You're like, no, he's got a fucking brain worm, and you just interpret his behavior in a human context.
I don't know. Humans are instinctual too, to some degree. Like that's why the biological archaeology thing that Eric did is so retarded, because it's like, no, that's like a normal thought pattern. It's a subgroup of archaeology or biology that some scientists get into, because you're trying to compare what is the instinct, what is the baseline animal threshold of animals, and what makes us supersede animal kind. And
animals are not intelligent. They've had their chance to prove it. They've been around.
I think.
Just as long as us.
But do you believe that? Do you believe in like the apparent science, the evidence that's been suggested to show like we have an animal progression? Even if you believe in, God made us, that like maybe it was through evolution.
Do I believe in evolution? Is that what?
Yeah,
you're
like we
essentially
like at some point we had.
Why did you have the
other-
hibbity jibbity me, Angus? Your black side's coming on. Just ask plain questions. Do you believe in evolution? Yes.
Well, I was trying to be specific because I know, or at least I assume, I don't know if you've delineated, but I think you're Christian. If not, well, you Catholic?
I grew up Catholic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I grew. Well, I didn't grow up. I wasn't cradle. We converted, and when I was like 12, so I actually retained the classes. Was just like going with the flow exactly.
Well, at like 18, I diverted. And I'm no longer Christian.
You're not Christian, okay? Are you religious? I guess.
I believe in a God.
Okay. All right. So that's a threshold that might, askew your belief. It's a valid question. That's why I asked it. Because like if you're like a staunch Christian and you're creationist, you just disavow evolution. That's why I asked, is like there's clearly
because those people are retarded.
There's clearly evidence of like a progression, even if you're just saying like humans have always been what we are, but there's clearly a mental progression of hunter-gatherer to at some point agriculture around 10,000 years ago, maybe earlier actually. If you're interested in Graham Hancock's theories.
Well, Angus, if there is a God, right? Let's follow this line of thinking. If there's a God, right, and he created us as we are, could he not put evidence of evolution as a test to test your faith? You think that there's evidence of evolution, but God actually created that quote unquote evidence in order to test your faith, Angus. Do you believe the science or do you believe in God?
I'm gonna have to go Nacho Libre. I'm like, I believe in science.
But you see, you understand what I'm saying? Like being a creationist, you could just say everything here is created by God for a purpose. And that purpose is to test your faith as to whether or not you believe in his supremacy.
Yeah, see, that seems devious, though. It seems counter to.
Have you not read the Bible? He's pretty devious in the Bible.
Well, no, that's the thing that, like, that's one of the many factors that
he literally put a tree in the middle of the thing and went, "Whatever you do, don't eat from there." And then he walked away and was like, "This is gonna work
that's
out
funny. I
just
never even.
fine."
So that's funny you say that because I've had that perception analyzing the Bible. I was like, yeah, this is like a rigged game that is like self-serving of the creator, where it's like, oh, free will, but if you don't like me, then I'll send you to hell, in the end. So it's like it's an ultimate gun to your head if you are raised
Worse
in
than
this
that,
stuff.
Angus. If you really look into it, and again, I'm not trying to get deep and philosophical here on the Angus stream, but if you look into it, God is he knows all. He knows everything that is, was, and ever will be, right?
Right.
So that he knows every decision you're ever going to make, right?
Yeah, this is the Calvinist view that predestination.
And because he knows everything you're going to make, and God can never be wrong, you could never make a decision that isn't what he already knows you're going to make.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he made everything, so it's a programming. So how can anyone go to hell? Actually, like that's
you're on a track. You're on a train track.
That's why. See, this whole conversation. This is why I like the Loki show. Despite whatever flaws it has, the real hook for me and why I'm interested in it, aside from the Marvel and the growing story, is that what you're seeing through variant Loki is a argument of predestination versus free will. It's like, oh, actually, Kang is like predestined all this shit. You're meant to be the fool. You're meant to be Judas. Which is funny. Tying back to comics, there's a comic you should check out called Judas. It's a graphic novel, and it's like a sympathetic view of Judas. And I really appreciate that story. Might be viewed as sacrilegious to some people, but I think they should.
I watched Jesus Christ Superstar. That's pretty sympathetic to Jesus.
No, I said Judas.
That's what I said. It's pretty. Have you not watched Jesus Christ Superstar? The musical?
Well, no, you just said it was sympathetic to Jesus, and so
no, I said Judas. Judas.
Okay.
You just misinterpreted what I said because I have hibbity jibbity squirrel words.
Yeah. But no, these are things I think about a lot. I don't just completely throw out baby with the bathwater with religion. I still have all these religious inquiries, even though I don't believe. But this whole like devious from the gift, I never really applied that to the Garden of Eden specifically, but the whole like game I was talking about, where it's all like a rigged program, I've clearly interpreted that. But I like how you brought up the tree from the start.
There's
that is.
You know the whole idea of multiverses and infinite universes, other variations of Angus.
White
Well-
Angus reviews.
Well, think about it. If that exists, right? We have evidence, scientific evidence, that there could be a possibility of parallel universes, right, that exist. If that's so, that means, again, every choice you make is the only choice you can make in this universe, which means you could never do anything other than what you're already predetermined to do. If there's an Angus somewhere else that doesn't wear an Isom hat, that means you have to always wear your Isom hat because you're predetermined as the Isom hat wearing Angus universe.
God called me, so this is all predestined.
I'm saying so.
Tracked, so yeah.
So I think we just do whatever feels good and let the chips fall where they may. God made me in His image to detract.
I mean, I'm clearly very much a novice about the subject, but what I know about Epicureanism, restrained hedonism, that very much is a valid idea to me. Kind of what you're saying about like,
I don't think we should restrain ourselves. God made us the way He wanted. God made all humans in His image, His perfect image. So whatever it is that you feel like doing, God wants you to feel like doing that. He created you to do that. That's what He wants from you. And so if you don't do what God wants, you are spitting in the face of our Creator, Angus. So do what feels good because God wants you to feel good.
so if burning a church feels good, just go about.
That's what God wants.
Okay, I'm testing that logic. All right, at least you're consistent.
He works in mysterious ways. Well, think about it this way. In order to have good, you need evil, right?
Oh yeah, that's my problem.
So He needs you to burn that church down so someone can show up to be the hero and save those kids inside. Without your burning of the church, that guy never becomes a hero.
This is literally Loki.
If people don't like that this has been the tangent for a little bit, it's like you should be thanking us for not watching ads and talk for a while. So there you go. This is
God wanted us not to watch
ever.
this video. God's like, whatever you do, don't watch.
Marcus Singer was not a racist. I've seen evidence to the contrary. Pretty explicit, honestly. If wolves don't eat deer overpopulate and all starve. No, I agree. I'm just saying, I'm just putting like the thought process, like what is the culpability of predation in intelligent animals?
The conversation wasn't about religion specifically, Galaxy Stranger. It was a wide variety there that was talked about.
Yeah, it's like I'm giving I'm trying, my question, I guess, that it will overlap with religious inquiry, but it's like I have the view of always trying to like give as much intelligence potential to animals as possible and not undercut them with this kind of Christian view or this religious view of like humans are divinely superior because like the history of evolution is counter actually to that.
I want to answer Hell's question here.
Which one?
When he says, but that is presuming humans are the premier example of life. And if so, why create dinosaurs and have them dominate the earth for billions of years before the rise of human species? It's very clear God loves the USA. And what does the USA love? No, God loves the USA. He loves America more than any other country. And what does America love? What does America love more than itself? Oil. So God made sure there was dinosaurs to create oil because He loves America.
I think He tried to make America with the T-Rexes and Raptors, but they failed. So he had to reboot it with a rebooted version.
Yeah, the little T-Rex arms couldn't really hold the AK-47. God's like, oh, there's a fail.
They tried to give America some big old schlongs, but the T-Rex can never reach their own schlong to jack off. So had to restart again, rethink it.
Oh, here's another example of evil. Like, what is there evil in animals? Without human manipulation, because it's one thing to have like a animal like a dog especially internalize cruelty and only respond in cruelty and maybe never decondition themselves when like it would clearly be in their interest to like be nice to a person that's going to feed them, but cuckoos, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Vivarium with Imogen Poots and Jesse Eisenberg. Really crazy strange movie. I don't quite get it, but I really liked it. And it kind of, the whole precedent is kind of explicit in the theme of through the cuckoo. They have like this whole like kind of montage of cuckoos, specifically the babies killing the other eggs in the nest, and I don't know, you call it just tricking the parents to raise their, like, it seems kind of evil when you pair like the baby when it's born has this programming to kill the other eggs. Like that seems kind of evil, you know? It's strange because we don't think of birds generally as intelligent. They seem pretty just functional. Tweet, tweet, tweet. This is my territory. Eat
Did
bugs.
you just learn about the cuckoo bird like during that movie, or
No. I knew about, but like the way they presented it added like a new dimension with like this kind of topic of are animals evil? Is evil?
where do you think the word cuckold comes from? Or cuck? Comes from the cuckoo bird.
Huh. I've never looked into the etymology of the cuckold.
Yeah, because
word.
cuckoo birds, they lay their eggs in other nests, and then the bird, like you said, the bird hatches and it kills all the other babies, so the parents take care of it. The parents are essentially taking care of a baby that isn't theirs.
Yeah.
And that's what a cuck does.
It's really funny too when you see pictures or videos where it's like the cuckoo is like 3 times the size of the parent, and they just don't ever think like, wow, my baby's really big.
Weird shit I got here.
And see, that's what I mean. Where like birds generally are dumb animals, but then you see the cuckoo where it's like programmed with a very villainous intent, and it's like, is that evil? You know, I think that's a very valid question. Especially with chimps. Like chimps make coalitions. Like chimps are very, I think, prone to evil. They'll like go out and murder. It's not just that they like kill rivals for like territories. Like they seem to like target certain individuals in their gang wars, and they'll murder leaders if they're too cruel. The betas all team up.
The Bloods and the chimps.
Whoa.
Yes. But I like the idea with thinking about plants as like, what is their intelligence level? It seems like a dumb thing to think about, but then it's like you look at the type of plants there are that are carnivorous, for one, that like eat rodents.
If plants are intelligent, then Angus's whole theory goes out the window. Plants are smart.
I'm not suggesting they're specifically intelligent,
how's my
but they
theory
are
out the window?
But
I'm
that there
just
is
thinking with animals.
Because you said a predator eats a prey, so that's evil. But then if a plant is alive, the prey eats
I was
the
talking
plants.
specifically about intelligent.
The prey
predators.
eats the
I wasn't talking about
if
like
the plants are
alligators.
intelligent. If a horse eats a plant and the plant is alive, but it just can't talk, it's intelligent. What if that plant is thinking? It's like, oh man, I love the sun. This is so great. Oh shit, that fucking horse just ate me.
Well, yeah. So that's actually goes to my point. So there's this one type of plant that it's like a Venus flytrap, but it's different. It's got like a little like pathways inside of itself. Flies like to get in there, and it can choose to trap them and just kill them by themselves, or it can redirect water that it sucks up from the ground and drown it, and then like take in whatever nutrients from the fly or the insect. Like it can technically make a choice to do things. Like
it dissolves.
Yes, you could say it's reactive, but it can react different ways. Why does it react one way or another in whatever situations? Like that.
Okay, with like dumber animals, I think some turtles have like a tongue, like snapping turtles. I think some of them have like a tongue that looks like a worm or something to lure. They have lure tongues, or like anglerfish with the lights. These what seem to be generally just functional, instinctual, dumb animals without thought that have like just born adaptations. There seems to be a deception to it, where this is why I said like there seems to be like an inherent evil that is not necessarily a purposeful thought evil, but I'm saying like a baseline of like evils.
He said it was based. He said evil was based. I heard him.
Well, I do love the bad guys in film and stuff, but
I gotta go. I got things to do, detracting to set up.
Oh yeah,
gentlemen, this has been fun. The nature of evil, great discussion. Hopefully,
is Rippa evil?
Is Rippa evil? Don't bait me into saying.
If he gets his arm hairs removed, does he turn Super Saiyan? That's another question.
Good.
But no,
it's like his Samson hair. He gets weak. He's
yeah, exactly. He actually gains strength now.
Oh, that can be a skit. It's like Thanos' gauntlet. We gotta sedate Eric and then shave him.
He's just suppressed by the arm hair. He's weighed down by the arm hair.
We almost got him saved. Quill, what are you
Okay, have a
doing?
good one, man. He's like, I'm just gonna leave now. It's funny because it's a detractor stream, and you even got the thumbnail and everything, and like we just had a good like half an hour conversation about
this is the kind of conversation
that's the stuff we do. That's stuff we normally have in general. Usually not on streams, but sometimes we have them on streams, but typically not. So it's kind of funny.
These are things that fill my time aside from detracting or investigating just random like evolution stuff. Sometimes things turn religious for me, and it's fun. So yeah, I'm not an atheist that throws out religion. If anything, I'm more religious being an atheist in a way.
Well, and it's funny. It's fun to have conversations because I did not grow up with religion at all. Really, I was given more the choice to, well, if you feel like it, you can look into whatever you want, I guess.
I don't really feel like it.
And so at most there was like a children's Bible, and I glanced through it, and the only thing I remember was Samson. I was like, hey, some guy is like really strong, and then he loses his hair, and then he's a wuss. I was like, okay, that kind of sucks. That was the only thing I took from it. So Angus and I, Angus is like, let me sit you down, boy, and I'll tell you a story. Whatever.
Yeah.
And then get some education.
Let me place one. I gotta place my order.
I got you.
But I don't mind it because I like this discussion. I like being able to have an honest discussion about comics that I'm very into, and not just comic shows, movies, whatever. But final video on Yaira. Why am I talking about it again? There was a Yaira spoiler stream.
The last
and
time
usually the Rippaverse will have some kind of a spoiler stream after most people have gotten access to the comics that has been released most recently. And for some strange reason, instead of having it on the Rippaverse channel like they have in the past, for some reason they did it on Eric July's Young Rippa 59 channel of his show Rip and the Silverback, which is heel versus babyface. As now, if you have been watching my videos for a little while, you know that I'm not the biggest fan of Az. I think he's very loud and obnoxious. I'm just not a fan of how he does his streams and videos. I'm just not into him, man. And I'll go further by saying I think he's just plain wrong about what he was saying about the Ahsoka series. I think he was completely wrong about it. I haven't really been watching a whole lot of Eric July streams because he does everything with this guy now, and it's like I don't want to watch this guy. I don't really like him. But regardless, they did the stream on here, which to me, I don't know why they did it, but they did. And I would have liked to see more of the creatives instead of just Eric and the Saskas. I would have liked to see the rest of the Rippaverse staff.
Yeah, there are people that work on the
like they have in the past. But
probably.
Oh well. Let's talk about the story. Now, there's several moments that have been brought up, either fans asking about it or Eric kind of guiding the conversation to talk about certain elements of the story. I want to basically go through each of these moments in the stream that I thought stood out to me, some of which I didn't mention in previous videos. And the reason for that is because the book is simply going too fast. You really do have to read this book twice to get everything in it, and maybe even 3 times. The pacing is just astronomically fast, and the character moments don't hit like they should because of it. But without further ado, let's start with point number 1 that I found from this. And I mentioned in one of my, I think it was my first video on Yaira, that Yaira kind of felt like a Mary Sue. I stopped short of calling her a Mary Sue because she does face consequences. Obviously, the grandmother Carmen of Stefania, which both of them are descendants of Yaira, the grandmother ends up getting killed because of Yaira simply existing on Earth.
Read it until you accept
this is clearly someone that she does actually kind of care about, that ends up getting killed. And obviously this hurts her and it hurts Stefania even more. It's what causes the rift between Yaira and Stefania, is that she feels like because of Yaira, her grandmother died. And I like that idea. I like that plot. And she clearly regrets what happening. There's moments where Yaira has inner monologue that explains that she does feel really bad about this. She's trying to feign the idea that she's in control of the situation and that she can keep Stefania safe, but nowhere is safe while these 3 people are after her, right? The Yatoni, Yanessa, and Magus Numite, which apparently is pronounced Magus Numite. I'm just gonna say Magus. Magus sounds so much better to me.
Magus Numite.
But anyway, she does face consequences. It's just hard to focus on that because, again, pacing. And Yaira does become more caring for humanity after hearing Altona say her husband died in an oil rig explosion. Oof. Not the same explosion that Yaira causes.
Okay with
because if you read...
Wait, what?
I think he's getting ready to say that he has a point that he wanted to talk about. And I feel like
there's a lot of points that are worth seeing in this, so it's hard to like clip exactly. So I'm just playing the whole thing. That's why I got it sped up.
Okay.
Wait, let me address the chat before we get more into this because of our evil conversation.
Which, by the way, I am going to get off because I got to eat some food before I go down to work. So
yeah, you're fine.
This was fun, but you're going to have to continue the detraction solo, and hopefully God will have mercy on your soul.
Well, farewell, Ricky. What do you got planned? What are you making? You said you're going to make a video.
Making videos. Well, I'll start posting like actual consistent videos again after tomorrow, essentially. So I also had some of them be a surprise because I don't know which one I'm going to release first. So we shall see. But I will have some comic book related stuff. I guess one of the first reviews. So before I do a Yaira review, I'm doing one on Ace because he was one of the earlier people that I backed. So I'm going to review his book first.
Nice. Wait, did you get 1 and 2 or just? Oh, wait, which book?
I have 1 and 2, but I didn't read the second one yet.
Read 2
first. I will, but I'm doing my review on the first one first. Otherwise, I'll if I'm reviewing the first one after I read the second one, I'll be like mixing up details with the two. So just keeping it to that, and I'll do a whole second video for the second one.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
Later.
farewell. Everyone go sub to the Rookie, the Critic. He's my co-host. All I can be for sure.
I'm the white guy, so you don't have to be.
All right. Show him the elephant painting. Maybe. Find me on Twitter at Angus Reviews and DM me that or tag me, and I might show that later. But no, it's a great point about painting. Especially, I didn't know this. That the other elephants shun him. That's a thing in apes I know about. Apes, because at least in chimps, especially the women move across. The men stay in their troop, but the women are what gets traded essentially, and the genetic movement of the species to a different troop and stuff. And if a chimp knows tool usage of some kind, but then the new troop they're in doesn't, instead of humans are just hey, I can teach you this thing, like classic storytelling with Avatar, Dance of the Wolves, Shogun. Apes are completely opposite, and humans do this a lot too. We play dumb. We play to the hand we're dealt, the people we're around. We want to blend in society. That's our instinct. So anyone that helps innovate other cultures is really going against the grain, evolutionarily speaking. Magnificent Devil says being easily trained and behaviorally conditioned is seen as proof of intelligence in animals, and the opposite in humans. That's an interesting point. I'd have to. It's something I need to dissect more on my inquiry, but it's an interesting point to analyze. Abstract thought. I don't know about that Hell's Only, because it seems there may be abstract thought. That's the question. It's how much is it? The fact that orcas will this is where the evil comes in. Orcas, they don't just have coordinated hunting plans like wolves or wild dogs in Africa. They'll play with their food that's alive. They clearly understand I need to kill something to eat it. This is where the whole intelligence and abstract thought comes in, because they'll play with their food. They'll toss the seal around, so just instantly killing it. They're slinging it around like a rag doll. And it's this seems cruel. That's where the question of evil comes in with these intelligent animals. I don't apply this inquiry of logic to alligators, for example. They seem very just rudimentary, base level instinct. They don't seem to be thinking necessarily. Besides, I'm hungry. It's just baseline instinct. But it's different when you have pets. When you make an animal a pet, there seems to be maybe food and stability, consistency of food is maybe what unlocks intelligence in animals. It seems to be a factor, because it's you'll see dogs and they seem bored. You can see videos of dogs being ugh, and it's you don't see that in wild animals, in wild dogs, wolves. You don't see them looking bored. And so I think maybe domestication and stable food might be a real factor in intelligence. Seems to be what broke away from humans is that we figured out agriculture, and so we stabilize food, we stockpile. It seems to have skyrocketed. Job, says Brian 999. Don't know what you meant there. White creationists claim dinosaur bones were planted by the devil. Yeah, that's why I was like kind of like really taken aback by that presented thought by Tony. I'm like, well, that sounds really devious. I don't know a good God would purposely deceive us. I mean, he puts the temptation with the tree, but the purposeful deception seems counter to a good God. If there's a God, why did he create Sturgis? Checkmate. Oh, that's a good one, Stray Beans. Hey, Stray Beans, have you ever been on stream, or do you want to be? Because I'll totally throw you the link if you want. Just DM me so your message pops up in my feed, if so, and let me know in the chat that you did so. Angus, we need Mexicans need Orthodox Christianity in our lives. That's for sure. I don't know. There's not Santeria. There's like all this weird, like kind of Christian like Catholic cults. There's like the Dia de Muertos or whatever, stuff like that. So I don't know if you necessarily need Christianity, but it's been a consistent thing for y'all for 500 years. So whatever. More I listen to Frogtoon, the more I like him. Theistic narcissism. Huh. What is that? I gotta look that up. Theistic narcissism. Also known as spiritual or theological narcissism. It's a form of narcissism that can involve a person's religious beliefs. People with theistic narcissism may have grandiose beliefs about their own spirituality connection to the divine while disregarding others' perspectives and experience. They also use their religious beliefs to manipulate, control, or dominate others. That just seems to be like the history of religion. You know, you find a worldview and it seems to work for you or your society. So clearly it's the right thing. And everyone else is a heathen that needs to convert or die. That's kind of the history of humans, aside from resource fighting. Long story short, God wanted us to detract. You're not qualified to discuss religion. Move on. Screw you, Galaxy Stranger. It's the everyday person that's, there was some, I don't know who said this, but essentially the idea of philosophy, people get stuck in like having complex, like heady discussions that like, kind of show like a intelligent superiority. It's like a real philosopher is always trying to like make the most simplistic delineation of an idea that the masses can understand. I prescribe to that. What's up, Chris? But he gave humans choice. That's why we aren't in the Garden of Eden. Clearly I don't believe in that story, but I like the template of the story to like inquire. Your current discussion is way more painful than watching is. Disagree. Oh, okay, you're busting my balls. So thank you. Hell's Only Frog, Tony. That's pretty. Humans are the premier example of life, and so like, I think we read that. House of R, what's up? Says I am an atheist Christian. Could you explain that? The story changes so much. How does one believe any of it? Satan himself went through so many changes from head war and fell to rebellious angel. Oh, I think about that a lot. Jordan Peterson, whether you like him or not, he has a very interesting series. I've watched a few of the first episodes about him analyzing, I think it's just the book of Genesis. And the first thing is just like, he's really just talking about the conceptual undertaking of trying to analyze the Bible and how like we're missing so much of what was written, as like what the meaning behind what was written. We read it in English as like there was darkness and then God made light, and the earth was just a substanceless orb and then God gave it shape in his various ways. And he's like, when they wrote this stuff, they were talking about like darkness was like an entity. It's like a sea dragon or something. That's how they wrote about evil. That's how they were understanding it when they're talking about this. And we've lost all this meaning and personification of ideas. And that really lends credence to why I'm not Christian. It's like we've just, in lots of religions, honestly, you have to wonder like, what are we missing from the original intent in their writings? Even though oil petrol comes from plant matter, organic matter is not really dinos per se. Dog does not understand the concept of cruelty, says Gray Fox. I don't know. I think there seems to be cases of dogs clearly targeting other dogs, if not people. And it's not just like a predator like instinct thing at that point. I don't know. This is why I question this stuff. In the old days, poor peasants' parents would cripple the children in the hope of making them dwarves and thus be taken in by wealthy people to be used as playmates for their kids. Was that evil? That's a hard one to analyze. I think the long game intent is good. That's a complex idea. I don't know if this is true, but just taking it in, assuming it's true, I would say it's a good. Trying to like give your kids actually a better life, even though it comes at the cost of like handicap. I don't know. That's interesting. I have no answer. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, it's been a discussion for thousands of years. Yeah, it's time immemorial kind of questions, but there could be new aspects to add in analyzing the problem. The last 400 years of modern science have added new elements to largely discredit religious perspectives. Isaac Newton famously, he figured out gravity, but then he couldn't figure out like a three-body problem of like, well, if we have the Earth and the Moon, or like Earth and the Sun, but like, how do you figure them out collectively? Why isn't the Moon swinging around the Sun at the same style as the Earth? Why is it going around us? He couldn't figure it out. And so he said, oh, God. And then Napoleon's scientist, about 150 years or more later, figured it out, gave it to Napoleon. He's like, you didn't say nothing about God. And he's like, we didn't figure it in my equation. And so God, lots of times when talking about science, is the God of the gaps. Science can't answer necessarily the evil, the metaphysical, the abstract, but it can be new findings can be stacked against like surmations of religion. That's what interests me. It's like God increasingly becomes a void in a lot of ways, and when it was very much not so before modern science. They also make their eggs look like the eggs of the victims. Different cuckoos choose different species because the egg. Fuck. Whoa, that's another detail. It's wow. More religious being atheists. He is detracting praise. He is a detractor in denial. What's up? I think I put the link in the chat for you, Hostage, if you want to come in. Oh, you're at work. Why is the human thumb calling himself Silverback? I have no idea. I don't know the history of that shit, man. Oh, Job? Okay, maybe you're saying Job and not Job. Yeah, that's a real problem in the story. What's up, Samurai Snowman? It says, hail, Rippaverse sucks ass. I agree. But it's like, I love how much it sucks. All right, I think we're caught up. All right, start detracting more. Oh, wait. Credence says, she's left on her own at an old home. It was not like Yaira was taking care of her or something. Yeah. Jesus. The long leash they'll give Rippa in his storytelling is surprising. There we go. All right, let's detract some more.
Some 1 and 2, you'll know that Altona's husband has been dead for a number of years. And just the fact that he died in a similar incident makes Yaira think, dang, I could have killed someone else's husband today by doing that. She probably did. But what ends up happening, I think, and this is from what the Saskas were saying too, is that, whenever she has that final fight against Yatoni and Inessa and the mages, that's taking place at the volcano. And I complained about the volcano because I felt like it just felt a bit too, out there. Like it felt a bit too random almost to me. But having them mention it, I
didn't have a problem with the volcano. What I had a problem is like they adapted a literal place on Earth and then added a city for dramatic effect of Yaira being a hero abruptly. Totally, this whole book is fucking weird if you read it. because it's like she's a wild card, she's an anti-hero or whatever. You know, don't know which way she's gonna go. And it's like, okay, but why are you giving her hero shit? These people are creatively bankrupt.
Makes sense. I think it makes sense narratively because she's taking the fight to somewhere where people won't get hurt, right? There's no one really immediately around the volcano, and she even uses her abilities to stop the volcano from erupting any further. And I think that is, dare I say, a character arc. She goes from not really caring about, you know, the consequences or the collateral, right? She doesn't care about if other people get, you know, hurt, or other, you know, businesses like the oil industry of Texas getting destroyed. She doesn't care about that. But now, because of her beginning friendship with Altona and hearing about her husband's death, both of them have lost husbands, so they can relate to that, and that appeals to Yaira's more humanity side, right? And I think that is actually pretty good. Dare I say it is pretty good. It just, again, the pacing is so fast that it's hard for me to focus on that. I'm not even saying that the character arc writing for that is even bad. It's just the way that things move so quickly. It just makes it impossible for me and most readers to, you know, to grab that on a first read, right? You're going to read it. You're going to pick up a comic book and you're going to read it. Yeah, you can reread it, but most stories are meant to be, you know, fully enjoyed on the first read or watch, right? What kind of movie would be like, oh, to get the true meaning out of it, you have to watch it twice? No, movies are meant to be watched once to have, you know, a satisfying feeling in the theater, and then you can rewatch it later and notice some things you didn't, or maybe forgot for the first watch. But
it's funny so that I kind of agree with the movies being watched once. Like, overall, you should watch a movie once and come away with like, that is like yes or no. I liked it. It made enough sense. Last Jedi was one of those where I was really stumped. I'm like, what? But normally, movies for me are like, yeah, I can just come away first viewing. But then Star Wars, Dark Knight, Avengers movies, you find all this like extra depth on rewatch, especially if you watch in-depth videos analyzing stuff. It adds more depth to what already is just a good takeaway off the get-go. So it can be both. You can find more meaning on rewatch. But yeah, generally he's conceptually right. You should just kind of like have it one and done. Let me I guess I didn't put the link in this other chat. So any Katie chat people, you know, can come on if you wish. Didn't realize I didn't share it there. Keeper, that's a lot of words to say the book was ass. Yeah, it depends on the movie. When did Yaira exclaim that? It's like the guy adding needed context. Yeah, it's very, rippatards are very like Last Jedi shills. They add meaning and stuff that's not there. Or it's like, hey, what the fuck's up with this like arbitrary opening plot of like slow bombers? And well, the bombs are magnetic. It's like, that's not in the story. never delineated detail.
You know, there's key moments like this should not be something you notice on the second reading. And because of just, again, the pacing is just too much. As for Stefania, despite the mental illness haircut that everyone likes to call it, people are saying because of that makes her a woke character. I entirely disagree. Why does a haircut instantly discredit a character from being a good
woke? EV Comics is woke. He's offended. He likes wokeness. Confirmed. Got him. He's a woke detractor
character. To me, that is so shallow. And for anyone watching, you know, like who thinks this, look, you gotta overcome that. That is not fair to say that just because a character has a haircut that you don't like means that character is bad. That is awful. That is an awful way of thinking narratively. Look, could it have been any other haircut? Yes. And she does get a haircut at the end of it. I hope you're happy. But it doesn't mean that her character is any less good. And I actually think that Stefania's character is pretty interesting. Apparently, Eric July recommended the Saskas add the end scene where Alpha Core enlists Stefania, which I do think is a great idea. I think pitting the Alpha Core, you know, the Alpha Core is going against Yaira the whole time. They're still hunting her down. And now you've got Stefania joining the Alpha Core to bring Yaira down is like, you know, I think that's easy tension, right? Having one of her descendants, specifically one with powers, you know, going after her. I think that's a very, very good tension.
I don't think it was well made, but conceptually, I actually like the idea of, because at first I'm like, oh, like Sophania killing cops, but then it's like, well, you can join the Alpha Corps. I guess it's like she's on a leash, and this is kind of like penance. I guess it makes sense if you're thinking of like House of Cards. You got the FBI tech guy, where he's like a busted hacker, and so he's like forced to work for the FBI, and that intersects with Doug's story, and he uses him. So conceptually, it's fine. It makes sense. I just think murder is kind of, I don't know, if superheroes being an element, if they murder, but you can use them maybe to pay back society through their service. I guess it's valid question, but these books just suck, so it's not like endearing. Yeah, the hero, she's fucked up early in her life, she's making up for it. What sins does Yaira have in her back catalog? I'm very curious.
I think that's great drama that you can have in your story going forward. Yaira too. I fully expect to see Stefania again. I fully expect to see her going after Yaira with all she's got, controlling her powers a little bit better and stuff like that. And I think it does make sense for Brian Solari, leader of the Alpha Corps, to do that. I think they could have written it in a more natural way. I think because of, again, the pacing is so fast that things just kind of go from here, instead of having a bit more time to develop this stuff. It just goes very quickly. But I do think the idea is good. I think it makes sense. It just could have been done more developed. It could have been more developed. But I do think she is a great character. I think she has good potential. And I would even say that she would be a good protagonist. A former criminal who, upon getting superpowers and losing her grandmother, decides to use her powers for good instead of, just going to jail. I think that's like a really good story. I mean, Suicide Squad, not the first one, but the second movie, was pretty well received. The concept of the Suicide Squad has been something that, people like. It's just not always in the best writers, movie makers' hands. But the main thing about it is that these characters are typically bad, but you get in a rare instance, you get the root for them. And I think that's a cool way of developing a redemption arc. That's a pretty easy way to do that. And I think for Stefania, I think it's a great launching point for a new character. I think it's good. And how specifically she gets her powers, I don't think we need to know that in the first issue. There's so much information already. Like I said, there was in my first video, there was just too much information. I wouldn't want to know. There was not even a moment where I was asking, why does she develop her powers? Because there was just too much going on. I am curious to the answer, but I'm not, I don't want to know in this first issue. I don't think it's necessary to give every single detail about why things are happening immediately. Just be patient and wait for Yaira to explain it, because it probably will, right? Yaira 2 is probably going to explain it. So I don't think it's that big of a deal to not have that moment talked about in excruciating detail.
Oh God. So you see I'm running on here, but again, this is like you'll see, especially when we get towards the end, he really addresses the main hook of the pitch title. This is a video that's like really hard to try to clip to get the context, because it's like he's got little spritz throughout this whole thing.
Yeah, right. But besides that, there's at the end scene as well. Yaira is looking at Stefania training with the Alpha Corps, and instead of walking up there and trying to take her from them, she lets her stay, and that is an excellent sign of character growth. Just in a quiet moment, no dialogue from her. Well, there is, I can't remember at this point, but there's no dialogue necessary, right? She sees it and she's like, she's safer with them.
Oh, it's funny. He's like, it's so beautiful. Oh, it's so great. And it's like, sure, but then you think of like this Yaira casting is like Eric's just right up Eric's alley. This is exactly what he envisions a character. And it's like, I leave Stefania with Alpha Corps. Death blow. Like that horrible fucking voice. Like that's how you need to read Yaira. You need to, like, they've cemented with that stupid fucking live action trailer, that horrible voice acting by that actress. Adopt or die. Like, that's how you need to think of Yaira when you read her. Is like, that's what's going on. He got a night letter, no doubt about it, says El Rufian 163. House of R says, "Do Rippatards like Last Jedi?" That would explain why they love Rippaverse comics in my head. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it is funny to like. It's funny like you guys talking about your boy Zach lately and going against anti-SJWs, and I've been there. I feel like I'm way ahead of the pack. I just didn't know how to like make content around it because at the time only like someone like Mad Max was doing this, hitting back in the way he was at like F&D people and Geeks and Gamers, and he just looks so triggered about it. It's just like, well, we can't make that, But now it's like, yeah, these people are just fucking liars. They're all like reviewing if they've seen it, Furiosa, for example, girl boss. But then you watch the reviews and they're like, yeah, it's all really good. It's a good movie. She's not a girl boss. She has good character growth and stuff, and she gets help from men and blah blah blah. I say all this great praise for the movie for like a good, well-earned story prequel for the Furiosa we see in Fury Road, who also needs Max for the whole movie. He is the real difference maker of the story. And helps secure the victory in the end. Otherwise, they'd probably already been apprehended and killed or whatever. And you just see that dishonesty. Unfortunately, Furiosa just doesn't have the mass appeal, it seems, to hook people in, at least theatrically. Maybe it'll turn around for, downloads and physical media, but they've helped tank that film with perception. They're fucking liars. So yeah, this is why we got to detract these people. That's why trash cast is a thing. I just really hate that I didn't figure out to do trash cast years ago, because like I was so primed to like be that kind of channel, kick off a trash cast type of thing. But hindsight's 2020. Now I'm like always looking for those kind of advantages for you good people to be here with me. Let's continue.
And trust the Alpha Core with them. She is trusting people and not just being a one-woman show. She's actually starting to open up again, which I actually think is pretty good for her character. It's probably one of the few good things for her character as far as development goes in this comic. It's something that's very easy to miss, pacing, but it's there, right? It's there. And if this comic was handled a little bit better, if it was taking its time a little bit better, and like I recommended, if it ended on the cliffhanger, if Yaira 1 ended with a cliffhanger of her getting shocked and stabbed through the gut by Magus Newmite, and having that be the cliffhanger, and then the rest of it is Yaira 2, then I think we would have had a banger of a comic. I think we actually would have had more time to explore everything to do with her character. I think we have.
Oh, see, I don't know if he says this in his review, but this is like a huge fucking problem. Narratively is like they actually give like, everyone's going like, oh, this is gonna be a woke girl boss comic. They have a great event that happens. She gets ass blasted by Magus Newmite through the gut, and then so she has to go find an alternative fix her. So it's like a mortal wound, and then she fights him again. And this is the problem in the Dark Knight Rises. I like the Dark Knight Rises a lot, but there's like a lot of problems compared to Dark Knight. One of them being is that like they're kind of mimicking Dark Knight Returns, and he's been gone for almost a decade, and now he's returning. But like this whole crime fighting for years has like destroyed his body. He's got no cartilage in his knee, for example, and so he gets this knee modification. This like brace thing that helps like strengthen his knee, and they show like he can break bricks, break brick pillars with this new device. And then they never make it a factor. It's just like, oh, now he can walk without like limping or something, or a cane. That's it. Instead of like addressing, hey, this could be a good counter to Bane. That he's used tech to overcome the kind of Venom concept of Bane's enhanced strength through his pain. Why didn't Batman just like break his fucking leg by kicking him? And the same problem with Yaira. It's like she gets ass blasted, more wound, and then she fights him again. It's like he gets nerfed for her plot armor, and I don't know why he even did that. Like, oh, and we'll look at the spoiler stream. Apparently, Magus is going to come back. So it's like it's not even an earned death, It's annoying.
Would have had a much better comic overall if they just paced it out better. But I'm gonna stop saying that over and over again. I swear. But yeah, I do think Stefania had the potential to be a better protagonist than Yaira, but the book is called Yaira, so yeah, it is what it is. The backstory for her as well, I think, contrary to my complaints about there being too much of it thrown at us in one comic, I don't think it's bad. An alien goddess woman leaving her people for whatever reason, right? Clearly she rebelled in some way. To go on Earth and live her life the way she wants, only to have everyone around her die because they're not immortal like she is, and having to deal with that for hundreds and hundreds of years. That's a great backstory. It makes her a tragic character, not relatable, but it makes her a tragic character, right? And the problem I've said is that there's just too much backstory in one comic, and if the Stefania reveal of her being a descendant was a plot twist in Volume 2, right? If it ended with the cliffhanger of May just stabbing her with a lightning, and then in comic number 2, it was revealed that Stefania is her descendant. That would have been much better hitting. That would have been much harder hitting. But they just tried to cram as much as possible in this. The Saskas also said that the Alpha Corps are going to continue to be in the Yaira comics, which basically means it's just a constant crossover, which I don't necessarily mind. I think this
That's actually really funny.
It's
like, oh, we're just gonna fucking rehash this blame fucking setup, and Alpha Corps in 96 pages has no growth, there's no understanding of who the fuck they are, why they do anything, what's their motivation. Do they have? Oh, well, I guess Ingrid Valdez has a little bit because she can't fly, and I guess she's an enhanced, really, so she's just the data chick that can't fly and has to get drug around. So she has like a whole side plot with some dweeb detective that turns out to be like a minor accept. That's the most we've gotten of real character for all these books, honestly, besides the Yaira backstory. So that we understand, I guess, her aversion to investing in humans now. If like she's like Wolverine, she's immortal, or at least like an elf, or potential of immortality. Just think of like a Viltrumite. She's going to live for thousands of years at the least. It's something, but these books are so devoid of heart. It's funny because, like, me being honest, I'll go back and read like older comics, really, and they're corny, but like you see the heart from the get-go. However, like maybe like lame in hindsight some of these silly sci-fi cartoon books are, they've like always had like the real nugget that these films in later days have like dramatized so well, generally speaking, for comic movies. So that's what's like sad about Detracting, is like you actually want to give them any credence if you're being honest, and it's like, God, there's just like nothing here, man. You make it so easy for us to hate you. Not Evie, but the Rippaverse.
So it makes sense for them to be in it so heavily in Yaira's story. They're not the stars of the show. Yaira is the star of the show, but they are like, they're the co-stars, right? They also said, the Saskas also said that Magus Lumite is not dead, and they were trying to hint at it, but they basically just spoiled it, because I think I had asked a question, or someone else had asked a question about Magus Lumite being could have been the star of the show, and then she was like, oh well, he might not be dead. Which basically just means if the Saskas are saying it, basically means that it's done. There's a joke with them that they are like the Tom Holland of the Rippaverse. Tom Holland is notorious for spoiling the Marvel movies he's in interviews and stuff like that. They are basically him. Both of them are basically him. They are so.
Oh, I got to show you all this. So I've been detracting hard on Twitter this last day since I've been off work, screwing around, and I was looking for something to make my thumbnail that you see today on the stream, and I thought about using or maybe making a point on Twitter. I was gonna make a point about Twitter about Eric and like compare him to Stan Lee, or it's like you see Stan Lee with his characters, and even if he's got his arms crossed, he just looks like an inviting old man, looks happy and invested in his characters. And then you see Eric is just always like his arms crossed, and like all the art is like if they're looking at you, they're like side-eyeing you like this, and they just look fucking smug. And they'll have like this smug art collage of all of these fucking retards of the reverse, and be like, join us. And it's like, why? Like, there's nothing fucking. You look like a bunch of smug punk bitches. But this is a sandbox you can have fun in, guys. Anyway, I've seen this video before, but like the thumbnail I found was this: get your own Rippaverse hoodie for $50. And if you look, I think that's Indie Andrew in the background in the middle. Don't know who the bearded guy is. Probably a warehouse person. And then there's Kara, the customer relations or whatever. No refunds, bitch. This dumb bitch. It's funny. She like cried about the neurotic wife, Miss Piggy thing. And yet she's, supposedly like a mini Gina Carano. She got fired for like being anti-trans at work or some shit. I don't know. And so it's just, they love to pick and choose their outrage. But yeah, I saw this thumbnail and I'm like, I can't unsee it. No eye contact, full of shame at EVS. And people have been having fun looking at this. EVS retweeted this, and this is one of the things he retweeted. It's actually, let me get the old one's like, let me get a hoodie for sure, $50. I can hire Goodyng for that much. Oh man. I love contributing to this. Will probably be on Trashcast today. So shout out Ethan Van Sciver. We'll look at some Old Man Dave as well. He's been putting out some Goodyng bangers. Let me see. We'll just look through his media. Take a break from Evie. She is a cow. I, as a cow person, as a representative of all cow kind, I do not claim her. So take that back, Galaxy Stranger. Goodyng. Oh, fucking Sturgis. Sturgis is after me now. He did a video, and it was a clip from Rip a Goalpost in a reply to him where it's like, I got it wrong about Kanan White as the artist. And it's like live reacting to Sturgis reacting to me and investigating. I was like, oh, I guess I got it wrong. I was informed via an eBay listing. So I thought this artist did and not Kanan. But the whole thing is like, I want that cover because I like that cover. Great cover of a shitty book. So it's more or less a compliment, at least of the art of cover A of ISOM. But he's so true because I got it. And I even say like, oh, I'm wrong. Whoops. Like, I don't know. If I was like, if it's a gotcha, then it'd be me keep lying about it. So that's these rippatards, man. There's something. But Old Man Dave, let me share his link here. Y'all can go follow him for Goodyng Watch. Let's see. I'm not sure which video starts this Goodyng coverage, but he's been really funny. These like backhanded videos.
So now Ethan's saying he doesn't want to ruin anyone's business.
That's not it. Okay, this might be it.
Hey guys, ODM here. Hello. Famous catchphrase, right? Hello. I just want us to just remain focused on Rippaverse and Goodyng obviously being available now for pre-order. And so get in that lineup, wait in that lineup. For some reason there's a lineup but you wait in it and then you order your book and then eventually you're going to have Goodyng, which will be the best comic book ever. But let's really stick it to the detractors today, like you Ethan Van Scivers out there and you comics gators, old people, whatever, us young people. We're really into Rippaverse, and I am a Rippa fan. I'm a typical Rippa fan. Typical Rippa fan. Hey, guys.
I love Old Man Dave.
Obviously, I'm in love with all the new awesome entertainment that we're getting lately, especially from Rippaverse, Yaira, now Goodyng, the polymath. Hello, everybody's waiting for that. But then also too, like some of the great shows that goes along with like the style of the Rippaverse are shows like The Acolyte and like Doctor Who. Like these are really awesome, inclusive stories that are open to everybody. And like the Rippaverse is just like Star Wars and Doctor Who and Disney. They want to bring in all the youth and wrap them up in a warm, prideful blanket and just give them the best stories that are out there.
Don't you just love this guy? Let me see. Boom, boom. He's got some newer ones. It says, hard times for the Rippaverse and Goodyng. I like how you pronounce it, Goodyng. Eric, would you like to lose his beloved warehouse? Rippaverse failure.
Hey guys, how's it going? Well, looks like Goodyng isn't doing very well. Not a lot of people are buying it. I guess they just don't love Goodyng as much as they love Yaira and ISOM and Alpha Cores and Brian Salami. I really feel bad for Eric July. I really feel bad that nobody cares about Goodyng, that nobody really knows what a polymath is, that nobody finds polymaths interesting. I think it's because a lot of kids these days in America are having trouble with math. I don't think that they want to read a comic book about a mathematician. I don't know. I guess, guys, if you guys can just make it over to the website and maybe sign up for the $50 a month membership and buy 20 copies of Goodyng, that might help. Hey.
Don't you just love his backhanded humor? This is amazing. And this is the last one from it. It got me. It says sad days for reversing Goodyng. Bjok says it pains me to see you like this. I'm gonna buy 50 copies and 2 statues. Ooh, Joe Mattis says this is gay shit. So he might be a Rippatard. We'll have to investigate this Joe Mattis. All right, let's look at this last video from Dave.
Hey, Rippa fans, how are you? Me, I don't know. I'm feeling really low. I really feel bad for Eric July and Rippaverse and Yaira and Goodyng. Nobody wants to buy Goodyng. Nobody wants to read about Goodyng's origin story or look at the terrible art in the comic book and look at the tech designs that look like they're out of a 1980s comic book. I don't know why. I just feel so sad because I heard Goodyng's a polymath. Whatever. I just hope that Eric July's warehouse staff don't get laid off because nobody is buying Goodyng. Please help. Please help Eric July and Rippaverse. Please buy Goodyng.
So let's see. I think this is the latest update on Goodyng. Sturgis loves when I say Goodyng. It has 5,700 books sold, and it's only at 167,000. So most likely, those 5,000 people mostly are probably buying the $18 book. Let's look at. Let me pull up a calculator actually and see. Where's my calculator app? There it is. Okay. All right. So we got 5719 times 18. Well, it's not far off. I'm not far off. Most people are buying the cheaper fucking books because he's got, I think, a $35 high tier exclusive cover. But I bought I think it's gonna be the mass produced AI looking art that also triggers Sturgis. That when I say that, it does. It looks like AI. I don't care if it's drawn. It looks like AI. But yeah, I did the math. So if we did the book sold 5,700 times 18, it gets us to $102,942. So yeah, it's very clear from this sales delineated by the reverse. Most people are just buying the cheapest they can get. They don't want to spend money if they can help it. So thank you, all the detractors out there watching the numbers on Goodyng. Of course, I got my copy and I got the Ripazine because someone super chatted me to get that. So putting it back into the channel, giving my coverage of the Rippaverse Ripazine. Apparently, I listened to a little bit of Tony talking about it on a clip, and apparently it's got recipes. So interesting stuff. It's clearly what comic readers are looking for. Comics with recipes. All right, let's get back to EV Comics. Old Man Dave is the greatest. Hail. Yeah. Prideful Blanket. That's a good one. Yeah. We really need to hit them more about releasing this during Pride Month when he sounds like such a queer. Actually, I showed this on Katie's stream the other day. I said this is like live action Goodyng. Let me find that that DM. With Katie. Yeah. Here it is. Oh, come on. There we go. I think y'all will like this. So this is my idea of live action Goodyng.
You guys, my boyfriend is so cute. He's on an all boys retreat right now in San Juan, and he just sent me the cutest video because I miss him so much. I have to show you guys.
Hi baby, it's me. I'm on my all men's retreat out here in San Juan, Puerto Rico. I just want to say I miss you so much. And me and the boys, we're having such a great time, and I just thank you for letting me do stuff like this. I love you.
It's my baby.
You got to see. Look at that. Look at that pose. That is great. That's Goodyng right there. That's who I'd cast as Goodyng. Let me know what y'all think of this. Let's finish this.
It's my baby, not the cutest. I love him so much. I miss you, baby.
Funny girl. I like the energy. Let's see. Oh, wait, what? Sorry, I got tagged by Father Hostage. Oh, okay, so this is a reaction on Frog Tony's channel. Motherfucker, 16 minutes. Oh, I already have so much backlog to detract hostage. Fuck you. Why are you tagging me? Good stuff here in my comments. Watch Goodyng be the lowest selling book, but end up being the best story. Well, that's what's gonna be funny. I don't know where it was. I wish someone can find it. I don't know if it's on Trashcast or if it was like a Confiscate King or where this was, but I know I seen a video or a stream where Mike was talking about like seeking out Eric to join the Rippaverse to write it. So you got something I can write? You know, I think I can write something good for you. And I mean, maybe he got paid by Eric, but you know, he didn't even, when they released the trailer and stuff, the campaign, Mike didn't even tweet it. Last thing he tweeted about Goodyng was like, I'll be at the meetup in Denver, whatever. It just seems very uninterested. I guess he got his paycheck, and that's really all that matters. Where's the Mike Barron fans at the warehouse workers need work to do? Well, I love it. People are like, Mike Barron. It's like, well, look at the pull Mike Barron's got. I don't know. I've not knowingly read any Mike Barron, so I'm not saying yay or nay about him. People seem to like his recent like cowboy comic. if it's still available, I might snag it. Let me see. Fun my comic. Let's see what I find here. Let's see, Mike Barron. Let's see if I can find it through that search. So there's Nexus. Not interested in Nexus. Bronze Star. Okay, it's still available. All right, I've heard people say good stuff, so I'll give Mike Barron and Pat Broderick. Bronze Star. Oh, sweet! I can get the digital. Thank God. I with trying to make my own comics, save up money, and then wanting to do my due diligence and back people. It's like, man, $25, $35, $50 to get shit. Got to rely on piracy at this point. Goodwill of pirating folk. But yeah, I might get this, and I'll share it later. I have my own poster campaign. But anyway, let's. I'm gonna pull up the video and play it for a few minutes. I gotta grab my delivery. Got some Subway. I'm fucking starving. There we go. All right, I will be right back.
Eager and excited that they can't help but to talk about stuff and accidentally spoil it like this. And I think that reflects in their writing style, right? They're so eager to get all the stuff they're excited about, all the stuff they've written that they're really, really anticipating the fans are going to love, that they cram it into one comic. That's why I think the comic ended up being written the way it is because they're too excited. They should have been reeled back a little bit. And I think for Yaira 2, Eric would be wise to reel them back and maybe make the second comic a little better paced. Something else I thought was strange, speaking of Eric, he doesn't think that Yaira is a girl boss. He was saying that like she's not, and it's refreshing to have a character that's not a girl boss. And the Yairas were kind of talking about that too. But I just find that very strange. For someone who's complained about girl bosses in modern day media so much as Eric has, it's strange to me that he would think that Yaira is not one of them. It's just, I don't understand it at all, how he could think that. Because let's just be honest here. While she's not necessarily flawless, right? She doesn't lose a fight. What consequences she does face are not directly affected to her, right? She can get stabbed through the stomach and walk it off, no problem, because Altona is there to help her. There's not really any sort of peril for her. There's no sense of she could be in danger at any moment. And yeah, she does get shot, through the stomach with lightning, but it's barely even an inconvenience. And if it's not an inconvenience, right? If it takes her days to heal, they did a bad job of explaining that it was days, like it just seemed like four pages, if that, from her getting wounded and walking into Projexis to her, being healed from the procedure that she does to herself with Altona. It's like, it's just that there's not a good sense of time passage with that if it takes longer than a few hours, like I think it is. And again, it's just she doesn't really lose that fight either way. She just leaves. She just hides for a minute, right? And then completely destroys him in the final fight. Magus, that is. That's a common complaint for Rey from Star Wars, is that she's too powerful. She doesn't lose a fight, and she doesn't face a whole lot of consequences, right? That's Yaira just is a girl boss. She just is, not the worst example of it, I guess, but she is still a girl boss. What I think is the problem is that people conflate the word girl boss with Mary Sue, right? A girl boss can be, can have consequences and can have flaws and stuff. But for the most part, they're pretty invincible and easygoing with everything they do. A Mary Sue has no flaws of any significance, no consequences at all. And she's just the best at everything. And everyone all around the world thinks she's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And this book kind of treats Yaira that way. But again, I won't necessarily call her Mary Sue because, I talked about that already. But I think Eric is conflating girl boss with Mary Sue. I think there is a small difference between them. For sure, Yaira is a girl boss. Is she a Mary Sue? I kind of don't think she is, but she's very close to it, right? She's very close to it. Now we've entered the production notes from Eric and the Saskas mouths themselves. I didn't care about what Az was saying because he wasn't involved with the production of it. He just read it, and he did have quite a few points to bring up. He did do his homework, I guess. He did read the book. Clearly, he couldn't stop shouting about how much he read the book. He couldn't stop screaming to the top of his lungs that he read the book. Annoying, but there's a clip of Ethan Van Sciver throwing his headphones down because Baz is so loud. It's so funny. It kills me, man. Anyway, yeah, so the Saskas clearly put research into their characters. They're not just throwing them around willy-nilly, right? The name Magus Numite. Numite is the oldest stone discovered by humans in real life, which invokes a sense of ancient.
I'm muted, so I can eat my sandwich. Got me some Subway, and I did get. It's not double chunk, but it is a chocolate cookie. Boom! Definitely hits a 5 on that boom meter. If you've been following that. But I'm going to be muted. We'll let y'all watch this while I'm snacking. Get my first meal of the day because I'm working overnight. So this is breakfast for me.
Ancient power to his name, right? And Magus, which is actually pronounced Magus, apparently, is the title of the most powerful magic wielder of his species. So, I mean, they clearly do, make, some level of character Bibles, right? A combination of a bunch of different notes about the characters so that they know, how this character should act and whatnot. And, there's quite a bit of care put into at least that character, which is the one they gave the example of, basically. There's another thing Eric said. This is where it gets pretty interesting. And this might get a little divisive here. Eric did say that Kanan did the final page teaser art for Yaira number 2. And you can tell it definitely looks a little bit different. But he also said that Kanan guided Deborah to, and I quote, make this make sense. If that doesn't mean that the book desperately needed redraws, I don't know what it means. And look, Kanan, by some chance you're watching this. This was not your best work, man. The page layout is too busy. The artwork is inconsistent. The scene transitions and locations, and even the time passage is not clear. The action is crowded by word bubbles. Too much speaking. And look, maybe Kanan, maybe you were given an impossible job. Maybe you were brought in at the last, the final hour, and maybe it was so hard to pull together Deborah's art, and time was so short that this is the best you could do. But this is just not your best, man. And you know what? It's not even a problem, right? It's not even a problem that the art needed to be redrawn, that stuff needed to be done. I could give 2 pea-sized craps about, having to do redraws and stuff. I really don't care. The problem is that before the release of Yaira and all throughout, the time waiting for it to be available to purchase, Eric was saying that there's no redraws, that there's no delays, that everything is perfectly fine, and that Deborah's doing a great job. And then now that the book is released, now he's saying that Kanan came in, made sense, and confirmed that he basically had to do some redraws and probably delayed it. Because let's just be honest, when you say it's Yaira Winter and you're coming in at the end of March, the literal last week, I think, of winter, you can't really say that there wasn't a delay or there wasn't redraws. And look, benefit of a doubt. Maybe at the time where
he's figuring it out, guys. He's detracting. He's unknowingly, it seems, it's just logic, detracting now. And goddamn, this is so great.
people were asking him months before this, if there's any kind of delays or redraws, and he said no. Maybe that was true at the time. Maybe that was the case. Maybe they were just gonna go with how the book looked, as it was. But then they hired Kanan, and then they decided to do redraws and delays. Either way, still not a big deal. The only problem is that it sounds like Eric is lying, and he could very well be. I don't know. No one really knows. It sounds like it, and I would like for there to be some kind of clarification. At the very best, it's a miscommunication. At the worst, it's dishonesty, and people don't like that. The code of ethics in your book mean nothing if you're lying to people about having to do delays. Just look, if you have to delay a book, no one is going to be upset that you're delaying a book to make it the best it could be. No one's going to care, man. Sure, you might get some kind of a clowning from people on Twitter or whatever that already hate you. Who cares? Just make the product good. That's the main thing. I would not have minded if Yaira did not make it in winter, if it came out this month. If Yaira came out in June, I think I would be fine with it coming out in June instead of or the pre-order starting in June, than it coming out, in March, right? I think I would have been totally fine. I think most people would be totally fine with that if the book was better for it, right? If you just transparency, if you just say that, people will understand. It's not that big of a deal. It is a big of a deal when it looks like you've lied, though. And look, Deborah's not a terrible artist. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say she's terrible. But, you know, clearly from the words from Eric's mouth, Kanan was a necessity. Kanan was hired out of necessity to fix this. And look, some of the art even looks like it was done by Joe Bennett. And if it was, again, no big deal. Just be honest about it, right? Because Eric's been like championing Deborah.
No! Oh, no, he said it. Some of the art looks like Joe Bennett, because it is, obviously. You can tell by like the hatching style. Oh no, EV! Oh, you will be ventilated momentarily. You are detracting. You are an apostate. And this is why it's great to expose this, like, you know, it seems just like a pure-hearted inquiry of like, hey, I think you like lying, Eric. There's no need to do that. Just to make a good book. I'm here for you, buddy. Nope, you do not question, Eric. In the Rippaverse, you must consume product and get ready for next product. Oh, I love it.
As a great artist, greater than everyone expected. And it's like, clearly, from what you said, it doesn't make sense, man. Make this make sense is what he said. And it's just, it confirms that the book was a complete mess before. And if this is the best Kanan could do to fix it, man, I want to see what it originally was. But that's basically all I've got to say about this. I just wanted to do a final video covering this spoiler stream. And look, I think the book was not the best. I think the book, you know, while not being straight up terrible, I think it was kind of bad. And, you know, if I'm a newcomer to the Rippaverse and I start reading this book, I'm probably not going to stick around with it because it just is not that great of a starting point for the Rippaverse, which it's probably not intended to be. But some people will get into the Rippaverse, you know, now from years on, might start with Yaira. And it's just not a good place to start. But Goodyng is coming out, and I'm excited for that. Mike Barron, very well known and respected writer.
So respected, I never fucking heard of him. Oh man, I love when people try to gaslight because Eric pretends like this is a big fucking deal. Chuck Dixon. Chuck Dixon, my ass. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Oh my god. Yeah, I got Bronze Age pulled up. I'm gonna back it digitally. I guess I'll do that now. Let me log in. Let me pull up, and I'll show y'all my poster campaigns. A little break if you wish to support me. I think it's the best way because I am trying to make a comic. You know, it's just got lots of bills to pay, so it's hard to ever accrue funding to get an artist because I want a good artist, and I'm going to back this Bronze Star, but this art, I mean, it's fine for like Image Comics or Dark Horse, but it's not what I seek. It's not what I want to make meth gear. Don't make meth gear look cheap like this Bronze Star book is. Like, it's got a style, but it looks like a cheap style. It's like Hank the Cowdog art or some shit, which is fine for that, but yeah, I expect more. Where's my fucking cart? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to check out on this, or maybe it's just not loading. Come on. Let me reload the page, see if that helps. Oh, okay, so they close. That's weird, because it still has like the choose reward thing on here. All right, let me go to the website. Jesus Christ. Hopefully the digital's still available. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. Comics. Shop Bronstein. There we go. Okay, let me add that. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. I'll address the chat momentarily. Okay, cool. I can use PayPal, so I don't have to pull out my wallet. PayPal. Yeah, we'll use that card. That's fine. All right, $10. That's not such a ding in my wallet. Let's see. Let's change that email. Gmail. That's calm. Sure. Let's create an account. Ship to. All right, so let's go into that email. Sweet. All right. Making sure my information was right. Wait. You don't need my. All right. Gonna go through this time. Come on. All right. I can share this goodness now. There we go. So this is my poster campaign. These posters I've had out for a while, but I figure with the fun of my comic, you have like just unlimited open stores. So we can use this storefront and get like over 90% of the funding. So this is the best way to, if you want to support me, better super chats, in my opinion, because I get the most of it to put in my Meth Gator coffer. So it's a comic I want to make. Meth Gator is a character inspired by the outlandish true news story of Tennessee police warning the public to not flush their meth or they could make meth gators. From that, I've created a story that I desperately want to get in readers' hands, but I won't lie, I need help to make it happen. Art isn't cheap, and I don't want to give empty promises, so I've made these promotional posters made with various artists get both get readers excited and to show potential backers that fulfillment is not a problem in supporting me. These posters are already made and ready to ship on demand. Get one or all four at a discount with signing as an additional option. And so yeah, I got this is my favorite piece. Now it does have a logo in like the bottom, I think, right, the Meth Gator logo like that. But this is isn't it a Souza? He's a Brazilian, and I remember laughing at Eric for his Brazilian chop shop artist because I got this. Brazil's cheap, and this is not for this kind of art. Is not expensive at all. I could probably pay 5 times or more to get this quality in America. But yeah, he did the pencils, sent it in. It's fucking beautiful. It's my favorite piece of Meth Gator thus far. The colorist, Oliver Aker, he did phenomenal. Really echoed Swamp Thing elements. And yes, this will probably be like a mass production cover because I like it so much. Vic King, I got this commission way before anyone found out about Vic King. I've stated that before on this channel, and I do not support cancel culture, and that includes art by people that are later found out to be criminals. Don't support erasing artist legacy regardless of their criminality. So I refuse. That's a stance that what will be my company will have to not cancel artist productions because of bad things found out after the fact. I think he did. He helped me conceptualize Meth Gator. It's fun. I mean, yeah, he's a more amateur artist, but I think he's got a good quality. Some people nag on like her skirt up. It's like she's a hooker. Meth Gator's an obscure swamp dwelling humanoid alligator man. You know, he's anthropomorphic alligator. So it's actually really weird to have him with girls, just like he's a ladies' man if he's a weirdo. And so I figured the workaround is first love interest, hooker. Frank Miller relies on hookers a lot. I think I'm in good company then. So that's the logic. And I got 2 pieces by Ari. For whatever reason, I kept trying to upload the Shelby pinup. Would not let me. But yeah, so you got this piece of Meth Gator with Shelby over his head. And then kind of diverse. You got a Shelby pinup. He really went after the Christina Ricci reference from Black Snake Moan. Shelby's actually mixed, but I don't mind this artistic interpretation. So those things you can get if you want to support the channel and help make it a little closer for me to make Meth Gator a thing. It's really just funding the art is what is holding me back. So consider that. Put the link in the chat for you if you're interested. I very much appreciate it. If you wish to back, thank you. And if there's any like from account Indiegogo's Kickstarter, you think like, hey, check this out. Let's see reaction live to it. Put it in the chat or hit me up on Twitter with it, and we might look at that. Let me see. Let me catch up with you guys. Magnificent Devil. Mike doesn't seem to care, and Eric July barely seems to care about this comic. I am guessing there's been a falling out. I think because he's still a Comicsgate King. As far as I know, I don't watch the Comicsgate King streams unless I hear like something specific to check out. I just not interested. I'll see whatever books. I'll find the cliff notes. Most of Baron's fans are CG today. I like Mike's work, but not this one. Interesting. Yeah, Chris already said this guy, EV Comics, wants to get ventilated. I figure most people might want to. This is a collectible because of Mike Baron, but Rippaverse does overprint, so probably lessens people's interest. Oh yeah, like they're starting to like finally like whittle down their print numbers, but yeah, Rippaverse. You know, at first, especially Yaira being on the campaign in the moment to buy, I'm like, oh, let me get the Canaan White because it's the best. But now it was just a ridiculously good cover that is worth it. There's no resale value of Rippaverse shit. Eric's milking the top value out of everything. Unlike EVS, it's like, well, I want to make money, but you know, part of the fun is you making money on my stuff too. So let me like try to like find that middle ground. And that only wins long-term support for EVS versus Eric. He probably has a warrant out on him. Oh, that's funny. That's good. Has Eric gone off on any black dudes detracting? I don't know. Chris doesn't know. I mean, he blocks a lot of us blacks that are detractors, so can't really go off on us if he won't engage us. He couldn't delay it because his main criticism of others was late books. Admitting to delaying it. I mean, yeah, good. Hey, what's up, Nicholas McHugh? Good seeing the chat. Oh, hey Jim, if you want to hop on the stream, I don't know if you got a BTM stream to do tonight, but I'll throw you a link if you want. Just DM me. What it is, Jim. What kind of feet does he have? Is it humanoid with scales or like the lizard type from Spider-Man? I'll probably have it where it's like he's got like human dimension feet, but it's alligator feet, you know. He's got like lizard feet. He's Meth Gator's an animal that's been morphed into a humanoid. It's TMNT. So he's like, you know, alligator featured, but within like human dimensions, because otherwise so like, you know, gators have long snouts, but I told like that's why the Vic King art is kind of prime for like reference material because he did like some sketch stuff. And I told him like, you know, I'm trying to utilize any logic I find, any real science about alligators and pull it into my story over the long term. But it's a comic, and so there's got to be some suspension of disbelief and whatnot. And so seeing TMNT 1, the original movie, it's funny because Raphael, he's a loner, and he takes off, and he's wandering the streets, and he's just wearing a trench coat and a derby hat, fedora or whatever. It's not very convincing if you actually just look at it. I'm like, what the fuck? But, you know, it's a comic movie. You know, it's in the realm of possibility. So there's going to be an element of that in Meth Gator. And to make it more believable, Meth Gator has more of a Godzilla dimension face versus like a real gator with like, what, like a third of its length of its head, fourth, a third, you know, way disproportionate to a human. And so that's an element that will be addressed in the first book is like, you know, for the reader, you understand how he's kind of can go out and about in broad public and generally be, overlooked, even if he's a big guy. But yeah, good question. Yeah, I'm not. There's things like I'm developing this as I go. I have kind of an outline where I want for 5-issue arc. I think 5 issues. Get the the last couple kind of get the feel for the readers of, do I have to keep him a street level guy, or can I go to the audience's pleasure? Can I go more supernatural with them? And because the template I got with Meth Kid, I don't see him being able to do like crazy Hulk Thor type shit, unless I like at some point expand his story to adequately to go into those Hellboy Ghost Rider kind of territories. Ghost Rider is definitely I mean, Mythgear's like, I always say like Wolverine, Venom, and Ghost Rider, kind of like it's an amalgamation of those three as far as like tone, like anti-hero. I think they kind of, with those three, they really got like 3 good shades of the anti-hero that I want to like do with my character. Yeah, but no, I'm really passionate about Meth but I have no problem saying like, yeah, I don't know, I don't have every answer. I haven't made some universe Bible because I don't want to limit myself. I'm approaching this more like a Chris Nolan thing. I'm not nowhere as smart as Chris Nolan, but I like realism, and so that's how I think of things. That's how I pick apart movies. It's like when you set a world in comics that is mostly within the logic of our world, it reduces the like grandeur potential, but like I don't know if you. It kind of like puts the story in a box a bit, and so you have to be more creative when you do more outlandish stuff. So that's where I'm at. Yeah, when he smokes super meth, he gets powered up. Yeah, exactly. Like there is like a just constant like bar that he's already at, being in like an enhanced humanoid alligator. But the meth is really like the key, because it's not just any old meth, and you'll find out why in the story. And that's really what took off. So the thing with meth here is like there was that story about the cops saying don't flush your meth. And it's like, that's funny. And I had basically the image of the red night, the red moon background. Had that kind of image in my head. I couldn't figure out how to make the story work. I'm like, why isn't the meth heads turning like super? And then once I figure out like classic sci-fi angle, it made the story way bigger potential. Yeah, Jesse's time to cook. Yeah, that's right, Loyal. Don't know if you noticed, but Rookie, I finally got him to watch Breaking Bad, and he's put up a couple Breaking Bad videos, I guess, from Physical Media Show. He does the Tom Connors and fanzine. I really blew his world. Attack on Titan, then Breaking Bad. Now he's getting a Better Call Saul. This fucker takes forever to watch shit, drags his feet. Like, oh, another episode. And he's like, nah, I just want to simmer on this one. Fucking blue ball me watching shit, rewatching shows with them. And then this fucker behind my back, before he even finished Breaking Bad, starts watching Better Call Saul. You burned through the whole first season without me. Felt very betrayed. But yeah, Breaking Bad is so good. I love it in so many ways. There's videos I want to make about Breaking Bad that I got to put the time in, but so much to say with Breaking Bad. It's almost all good. The only real problem I have with Breaking Bad is Hank. And not only is he like the good guy, so I hate good guys, generally speaking, in stories. Like Iron Man, Spider-Man, they're great. They're endearing because their life sucks. Like them doing more, especially Spider-Man. Iron Man less so, but Spider-Man or Batman, they're fucking great as good guys because they're tragic. Their devotion to the craft actually hurts their personal lives, so it's an endearing quality. They're ultimately not winning, and even if they're doing justice, a good guys, we took out the villain. Their lives suck outside of the mask, and so that kind of completely counters just like Boy Scout goodness. But Hank, I feel like they really missed a chance with Hank. Like, it's not that his end goal, his end point in the story is bad. It's just that he like never questions of like, can I turn a blind eye? Can I feel good about myself, like not turning in my family? Because like he would clearly, as smart as he is, he's the one that kept this whole story going. Actually, Walt kind of leaving him breadcrumbs, then Hank just latching on, being a fucking hound dog, being a great detective, piecing weird abstract things that no one sees, and you would think he put the pieces together, like, oh god, the cancer, like this is why you've done all this bad shit. I've been chasing you this whole time, but like, oh, you're doing this to like make a nest egg for your family before you die. You've seen the writing on the wall. Like, he never seems to like cross his mind to like have some sympathy for Walt, and that really fucking pisses me off narratively. Where you're just like, you did crime, so you're just instant. And I know people really like that. Because it's Christian or whatever, they just have like arbitrary, you did a bad thing. So it's very Spider-Man in Homecoming, where it's like it's very rudimentary juvenile take on analyzing criminals. It's fine if you're a dumb kid and that you like knee jerk, but Hank's too smart. I think they should have like given him more time to like simmer on Walt being a criminal and being the guy he's been chasing, being the guy that probably is responsible for him getting shot and almost killed by the cartel. And so yeah, I don't know if I'd ever really get into that, but yeah, Meth Gator is, it's like a wacky concept, but I'm playing it pretty straight actually. And so it's meant to evoke mainly like Breaking Bad and Sicario. If there's a theme, if there's any kind of political commentary that, I just want to have fun, I guess, kind of normal verbiage and comic skate, Rippaverse, whatever. But like, I'm not afraid to be political, and not necessarily to propaganda, definitely not to propagandize my worldview, but to maybe, I guess, delineate like a perspective. That's like a fine line difference to me. And I really think Sicario really like pops the lid off of the military industrial complex. It really, I think, gives a great 2-hour concise view of like, this is the rigged game. The politicians and the criminals, they're working together. They feed each other. They pick each other off here and there because they have to play a show. But it's all rigged. There's no reason America with our military, militarizing our police, can't just kill all the cartel and close the border from trafficking and survey the Gulf and the West Coast to ocean routes. There's no Rio Grande. There's no reason America can't keep the drugs from Mexico out. We have all the advantage. It's rigged. And so in some broad way, yeah, I'm trying to evoke that. And then The Boys. I really love The Boys. What I've read, the comic's cool. The show is amazing, for the most part. And that's kind of, I want to have like some sort of cast that could be like a spin-off team that will evoke The Boys, and Meth Gear can like come in and out with them. But yeah, I'm about to check the DMs, Chip. 1 second. Let me refresh my page. And thank you for listening to me ramble about Meth Gator. Where are you? Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry about that, Jim. Here we go. Be awesome to chat with you again. I liked when I don't know if the chat liked it over there at BTM, but it was nice personally talking with you, meeting you for the first time. Make sure I got the invite copied. There we go. All right, here we go. Messaging. There you are. It sucks not having a co-pilot doing this sometimes. Well, yeah, Jim will be popping in now. Awesome. All right, what else did I have? Let me look at my list. All right, so I got through that one. Let me delete that. Got through the JJ one. Probably put this at the bottom. It'll be probably a future detractor content. Okay. So, of course, we have to look at the Yaira spoiler stream, heel versus ass face, the ripping the silverback. But oh yeah, okay. So this will be me going in blind. This will be kind of a positive detraction. I expose you to a channel that you might actually like. What I've seen of him, like I don't know if he looks at me and thinks I'm mocking him. I don't know, but hey, what's up, Jim?
Hey, what's going on? You're talking about Sicario?
A little bit, yeah. I love that. I love.
See that? Why don't they make like we people complain about making like continuations or whatever you want to call them? Like part twos, part threes. I can't think of the fucking word I'm looking for right now. Sequels. There we go. Holy fuck. But that would be great. They could keep going with that because there's always going to be new stuff that they can cover, different cartels, different stuff happening. Would work out great. Another one that was really good that I'm hoping and praying they actually make a sequel for is The Accountant.
Oh yeah, I'm hearing they're doing a sequel.
Because that was just great, and the way it ended on I'll find you, whatever, and the brother, and I mean that could be crazy because basically it's the Punisher.
Yeah. Oh man, I just watched something yesterday too, and I'm like, what did I watch? Because I really liked it. That's gonna bother me now. I did watch House of Dragons. Me Ricky, because I work every other weekend. I work Friday through Sunday, if not overtime after the fact. And I'm working overnight, so that like precludes me watching shit with Rookie. And so last night we like finally watched episode 2 of House of Dragons. I'm like, what a fucking great follow-up to an opening salvo. I don't know if you're watching that show or this new season, but oh man, what did you think of the first episode?
See, I think they're both episodes like was very slow. It's like plodding along, and there's a lot of stuff. Like, I read the Fire and Blood books, or the book, whatever, when it came out, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whatever it was when he released it. The book, basically the Targaryen history. So I don't like. There's a lot of stuff in the movie, TV show. Obviously, that wasn't in the books. The books mainly focused on the important stuff that happened. So I'm like waiting for the important stuff. I'm like, well, come on.
Oh, okay. That's funny because me and Rookie, like, especially after exposing him to Attack on Titan, which yes, it's an anime, but if you haven't watched Attack on Titan, I feel like not necessarily sympathetic, but like just a rational human perspective of like if you haven't watched it, Attack on Titan, it's a lot of things. It's like, it starts as a monster show, but it really becomes about the people inside the walls and their struggle for freedom. And because they're trapped by these monsters, they keep putting walls up to you're following like the scouting party mostly.
So it's basically the plot of Inglourious Rex.
I haven't read Inglourious Rex. I don't know, but they're stuck in a wall, and there's like these monsters out there, and they send scouting parties out to try to like put them down and maybe like
it's a little
expand the borders they can have, and it eventually becomes a human story of a guy who's saw his mom get eaten during an attack. They somehow busted through the wall. It's the opening salvo of the show, and it shows him and his friends go into the Scout Corps and go through basic training and shit. And it's kind of cool because they have like a Spider-Man element to it. They got this like rappelling gear on their waist that it kind of makes them like Spider-Man through the trees or through the cities and on the walls. But it becomes a very human story of like they're kind of like Israelis. And ironically, with the recent October 7th, the show is complicated because it's like the main characters, the people we're following, they're like both like in a ghetto, if you will. They're like, it's like Auschwitz illusions in a way, but then they kind of become Nazis, and it's like and so there's all these like videos about how it's a problematic show because supremacists will cling to it and whatnot, but it's like, I don't know, it's pretty much literally what's happening in Israel now. I didn't ever foresee that actually like come in full circle, but it's really good because it like I think it's really troubling because it like actually with them kind of becoming fascists, it is very humanizing and sympathetic to like, this is how like people get radicalized into war and genocidal acts and stuff. It's not just a turn of the switch, it's like progressive buildup. And like I kind of fell off watching it because I was watching it just as a monster show, and then someone's like, "Have you seen season 4?" I'm like, I kind of quit watching. He's like, "Oh, this guy becomes Hitler." I'm like, "That sounds awesome! Like, what does that mean for this world?" And it's brilliant. So seeing those shows, seeing Breaking Bad, Attack on Titan, Ricky's starting to watch Better Call Saul and loves it.
Have you seen The Wire?
I don't like it.
You didn't like it, really?
I've watched
Okay.
about half the first season. I've read a bit of the graphic novel. There's like I guess it was based on a book by a guy that did like ride-alongs for a year.
Yeah, I thought one of the main writers was a Baltimore cop. Like,
I think it was a journalist that tagged along for like a
maybe,
year.
I don't know. I know they had like story, or maybe he got stories from cops and rolled in. I mean, it gets like the first season of Wire is kind of like, and it moves along and stuff, and you get to know characters. Season 2 is, I think, the best season of The Wire.
Huh. I do love that like redhead, was she a lawyer or whatever? That like one of the main
Yeah,
guys.
she's in it pretty much the whole. She's in it basically the whole time.
Score.
And it progresses. You know, there's a season, like I think it's season 5 or 6, that gets real like they're following kids around in school, and it's like, what the hell is this? This doesn't make any sense. And then the last season is pretty good. You know,
I don't know. You
it
say
goes
that
crazy.
conceptually, that actually makes sense. Of like, that's kind of like a Batman problem of like, how do we fight this? And it's like, I mean, they're weaponizing kids for this, you know, gang stuff, drug.
No,
trade
I just mean like the show is kids in school. It's not anything to really do.
Oh, you're not.
It's just like kids in school. And,
okay.
Yeah, it's just like kids in school, and they're fighting and slashing each other and getting suspended. And it's like, well, what? You know, I don't know.
They're trying to like expand the narrative to reach more people. That's what that was.
Maybe, I don't know. But then the last season is.
We need to get the kids to watch The Wire on HBO, which is like, it's what. I'm not against kids watching more graphic stuff. I mean, as long as like, I was talking about with K yesterday. Like, I'm actually pretty open about entertainment and graphic, whatever. It's just sex, and it's not nudity, but like sex, like Game of Thrones. If your kids got the temperament to watch blood and gore and put up with a political intrigue show, let them at it. Just censor out the actual sex scenes. And that,
yeah, they
totally
seem
fine.
to have censored it down quite a bit in House of the Dragon. I mean, they haven't really shown any graphic nudity stuff like they did in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's mostly tasteful still. Well, I really appreciate the episode 4 last season when you know, she's kind of teasing her uncle, and then she goes back and sleeps with Kristen Cole, because it was a very like sensual, like instead of trying to be like, you know, like passion, exotic, erotica, it felt like a very like real sex scene where it's like, oh, that's like normal sex, and that's actually positive. People want to complain about it. We don't need sex in films. Like, I don't know. I think with porn being so pervasive that dumb girls are getting like ruined for life with attempting acts they haven't trained for. I think it's good to maybe put that out there to combat that, of like positive, normal, healthy sex.
Yeah. I mean, one show that I remember having a lot of sex scenes and just full frontal nudity was Rome, the Rome series.
Yeah, Rome's pretty good.
It was like, man, I mean, they're just showing dicks and pussies and everything. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, like, so I'm sure B Team's mentioned it, kind of like, you know, knocking me. It's like, I think it's fucked up. He's being bi. What the fuck, you know? But I'm pretty heteronormative. Not to use, you know, a SJW term, but it is a valid term, I guess, to try to talk about this. But yeah, I'm pretty like girl tit focused. You know, I'm an insane jug enjoyers. I used to be named on Twitter. I love titties, love women's shape.
You like the Kentucky Fried Movie?
I haven't seen it.
Oh my god,
I've heard of it, just never seen it. But
yeah, Catholic high school girls in trouble.
Oh, okay.
It's the movie that launched like Airplane. I think it's before Airplane, and like all that like spoof stuff, Naked Gun type of thing. It was like a whole.
Is it like a rat race type of movie?
It's like a whole bunch of small like basically 15-20 minute skits in a movie.
Okay.
Different thing. Like they spoof on like that. They spoof on like the Bruce Lee stuff. They have a guy going, going to save somebody from an island, basically with the, instead of the guy, I can't remember what the doctor guy, and it's like called Dr. Claw or something with a fake hand and swords. It's I don't know. It was goofy in the 80s. So
Yeah. But as mentioned, though, you're talking about like nudity and stuff. It's funny because I don't know if you ever noticed, but like film is actually just like very anti-male. As much as there might be gratuitous sex or tits to draw you in, like Game of Thrones early season stuff, they're afraid to show dong, and I've noticed that where it's like I actually don't want to see it, but the fact that like you're always obscuring, hiding male gender, it's like you don't want to have any reverence, or I don't know what the angle is, but it seems like with feminism being rampant in media, it's it's one of those where I'm like, actually, yeah, I want like a David in film, like a David statue, just to like, unabashed maleness,
I don't remember so much dong in Game of Thrones. Maybe I
no, there's not. There's like three.
But I
three times in
remember
the whole show.
South Park talking about it.
Yeah.
And like, oh, just dongs and dongs. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I don't remember it that way. But that's just, Butters playing. Where's the dragons? We just keep seeing dongs. I think that's what he called it. I can't remember, but it was funny on South Park when he's talking about it. Why are you doing all the wieners? No, wieners. That was it. I don't want to see any more wieners. Where's the dragons?
It's funny you said, because Rookie had, so one of the few things Rookie has enlightened me with, because I'm usually one walking him through film. It's his whole shtick. I'm the Rookie critic. He is way more knowledgeable about South Park, and I've pretty much closed the gap this last year or two with them watching lots of South Park, especially when like something kind of ridiculous when they made it comes to life in reality. And we watched like the Game of Thrones trilogy in the show. And I remember watching from like Game of Wieners, like the whole like wiener. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. But then watched and then go back and watch Game of Thrones. Now every week we don't skip the intro and we're like singing wiener, to the theme. It's like, yeah, we got a great meme with us now. It's great. I accept the wiener song. It's actually a great parody, especially because I guess we probably saw one dick and then you got all these people triggered saying it's just full of wieners. And me and Ricky were like actively looking for wieners the whole show. It's like, I think there's 3 wieners the whole show.
Yeah, I think what happened maybe is they made that when, like, right after that episode must have aired, and people were complaining about it, and so then they were just talking about it, and they were expecting it to be a bunch more, and like I don't even think when Theon Greyjoy got his cut off, they didn't show any of that, did they?
No, they showed the guy mocking him with the sausage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't remember seeing that, and yeah, I mean, there was way more in Rome.
Yeah. And yeah, it's a weird observation I notice, but with the House of Dragon, me and Ricky are just fucking eating everything up. Like, we're kind of becoming like regular media, we're like old men, or it's like, God, action. You tell like a human story, and the show is just nothing but like human stories and everything being consequential. 10 minutes of them like the king is, rightfully just in his righteous anger of his murder son, and then you realize Otto realizes the political advantage this has, which is like he's a piece of shit, but he's also right. And
well,
that's
no, I mean he's the one who put all this into play, and he's seeing his plans get destroyed because like Viserys did not want Aegon to be king; he wanted Rhaenyra to be king or queen.
Yeah.
That was all bullshit. That never happened. It was Otto telling Alicent, no, she'll kill your kids if you don't take the throne from her. It's like, well, probably not. That probably wouldn't have happened. But who knows? Who knows what Daemon would have done in actuality? Daemon might have started whacking people out. He might have killed Rhaenyra to take the throne, but that's not the story, so we don't know.
Yeah, I really love how like I know people want to get just like, it's kind of funny because it's in the Game of Thrones world, and Game of Thrones is so great overall until season 8, when I wouldn't even say season 8, it's once the long night starts, and then on from the long night on, those first 2 episodes are great because it's like Game of Thrones are like, we're at the end, they got to fight the Night King, and it's like, oh, actually we're still fighting over the throne, and alliances and allegiances and stuff, and oh yeah, she killed your dad, Samwell, which I fucking hate Samwell. Like he's a good actor for the role, but like he actually never progresses. You would think he would get thinner, that he would like become more classically masculine, and they keep him a fucking bookworm fatty when he's having to like survive the wildling territory. Like, it's just logically, it doesn't make sense he stays fat.
Yeah.
This is just annoyance to me, but
Well, I'll tell you what I didn't really like about this episode of House of the Dragon was that they didn't. It was supposed to be stretched out over a longer period of time. Like Blood was supposed to get tortured for either 7 or 13 days before he talked and gave up, and they had him basically just give it up right away.
Yeah, it's probably a narrative thing.
Yeah, but and then and they didn't show him getting beaten or anything. They kind of I don't know if maybe they're trying to tone back. I don't know. I mean, they're gonna have to show some shit when they start burning people alive.
Well, they cut that black guy's head off and has tongue out. So I don't think they're averted to violence. I just think I don't know. It's very interesting because in some ways this is very much echoing Game of Thrones, but that went pretty after first season. It went pretty quick into Civil War, Five Kings, Clash of Kings. But this one's just really taking its time and having human moments and the consequence of it's last season really wasn't much action, and it ended with just two dragons, one eats the other, and it's this is going to kick off a civil war. Oh my god. And it has such weight to it. That's what I appreciate is every scene is building up where it's I guess to normies it feels boring because they're used to Marvel and Star Wars. All right, gotta have action every 20 minutes. TikTok and all this, it's ruining people's brains. And this is just completely counter. It's like Villeneuve's Arrival. It's the anti-blockbusters. We're gonna tell a film. We're gonna tell a story. We're telling art.
It's a little reminiscent of Episode 1, Phantom Menace, with all the Senate meetings.
No, not at all. I'm a prequel diehard, but even I'll say
I just but there was kind of a lot of Senate stuff, politics, which no,
I agree. I agree that the politics for the general audience, and I've only grown to appreciate it over years of being a fan always of the stuff. But yeah, growing up, it was I never fast forwarded movies, but I was always all right, watching this. And it's only now that I really appreciate that Lucas was really layering everything to make sense and to escalate from the breakdown of politics. This one is just the personal consequence of things, and the the intrigue I have with this episode is Otto gets ousted his hand, but then Kristen Cole's going to be the hand, and he's fucking the queen mother, and so Otto, whether he finds out or not, if maybe he already knows,
I think it's Queen Regent, isn't it, or no?
Right?
Queen
Yeah,
or Queen Mother. I don't know. I don't know. I can't.
So she can now be foil again for Otto, long form, to him still be the Sidious of the show. But no, episode 1 was so great. The way it ended, where it's just hearing him saw off the kid's head, not showing you, you just hear the grisly sawing off a child's head. It's god damn, that's people.
Yeah, I thought I heard what I thought I heard was shanking, in a prison shanking. That's what it sounded like to me when I watched it at first. I'm what are they just from American Me or Blood In Blood Out when they're just shanking people. That's what I thought I was hearing. I'm oh, they're just stabbing the shit out of him.
No, hearing it saw, and then the mother, she told truthfully the choice, and then she's getting away in duress, and the shock. A lot of people don't buy it, or they think oh, why is she screaming something? No, she's in duress and also trying to keep her head straight to save her.
I thought in the books though it was supposed to be 3 kids there, a daughter and then 2 sons, an older son and a younger son, and she tells them to kill the younger son instead of the older son. But that maybe for whatever reason there was only 2 kids in the room.
Yeah, I haven't read it. I want to. I just got such a backlog of things I need to read, comics especially. But I bought a collegiate level alligator book because I'm the type of nerd that I have I want to make an eel based character for a side character villain, and so I found an eel book, and right off the get go I'm learning that eels have been a fascination in science since Aristotle. And they thought that they just spawned from the mud because all the eels they find, they just couldn't find sexual characteristics and stuff. And it turns out eels are born in the ocean. They're really tiny and they come up rivers, and they'll live 50, 100 years. And then abruptly they'll morph into male or female secondary traits, and their skin changes, and they go like trout to wherever and spawn, and I guess die at that point. And it's like, oh wow, that's cool. And the fact it's tied all the way back with like the Greeks, which I love learning about. You know, and then with alligators, there's, if you ever seen the Nat Geo documentary from like the 90s where the guy gets in the water with alligators to study them. That doctor, that professor, he wrote a book that I got. So I'm slowly reading that to try to find any little extra nuggets to include. What I hate about comics is like normally they might take like one little element, like what if he could be a rat? And it's like rats can map. They have like internalized mental maps. Once they navigate somewhere, they can like reverse engineer that map in their head. But that's about it. That like, they'll take like one feature and
is that how they do the mazes and stuff so easily? Once they learn where the stuff is, they can find their way back.
Yeah, they're like really. They have like a great adaptation for navigating. But yeah, comics usually will find like one or two traits of an animal applied to a whatever animal they're adapting with the character, and then they just like forget it, you know. And I want to like buck that. I want to have a character that his power set, he's an alligator. So how much can I include of real alligators into his character and make that like a defining traits? But really quick, catch up the chat. Stray Beans says David Simon was the journo that wrote The Wire based on a book called Homicide. He worked with a cop called Ed Burns to write the TV show, and they write a book together called The Corner. Chris Bacon said, yes, Sheridan, who wrote Sicario and Yellowstone and Hell or High Water, he's really busy these days. Like Spartacus, Blood and Sand. Galaxy Strange says, I need to watch Kentucky Fried Movie. Saw it a dozen times, inspired all the 80s spoofs. Stray Beans, talking about Game of Thrones, says, you see Theon's dick after he screws Ross in the first season. Yeah, I think there's literally like, there's the gay guy with King Renly. You see his dong once. You see Theon in season 1. I think there's probably a third time. It might have been some naked people with like processions through the crowds or whatever. I think Cersei gets flashed by a guy's dong.
Oh yeah.
I think those are the 3 times in the whole show. Dong count, dong watch. And for $2 from Hold the Truth Hostage, Father Hostage, BVS says, praise the law cow Rippaverse shoulder hair. And for that, I'm going to play you a little stinger, a super chat stinger.
But wow, how the turntables.
Oh, the turntables. He's spinning records on the turntables.
Well, I don't know if you watch The Office, but Michael Scott always gets things wrong, and he's like, when he flips the script on Idris Elba, he's like, how the turntables? And he just like looks awkwardly because he knows he got it wrong, but he doesn't know what it is. And so when Eric pulled that, I'm like, oh my God, I think he actually got the phrase wrong, like Michael Scott. Like, what an idiot. Angus invades Athens to learn about the Greeks. Good idea, says Grim Jim 666. I'm a pro Sparta guy. Fuck Athens. Fuck democracy. I know I'm American, and you know, we revere.
Democracy's overrated.
Yeah, I am all about monarchy. I'm really buying into some sort of like, we need long-term rulers. I know we like to disavow kings and stuff. Even the Greeks strangely kind of hated kings, even though they had lots of kings and city-states and stuff. It seems like a weird thing. Maybe it's like skewed by the predominance of Athenian record keeping, but yeah, no, I think Sparta shows. But well, actually, this is why Rome is so great, because they learned from the Greeks and their shortcomings. They made like that republic and then the empire. Athens is flawed because democracy leaves you open to chaos and inconsistency and, too much back and forth. And we're seeing that in America now. It's like every 4 years, it's like, we're going to take over. Now we're going to take over. And we're just keep jerking each other back.
Oh, that's the crazy thing. We keep voting for people to go in there, and those people go in there and try to decide how to infringe on our liberties more and more every time. It's like a nonstop thing. Why do they have to pass laws constantly every day? The laws are just restricting what we can do.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I definitely agree with that overall, but it's like, no, like law is meant to be more defined. You know, it's like you have like a loose don't murder, and it's like, well, yeah, what about self-defense? What about vehicular manslaughter? What about accidents? You know, and so you need the definition for the exceptions, the extreme cases. But yeah, generally they're just making laws to restrict us more and more and to take more of our money.
No,
Taxes aren't necessarily evil. You know, it's like no one wants to pay taxes, but like I'm totally fine with paying my due, you know, because like,
well, that's what this whole push is about. You know, the millionaires and billionaires is they figure they can get enough people to vote to take all the money away from those people. You know, and just like Margaret Thatcher said, you know, socialism only works until you run out of other people's money.
You know, socialism works if you have a large slave class to monopolize over. That's why Sparta lasted 1,000 years, because they had the helots. And they maintained their own numbers extensively with their agoge system. So yeah, if you have like a finite number of elites and they have a big base of slave class, a chattel class, socialism works great, but it's not equal. It's equal for the top guys. But no, like the lesson of Sparta and Athens is like Athens is too chaotic with their governmental system, it's democracy crap. Sparta was too conservative. They were too entrenched in their traditions and they never innovated. And that's why like Thebes overtook them, because you know, they weren't afraid to use bows and arrows, for example. Like Sparta, how great could Sparta have been if they had like archer corps, you know, like if they worked more on the cavalry and stuff. Like, so yeah, they both have their uses, but you need to amend. That's why Rome was great for so long. Rome's real problem was they're too infantry based. It wasn't until the Eastern Empire remained for 1,000 years that they kind of adapted to be cavalry heavy, because all their competitors were cavalry heavy. Stop the hibby jibbity, Angus. Long live the reforming of the Anglo Empire. US can lead it, but I think it's more what we were heading to. Why do you think they all want the immigrants? They aren't shy about saying it. Elites keep saying, who's going to work the fields? Yeah, they're trying to, in my view, like the LGBT stuff, it's you know, they push under the guise of progressive like humanism, but really it's like they realize like Democrats aren't dumb. They know you can't just keep expanding the population and paying all these welfare state extensions, you know.
You think they really think they're intending on paying it? They think it's all going to collapse. It's just they're trying to get what they can while they can till it all falls apart.
Well, no, I think they do want to sustain these welfare aspects, food stamps, and Social Security, to name a couple. But they know it, like if we keep expanding our numbers all the time, you can't sustain it for sure. And that's where I think the LGBT comes in. They use it under the guise of humanism and stuff, progressivism, but it's really population control. That's why it's not a tolerance or acceptance. It's a push to try to curb the population numbers. That's my view.
Then because yeah, like with all the sterilization that's happening with certain groups of people and the abortions, that's population control. But then bringing in millions of people who aren't going to
replacement.
But they're replacing those. But they're replacing those populations with people that aren't going to really like. Most people of Latin descent, let's say, are pretty religious. They're not going to go along with that. So it's kind of weird. It's like a weird thing. I don't know if they know what they're doing.
They're religious now because they're poor immigrants and poor.
I guess if they could get their kids into public schools and brainwash them, they'll fix them.
Yeah, they're thinking of the long game. It's like, yeah, these Mexicans, they have a bus full of kids, sure. But when you westernize immigrants, when you elevate status, you limit the number of kids naturally because there's more investment per kid, you know. It seems to be a trend. Like more poorer countries are, the more people they actually like sustain. in the birth rates and stuff. This is the big collapse of Japan and the West in general. Is the elevated financial status we have. For some reason, more resources equals less kids. For some reason, in the modern day, you would think it would be like a Thanos thing. You wipe out half population, you increase the resource chance per person, so you would like boost. You'd have actually a big birth boost. We did that with the baby boom,
right? But it's very expensive now to have kids. It wasn't really expensive 100 years ago to have kids. I mean, food was cheap to feed your kids. Housing was cheap. You get a house, you'd have a house with 2 bedrooms and you'd have 5 kids living in 1 bedroom. Now you can't get away with that.
Yeah.
You got to have TVs and all the stuff and the things that go with it, and it's it's very expensive. I think it's like they say it's like 180 or 280,000 to raise a kid now to 18.
Well, it's also our elevated customs of living, our standards of living have raised, and so there's like the baseline has jumped up to what we allow, what we think is like standard practice. But if we like, it's all time preference. I this is one of the many like philosophical things I like to look into. I think this guy Orwell and Good has done a book about it, and this is one of his areas of interest is time preference, and that is like TikTok, for instance, the entertainment. We just want to hit quick. You see this in entertainment where it used to take a year or more to get a physical media release. Now it's like 2 months, 3 months after the movie's done in theater, it's out and people are grabbing it. People are streaming during the theater release at home. So we want it now. We don't want to wait at all. Don't want to put any effort in. We're not saving money for big, vacations or anything. It's just now versus before people are invested in like the long game of life. It's like, hey, let's save up a few years and go to Disneyland or whatever. And I think that's the other big factor in our culture is it's the whole 80s, me culture. It's morphed to, nuclear proportions now. Let me see. Dr. Ben says, more hibbity-jibbity, Angus. Don't be intimidated by the hibbity-jibbity haters. Well, I will not. Grim Jim. In UK, it's getting your hooks in the system. Then they bring in their wives and then kids. The system has to let them in. It's all gaming it. They know. Yeah, we need to get rid of anchor baby laws because that was for slaves. That was because like the Constitution or the founding fathers, they made it where slavery was supposed to stop international import in 1800. And that was like a progressive way to start limiting slavery, but they weren't actually adhering to that. And so during the Civil War, we still had fresh import slaves. And so when they made them citizens instead of property, that's where the anchor baby law comes from, but they've never repealed it or cut it off. And so this is how typically Mexicans, because most people are Mexicans invading as illegals, they utilize this law to then have a kid to then be a citizen through their child.
Actually, it's more of a problem with the Chinese right now.
Are we having illegal Chinese?
Yep, they come here and have a baby and get citizenship, go back to China and school them and then send them here when they're 18, 20. And then it's been going on for a couple decades. I mean, I don't know about the numbers are not insignificant.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. We definitely don't think about the Chinese, but I don't know. I actually kind of revere the Chinese. I know they're communists, so we just vilify that. But
I mean, the Chinese are playing a long game.
They have a consistent culture, and they're actually trying to like slowly. They're trying to morph their. I think Xi Jinping is very aware of the shortcomings of like Maoist. I don't
know. They pretty much demolished their culture with the Great Leap Forward and all the destruction of all the temples and the things that they did. They wanted the culture to be Maoism and communism, not ancient Chinese culture,
right,
which is beautiful.
I think Xi Jinping is working to like amend that. He's having schools do like masculinity training for boys and stuff, teach them weapons and outdoor stuff, limiting the like weird TikTok stuff. They get
that's just to try and keep them from turning into us.
Well, sure. No, I don't. I think it's both. I think it's two things are true at the same time. There's like a political advantageousness to it, but I think also they're aware of like we cannot let our people westernized. We need to, and how do we prevent that? We enrich and revere our ancient cultures that we've had as a legacy to inherit. And so it's like he's trying to amend in the modern world, like we are communists, but kind of kind of some capitalist endeavors, even though it's state controlled. And yeah, so I don't know, it's very interesting time. And then also with that whole like one baby thing, it's really ruined their productivity.
I think they walked that back now, though.
They did, but I read this very interesting book about like sex in the world of various things. It wasn't like scoring or anything. It was about like societal impacts of sex, like Kellogg's and whatnot being made by like weird Christian cults to try to stop masturbation.
Yeah, they thought cornflakes were going to stop.
Yeah,
cornflakes
were
going to stop.
The Chinese, they're going to change in the next 50 years. Because they're having to import wives to make up for all the babies they've aborted.
They've actually been exporting a lot of people. They've been exporting huge numbers of, men between the ages of 20 and 30 all around the world, sending them to work and do things. And, so I don't know. There's tons of them all over in Africa. There's tons of them all over.
They pretty much own all the industry of Africa. Yeah. Africa's China's China. But no, they're having to import like Vietnamese women, Thai women, all like lesser Asians as far as they're concerned. They're importing in long term because these more impoverished people, they have a good culture of family and stuff. And so whatever money they're getting from a husband, they're sending back and enriching their countries. And so you're going to see a cultural shift in China for like their they view like trash Asians. That's going to impact them as well. With their birth rates. Nicholas McHugh, governments have been importing cheaper labor or outright enslaving people since the birth of civilization.
Yeah. Still going on today. They say, I don't know if it's true, but they say there's more slaves in the world today than there has been at any time in the past. So I don't know. Maybe because there's just so many more people. And then they say like I don't know the Uyghurs in China. I don't know if you consider them slaves or just prisoners or what, but there's a lot of them. And then all over Africa.
I don't blame China for that. It's one thing with like our American ethics and freedom and stuff where like, well, that's wrong. But on the pragmatic side, I kind of tip my hat to China. It's like these people, we like to villainize Islamic terrorism until the Chinese handle it. And so that's why they've targeted the Uyghurs. It's like these people collectively have an anti-Chinese.
Did you call them the Uyghurs?
That's what they are, the Uyghurs. Yeah, because Uyghur, however you spell it.
So I thought you meant something else.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about Eminem or something.
No, yeah, the Uyghur people, these like Islamic. I don't know if they're like Tibetan or Malay.
I always thought they lived in trailer parks.
I don't know what their actual ethnicity is, but they're all Islamic, and there has been some terrorism from these people. I don't know to what extent. And so China is kind of like internment camping. It was like these people are for sure a problem, and it's generational, it's cultural. And so they're just like sterilizing them and keeping them in the camps and kind of taking care of the problem. And so pragmatically, like the kind of like Tywin Lannister view of legislating and ruling, I think it makes total sense to do. Even if it's like ethically wrong, it's like, well, they're taking care of a threat to their society. So this is the ugly side of governance that people don't want to admit. We do this kind of shit by making
we've done horrible shit in this country, don't get me wrong.
South America's destabilized eternally because of us and our mechanizations.
We took hundreds of thousands of Japanese Americans and interned them during World War II for no reason except for they didn't look like the rest of us.
Well, it's because they could be a sleeper element, So I don't blame America for doing it.
There was no acts of sabotage or terrorism or whatever you want to call it from Japanese at all during World War II. You know where it came from? The Germans that were in America, and you know what we didn't do? Anything to the Germans that were in America.
Oh, they're white, Like I'm not going to deny the racism aspect. It's obviously there, but I don't blame them because, like, generally speaking, the until after World War II, classically, almost all the wars were kind of ethnic based and like kind of clearly defined borders and whatnot. And like the War on Terror really expounds the change where it's like some of these like Islamic terror in like Britain were white converts to Islam. So it's like, who is our enemy now? It's like Vietnam. And so Now, pragmatically, I don't blame America. It's not within our ethics of like the good guys, but it's like, do you want to win? It makes sense to me. That's my view.
That's the thing. If you're fighting a war to win, you're gonna break a lot of eggs to make that omelet.
Yeah, like that's I give a lot of credence to Israel and the Gaza thing. Is like, oh, it's fucking horrible what they're doing, but like they want control of their borders, and these people are an internal threat to them if you don't it's being very biblical, being very Old Testament. And when Israel won in the Bible, the Hebrews, whatever you call them, they got total victory with the black flag approach. And so again, I separate ethics from pragmatism.
If you look at what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, if Russia wanted to kill as many Ukrainians as they could just to win, they could have done that, and they're not. They're not rampantly, bombing cities and killing innocent people. They're actually, being pretty restrained.
They're having a fairly ethical,
as ethical as you can in modern war, because it's you're still killing people. But the shit you're seeing with the drone stuff and them chasing down guys running away and surrendering and stuff, that's fucked up. And normally we would say, hey, you shouldn't do that. If somebody says I surrender, we accept surrenders to airplanes.
So it's funny you say that, because that's why I didn't join the Navy or the Air Force. That's why I joined the Army, even though being in it, I realized like we're still using just like way over the top weaponry to combat our enemies. It's not fair. But I joined the Army because it's like, I want to go to war, and I want it to be the most fair it can be. I want the enemy to have the chance to get me, as much as like, I don't want to die, but like I want like a fair fight where it's like it's an earned victory if I'm in combat. You know what I mean?
No, I got lied to. I got told I was going to get to see the world and go to scenic places.
Where'd you go?
Let's see. I went to California and Great Lakes. That was about it.
Were you in the Navy?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, if I was smart for like long-term jobs, it would have been smart to go to Air Force, I guess. But I joined just for war. I sought the recruiter. He wasn't conning me with like, hey, get you bonuses. I just wanted to join. I wanted to do like Black Hawk Down shit. Yeah. And then they pulled out of Iraq when I joined, so I couldn't do like cool guy shit like that. Afghanistan was fine, but
yeah, I was watching our invasion of Panama on the TV, and I was like, oh wow, that looks cool. I want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it didn't happen.
Grimmer says, I think some of what the Chinese claim to have invented is a fib. I don't know about that. You'd have to give me specifics to look into. I've never really dug into that. But yeah, they are really bad about stealing intellectual property now. Katie's cleaning while listening. Hello, Jim. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Katie.
Jin Wong says, it's Uyghur. I don't know if you're joking or not, but probably not. But I'm Oklahoma. It's Uyghur, And I've seen lots of reports saying Uyghur, so it is just funny for America with like rap and stuff to say it. We sure, or some bollocks. Grim is British. Kefanic.
Kefka fanatic.
Is it supposed to be like Kafka? Like Kefka?
Maybe
okay. Kefka fanatic. Or is it to win? It's to make weapon companies money. That's the problem today. Is like war.
Since World War II, yes, that's pretty much what it's been.
Yeah. Like even though there's the advantage of we bombed all the competition with like motor industries, especially. It was still like we're out to win and help our allies. You could overall feel good, even with like dirty stuff. The nuclear bomb was like a not ethical choice. I agree with doing it, but it wasn't ethical. It was a war crime. What we did with the bomb.
Dresden was worse.
Yeah, I mean, they hide that. I'm just now seeing that, because like I follow Nick Fuentes and stuff related to him will pop up. So it's like, oh, okay, Dresden. interesting. They hide that stuff.
Yeah. And I think the firebombing of Tokyo was actually pretty bad too. We did like
Doolittle's raid.
No. There was another one that was really bad, like towards the end of the war, where we almost destroyed almost all of Tokyo with fire bombs, just like we did to Dresden.
Oh man. See, I love learning this. I love learning like hidden shit. I watch Kings and Generals a lot, and I got a video that I got saved. I'm gonna watch later. I need to download because you never know when they're going to take it down, because it's about like the largest slave revolt against the caliphate. So I'm assuming this is about some slave rebellion against Islamic control. I have no idea about it. I know people talk about Islam had like the worst slavery in history, or the biggest mass slavery in history, but I've never looked into it. And of course, being American, they love bludgeoning us with black slavery in America, which was horrendous. But
it was horrendous. But I think the largest portion of the whatever East India slave or Atlantic slave trade went to South America, and other countries didn't come to America. Like only a small portion actually came to America. Like 10 or 15% of the slave trade, and it was an existing slave trade that existed before. That's just what they did. They would fight these tribes to, I don't know, I don't want to say Zulus and Houthis and Tutsis, but that's pretty much what the Hutus and Tutsis, they would fight, and when they won, they would take them as slaves, and then they had something to do with them. They were selling them, and they were selling them all throughout, North Africa, all the way into, the Middle East and everything, and it's still going on today.
Oh yeah, and then you got like the weird child soldier stuff in
Africa.
But I don't really blame
the word slave though actually comes from
Slavs,
like Slavs. Eastern Europe. That was the term. They were just getting enslaved. They were getting conquered and enslaved, and they were called the Slavs. And that's now the Slavic people. It's basically Polish, Czechoslovakia, Hungary,
Caucasus, the north of the Caucasus region.
Yeah,
those are considered Slavs too. Becky says the only U.S. Army needs for special forces is new skills. The United States Marine Corps needs a tier 1 unit, and the Navy needs to be less gay. When I was a kid, I actually wanted to be a submariner. I really loved U-571 and K-19, but I can't swim, so I just never even sought out the Navy. On top of the warfare things, like I want to actually fight people.
Technically, you don't have to swim in the Navy. You just have to be able to tread water for 15 minutes, and then you can get through boot camp.
Huh. I just assumed I'd have to swim because you get on ships and might sink. So,
you might want to learn how to swim, but they teach you how to make a life preserver out of your pants.
Yeah, I heard the Marines, they would like blow up their shirt or something.
No, you take off. This is late 80s, early 90s. They would teach you how to take off your base. They're called dungarees. They were like jeans and stuff with bell bottoms. You'd slip them off, and you have to tie knots into legs, and then you splash water and air to fill them up with air, and then seal them. And I don't think it was going to work, but
seems like a lot if you're sinking on a ship.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And the main thing was a lot of stuff for firefighting, because if you're on a ship, that's your worst enemy is the fire. So
slavery is time immemorial. I mean, read the Bible. Bible predates Rome with its Hebrew stories of slavery.
But
Egyptians are like 5,000 years of history before Rome took them over. Lots of slavery.
The term slave though comes from when they
Romans,
took those people from that area, the Slavic peoples, the Slavs, the slaves.
Yeah, it's funny. I play Rome Total War a lot. I've never beaten the game. I know how it will end, whoever you play as, but it's just like the game gets so big that it's like takes forever to manage. So it's like, fuck, I just want to restart because it's getting messy, And so I'm like Sisyphus. I'm always pushing the boulder uphill. But I've been playing the long game really in depth with this newest round.
I haven't played Rome. I play medieval Total War, and then a lot of the mods on medieval, like they have the Lord of the Rings, Kingdoms mod and stuff. And
oh my god,
it's just divide and conquer.
I was looking into mods for Rome, and one sounded really cool. It's like, and I downloaded it. I like hit start, play as Rome, and like the whole game, Rome Total War has probably got for the whole like Mediterranean map up to from like Scotland and Ireland all the way down to like the Arabian Peninsula. It's probably got like 80 something settlements for the whole game if you took the whole map. This game, just for like Italy, has probably 80 or more settlements. Like it's that in depth where you have like hundreds of settlements to manage. And I don't know how it's just like it's like going from Pokemon to D&D. It's like this is way too much for me. But at some point I might dig in. But Rome just regular is already like time consuming for me. And I listen to a lot of documentaries while I'm playing, so or like Trash Cast or Biggest Problem.
I'm gonna have to jump off.
Yeah, you got BTM to
Yeah,
with. That's all.
I was really late last night, and I don't want to get fired.
No, that's fine. Thanks for popping in, man.
No problem. Anytime. Send me I'll jump in if I'm available. Let me know.
Awesome. Yeah, this is one of those like
I didn't really get to do any detracting, but I got to wear my nice hibbity jibbity bullshit squirrel word shirt.
Wait, where's that from?
That's from Rippaverse.
Oh wow. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to get that.
Yeah, it's just,
Nice. Let me solo you really quick so people can see.
Rippaverse. Hibbity jibbity bullshit and squirrel words. It's nice.
Awesome. Well, you go have fun over BTM. Tell them I said hi.
All right. Well, you should jump on over there.
I might. I do. I got this. The main thing is I wanted to track this Yaira spoiler stream because I watched 20 minutes of it, and just the attitude of these fuckers when like you're winning, you made over $1 million this, and like the smugness with certain things, it just really pissed me off. So I wanted to react to most of it live. So we'll see. I'll try to burn.
Well, I'm really hoping Goodyng is good.
I hope it's horrible. I
like Mike Barron. I still have the entire run of Punisher from back in the 80s.
I guess I'll have to check it out. I do like Garth Ennis's Punisher, but I'm assuming Mike wrote Punisher with like in the context of the full Marvel universe though back then.
Yeah, it was just a run.
Okay, it's got like cameos of other characters like Spider-Man, Wolverine, something like that.
A couple, but not a lot. It was just mainly him killing people. It was good.
Okay. All right. Well, you get out here. I'm gonna kick you so you can go get ready for
All right.
BTM. Thanks for
Take care. See you, everybody.
Farewell. Great time having Jim on, first time on the channel. All right. We had enough tangents talking about Rome and government and divine rights and whatnot. Love digging into that. That's why you should watch The Boys. What they're doing with Homelander. I think they're doing a very Nietzschean, inquisitive narration with him, nurture versus nature. Whether the term Slav is based on slave is extremely debatable. Well, it's a generally accepted view of the name. So, shut the fuck up, Anon, and welcome to the chat today. All right, had a nice little deviation and conversation. I love doing it. That's why it's great to detract and just analyze media because you start thinking about real world implications about things, and the fictions are great ways to assess things, comparative analysis, real world things. But let's go over to all right. Let me pose to you a poll, I guess. Do we save the Yaira spoiler for later? Detract, Rip, and Silverback now. All right, there's a poll in the chat. We'll give it a little while, see what y'all think. Get some votes in on that poll on the YouTube page, because I do have a Alpha Core review to look over. I clipped some of it, put it on Twitter if you haven't seen it. These guys are pretty good. They had a good conversation with Vito after BA left on their last stream. It was a very good conversation. They got into politics talk and stuff. Yeah, the Rip and the Silverback, the reason I said Rip and Silverback in the poll is because that's the Yaira spoiler stream was on the Wednesday Rip and the Silverback. So the poll is, do we dig in and detract that tonight? or do we save that for another stream? Because we have been going 4.5 hours. It's been fun hanging out with y'all. I don't mind doing more, but it seems I'm solo. React to your clip. Okay. I guess that'll buy me some time. Because I don't want to show y'all this Frost Comics review yet until I get, some decisive interaction from the chat. But we will look at some Katie did clipping. I had fun hanging with Katie twice yesterday. Dids channel. Okay, so there's 3 videos here that are new that look of interest to me. I think we'll start with Dr. Disrespect. It's the shortest one. Look at that. Isn't that the same answer? No, that's not the same answer. If I save Yaira for later, that is saving that detractor. That is saving the rip and the silverback. So if either we detract that now or we save it. That's the option. It's not the same answer. Where are you? There it is. All right. Okay, let's look at this one first.
Enter.
Keep on building that case, you stupid whatever. Here we go.
Real quick, got a $20 super chat from Hellhound. $19.99 says, great Keno, Flash. Also, this disrespect smells like shat. Yeah, I think you had a great time on the Keno Casino last night. Very good time. Hope to go back again. Want to get them on here soon. Hoping to have them on the channel sometime in the future.
Well, that'd be fun.
Yeah, it'd be a good time. Like Escapo here. Escapo for 5 says, shout out to the casino. We need a flash cast with Andy, PPP, Sean, and Rippa.
I thought it said Clippa at first, and then I'm like, no, don't bring Riley on.
the fucking pussies. Oh, just think how fun it'd be if Clippa fucking raided their stream. That would be funny as fuck. There was something. Let me go back. Something
like Escapo here. Escapo for 5 says, shout out to the casino. We need a flash cast with Andy, PPP, Sean, and Rippa.
I thought it said Clippa at first, and then I'm like, no, don't bring Riley on.
No.
Eric Rippa would be fine. Clippa, not so much.
Yeah. I don't want to be anywhere near that fucking weirdo.
I don't even know who that is. I know who Eric is. I don't know who Clip is.
A stalker.
The guy that got arrested, he's made up.
Yeah, it sounds like he's going to get arrested again soon.
I was literally there. I remember seeing that. I didn't know who the hell that was. Okay.
Salad, yeah.
Yeah, he'll be in jail soon because it sounds like he's going to go to the Denver one. So, yeah, keep building up a case.
Oh, my God, you idiot. That's a year-old clip, you fucking retard.
Keep building up a case on yourself, you fucking stupid fuck.
Oh, that was a weird edit. Get rid of the clip, snip, snip. Oh, okay. Let me just save that for later. Oh, this is something that's old. Oh my God, it's only better now. I love digging into this Frost Comics stuff. Because they're a pretty rational channel from what I've watched. Let me save that. Okay. There we go. Boom. Get rid of that. All right, let's go back. See what else Katie got. See what y'all thought of that clip. Yellow Flash. Oh no! The question is, do I detract the spoiler stream of Yaira or not? I just presented it with 2, I guess, kind of emotive ways of saying yes or no. All right, Katie. I don't know why my stream. There we go. All right, let's see this rant. Come on. All right, my speed is up. Let's turn it up a little bit more. Hopefully, it's understandable.
Our good friend Star Wars Theory. Some would argue he is the biggest YouTuber, content creator in the Star Wars fandom. He's done even original content based on Star Wars stuff. It's pretty solid. good friend of us. He's hung out with us, of course, at several. Well, it will be a couple because he will be at our booth at Denver Fan Expo. So if you want to come meet him, we'll be there for 3 days actually, I believe. He will be hanging out with us. He will have his own little spot. You will be able to meet him for the allotted time out there at Denver Fan.
Let's hear that again. His enunciation is hilarious.
He will have his own little spot. You will be able to meet him for the allotted time out there at Denver Fan.
What is with this weird? Again, it's how he thinks white people are. He's a fucking retard. It's when he's trying to sound smarter.
Expo. Some of you got to meet him at MegaCon at our booth as well. All around good dude. And it's just crazy how, even though, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it, he's been one of the guys that has remained probably far more optimistic. Not probably. He's remained far more optimistic about Star Wars than a lot of us. He's stuck by it, and he's tried to be as objective as possible. Yeah, he'll tell you if he doesn't like something, but he's held on. Okay? That said, obviously, Acolyte is not being well received. And even with Star Wars Theory, if you watch that first stream of that episode, infamous episode number 3, if you watch that stream, he even said, skip all the lesbianism and all that stuff. He was going in on the lore stuff, though I make the argument that the former stuff doesn't happen, or the latter stuff doesn't happen without the former. That's why you get the canon breaks and lore breaks. You get those issues because you have a bunch of people that are prioritizing everything but, I don't know, caring for Star Wars. Now, that was enough, however, for these people to say some very, very outlandish things. And Master of TDS has posted some crazy things.
Fucking hate that guy.
By these, I don't know if you can even call them shields because I'm not sure that they're Star Wars fans. Like you have someone saying, what if a baby grand piano just comically fell out of the sky and landed on him like a Looney Tune?
That's actually funny, Eric. I don't know why you can't laugh at that. I hope a Looney Tunes thing happens to you, Star Wars Theory. Like, that's funny. Whether it's just like loving Looney Tunes or if it's like they're that mad they want you dead because you detracted Star Wars. Like, either way, it's funny. But you got to like play up the victimhood because you're fucking Obama voting F slur.
Now, all this is because Star Wars Theory basically said, look, man, it's slander being presented by various sites and various people, and I'm not going to stand for it. And that was enough for these guys to get that pissed at him. Well, they basically want him dead. I think we'd be better off as a species, this is what someone says here, if we just yeeted these losers into the effing sun. Someone needs to get rid of this man. The Star Wars fandom just needs to be nuked at this point. My thoughts are that we need to do a public beheading of Star Wars. Okay, that's just out of line. Now, what they are mad at him for and over is, well, he has an opinion that he doesn't like or that they don't like.
Behead Star
Wars. Is it worth wanting people dead over? I don't think it's that serious. But I think this kind of taps you into the psyche of the type of folks that we are dealing with. These people are crazy. And I get it. If you aren't in that position, right, like a Star Wars Theory.
Bitches be crazy. Next up, buy my comic. It's just, I guess he's networking more and more with Star Wars Theory, and maybe there's an advantage there with the money, with Star Wars Theory having made a $250,000 fan film, which is pretty good, all things considered. If anything, I don't know why Star Wars Theory is just like sat on not doing anything with a continuation. I don't get it because that was a fun time of like, wow, Star Wars Theory is doing better than Star Wars, and then that found the fix it and post whatever the scene 38 Star Wars thing, expanding the Obi-Wan Vader fight. Like, that was fucking cool. We need more of that. And then like once you get enough vision, you get 3 million subs. Why aren't you just making your own independent shit? Work with the fucking Epic verse. Like, do something. Make your own thing, Star Wars Theory. Oh man. But yeah, it's like there's something to gain. Eric doesn't give a fuck about Star Wars. He's below a normie. He's a tourist. He only knows of the shit from articles and from ass face talking about it. It's the weirdest grift. Like, I'm invested in the Rippaverse, and you suck, Eric, but I'm invested. Your shit's funny. And I hope it maintains this level of narrative delivery because I just get a kick out of it. And you suck, and you're a piece of shit attacking Riley, weaponizing the state. But I don't know. It's just a weird pair, Rippa and Star Wars Theory. Like, what? Is Glenn Beck paying Star Wars Theory? Is that what's going on?
You probably just laugh it off and think, well, you have the luxury of being Anon, and that's the luxury that obviously you deserve. But when you are a person, especially like Star Wars theory, that gets out there and his namesake is all he has, and if that is damage, that damages him, and then you have other people kind of levying threats. And even if it isn't that individual that levies the threat, there may be people that take him up on the offer. We talked about this with Grums. No, it's not tolerated. No, it's not just jokes and internet, bro. This stuff is serious, and you are a dickhead if you are one of those that are levying threats to people over comic books, Star Wars, or whatever thing that we argue about. See, this whole toxic fandom thing really does get me, because they would like to say that a Star Wars theory, again, who is mild compared to everybody else, like guys on our corner of the internet have been a lot more harsh on Star Wars than what Star Wars theory has. And they like to call folks toxic, and they present it as if the folks like that, the Garys and the Aston Hill versus Babyface, all those guys, Geeks Gamers, all these people, they talk as if they're toxic.
They are, actually. Even if I agree with points they say, they're fucking toxic people. They promote this culture of just burning everything down. That's what all you rippatards hate, actually. Is we're just doing the Geeks and Gamers thing. We're milking this. We're beating a fucking dead horse, a dead horseman, every day, detracting you fuckers with the same ire of canon continuity and fan relations as Star Wars and Marvel and DC and other franchises that are lesser stature. The Boys hates you, all that crap. We're doing the same thing to y'all. It's this is what YouTube's become ever since Trump Hillary. They've gamed the algorithm of toxic bipolarity. It's all toxic both ways, honestly, if I'm being completely honest. Star Wars used to be great because it's like, if people disavow the prequels, it was within the context of analyzing story, and now it's just evolved to politics. It's an extension of your political identity, and it's all toxic both ways.
And I don't know, man. Sounds pretty toxic to wish death upon people over Star Wars, because I don't believe any of us are doing that. Right? That's pretty mad behavior to either want to carry out physical threats.
I think people would celebrate. I would celebrate. I won't lie about it. I'd fucking celebrate if Kathleen Kennedy died. I'm not wishing any forms of an unnatural death, but I'd be like, oh, thank God, there's a chance. There's a fucking chance. Star Wars would get unwoke and just tell stories, good or bad, not attack fandom. It'd be a positive. I don't know.
Or just levying them. That's not cool. I don't think anybody on our corner of the internet is cool with that. Sure, we can disagree. Sure, we cannot like whatever. You can criticize it all day long, but that's a little different from, I don't know, wishing death upon people. That's a little different. And it lets me know that I think a lot of these aren't, I don't even think they're normies, they're tourists. Ideologically focused tourists. They don't like who dislikes something. That's really what happens. Because you wouldn't even be using terms like toxic fans and all that stuff, because if you
Detractors, Eric, good faith. You're the fucking same.
Part of fandom, especially one of Star Wars, you guys know what happened in the 90s with that trilogy. Very divisive. I don't remember people going around calling folks toxic over it. It was divisive for sure. I think a lot of people are more forgiving of it, but people weren't like at each other's neck over that stuff. I will say that arguments have always been a part of nerd culture. And if you think it's abnormal, you're telling on yourself. You hear me say all the time, core tenet of nerd culture is people arguing over what outsiders deem as superficial, irrelevant, unimportant. It never came to exchanging blows, but it was always, it might have got heated. People might have started sweating over the arguments, who can beat who, why this does or does not make sense.
Great points, Papa Cotton and Anon. Shout out to the chat.
Awesome. That was what it was about. But it was all out of love for that brand, the love for that, the culture or the subculture. It was never, hey, you don't like Star Wars, you should die. People didn't do that stuff. Y'all kind of started that weirdness, and it's sad that it's become so normalized, and then people are supposed to just brush it off to the side like, well, that's nothing. No, threatening people's lives and their livelihood is not funny. Never has been.
I don't know. I think the collective side of Fandom Menace, hindsight, I think this side was the side. I claim Fandom Menace. It's like a dead name now, I guess. I would say mostly this side is the side that was attacking George Lucas and Jake Lloyd and Ahmad Best. For Jar Jar, Anakin, child Anakin, and Lucas making the prequels. In general, I think it was our side that was attacking them. And now you've wrote politics into it's very reflective of what movies you're going to like or dislike. And so now we're the side collectively. I was always a prequel kid, so I never was attacking Lucas. I always loved these movies. But yeah, I would say our side was the one that's tagging. And now, retroactively, pretend we at least accept the prequels. Well, they weren't bad in hindsight with all the shit we're getting now. And it's like, you had it good. You didn't know it. You attacked Lucas. Yeah, I would say this is the toxic side that was attacking Lucas before. The left people were attacking Lucas for racism with Jar Jar and the Nemoidians and Watto. But yeah, I think it was our side is probably going after Jake Lloyd the most. It's gross because I always love, and in hindsight, I'm like, fuck, it's a great little story. You see Kid Anakin, you understand like where he's from and why he would covet power from his youth, being a fucking slave, having no choice, no power, couldn't save his mother. It's a great narrative.
Never has been. It's not cool. I mean, that guy, man, it's not that crucial. Like, it's supposed to be escapism. Shouldn't be getting you so riled up to where you want to fucking kill somebody or you want to wish death upon someone or fucking opinion on Star Wars or comic books. It's just stupid. That's totally unnecessary. In fact, there's people out there that think this shit is normal. It goes to show that this is crazy. Because, look, man, I'm sorry, man.
I hope you live forever, Eric. I hope you outlive me. I hope you have generations read your bad comic books and just laugh. The only way you shut the Rippaverse down is either through the shame of being a laughing stock.
I only one life to live, and let me get serious. I wasn't going to include this in a segment, but I got to get.
He's scratching his arm hair. It's itching. He's got fleas, people. He's got fleas in the arm hair. Confirmed.
Serious, real quick. You got one life to live, and I get it. If you've never been in that position where you are a lot more public facing, and I can understand. Well, I don't want to say I can understand. I think you're really ill-informed, but it's a lot easier for you to say that when Grums gets threatened, it's just nothing. It's just some losers on the internet. Or when Star Wars theories get threatened, it's just some losers on the internet. It's not that serious, just jokes, bro. It's way easier for you to say that when, number one, again, you're Annan. Number two, you have nothing to fucking lose, right? I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, man, over the course of the last years. I mean, even in your lifetimes, man, for you guys that have been around the block for a little bit, celebrities have been offed. They have been jumped. They have been injured severely, physically assaulted over dumb shit on the internet, obsessive weirdos. That stuff happens, man. I'm not going to say it happens all the time, but it happens.
Oh my God. Eric thinks he's Tupac. That's why he's going for all. He's fucking scared. He's threatening me. He thinks he's Tupac. He thinks he's John Lennon. He thinks he's Dimebag Darrell. He thinks anybody actually cares about him to that degree. This is very enlightening, Katie.
You guys know where I'm from. You guys know who one of my favorite bands is, considering where I'm from. What happened to Dimebag? Crazed people, some even mask themselves as fans, will do nutty shit. Someone brought up a good point. Yeah, some rap out of Florida just got killed. And I get it. That culture's a little different. Homicide rate's a little higher in that culture, but it happens to, what was the singer chick? The singer chick that had that fan. I can't remember. I remember doing a video on it. I'm losing, golly, what's her name? Where she was at like a sign and dude just went up to her and killed her. And I'm like, what the fuck? No, not Selena. Obviously, no. Yeah, Christina. Christina is the name. Her. Like, there are crazy people out there, bro. They're nutty. So of course they're gonna be like a Star Wars theory when it comes to his namesake and when it comes to his he's got to protect that. And I totally understand.
Don't worry, Brandon will protect Star Wars theory.
Guy, man. And don't be the guy writing it off. If you're writing it off, you're a fucking loser too. Because you're just being like, yeah, man, it's just all gravy, man. You see people living crazy, wild stuff, and then you just you should just take it. Don't be that guy. Sure. It's very likely that nothing comes of it. But don't expect people to not be prepared in the event that they are faced with such a thing, or prepare themselves just in general, or try to stop it before it happens and to take precautions.
Threatening me.
People are fucking crazy. Mental health in this country has gotten worse. Now, why that is, I don't care what you want to attribute it to. School systems, what they put in your food. All we know is that mental health cases have increased over the years. So people are getting fucking nuttier and nuttier. And sure, you get the luxury of nobody caring about you and nobody knowing who you are. Somebody saying something crazy to you may sound like nothing over the internet. But when you are public facing, people got to take that stuff serious, man. They have to. They should. Because the last guy you want to be is a guy that didn't take something serious, thought you were invincible, and then bam. And they, like I said, you got only one life to live, bro. It's not worth trying to be a hard ass or macho man thinking that you fucking untouchable. It's not worth any of that shit. It's not. And this is why people take that stuff serious. But fuck all those guys that are out there fucking look at this tweet. Like, God just flat out says someone needs to get rid of this man. Like, what the fuck? Over Star Wars? Over Star Wars. That's unbelievable. But here we are. It's getting worse. Like I said, it's just people are getting fucking crazier, man. And oftentimes you get people being hyped up by, again, other mental health cases over the fucking internet. And that's what you got to watch out for. Sometimes it's not the guy that's levying the threat. This is why what happened with Grums, I would argue, is more serious than anything, because he basically effectively got a fucking bounty put on his head. So if it's not the person that's like, yeah, this would be a good idea, what if someone takes him up on it? And you don't think there's people crazy enough to do that? I'm sorry, man, you're naive.
Okay, I think we got the point with Eric today. All right, let's start detracting Young Cripple 59. Okay, let's go to this lie. Let's find it. Here it is. Here.
Hi.
Let's get through this. Jesus Christ. These fucking people. All right. Let me check with the chat before we continue. See, the poll said detract now. So I guess I will. See, lovely people. All right. Let me see. Where are we? Hello, no, says that's no laughing man. The most popular new assassination method is grand pianos. How would Saul feel being put next to a white woman and a monster? Wait, is Bloodruth a monster or is Isom? Oh wait, I guess Chad Rand's in the picture, right? Papa's getting a kick out of this. That's right. I just issued a credible threat. You have the luxury of being anon. Whoever appeals to the law against his fellow man is either a fool or a coward. Whoever cannot take care of himself without the law is both. I don't know exactly about that. The law is meant to be a impartial third party that legislates evenly. That's the whole point of it. Whether they actually proceed that way is another matter. So we get corruption and favoritism. That's stewards of the state not living up to the creed they've accepted. Who isn't toxic though? Exactly. Toxicity is fine in my book, says Non, but dishing it out and being completely unable to take it to the point where you call it costing people is disgusting. Hey, you don't like Isom? You should rot in jail. Maybe normies aren't toxic, but normies are lame as fuck. Plunge Guy says, I feel stupid thinking a couple years back Eric was smart and had anything worth listening to. He's got a good point sometimes. They're just common sense. They're easy fodder. Is a problem. Dude, it's Twitter. I say crazy shit I don't mean on Twitter all the time. That's why it's a fun site. Yeah, Twitter's amazing. Eric thinks he's Putin and is going to have organized groups trying to assassinate him. Yeah, Aloni said, oh, it's a little higher in that culture. Yeah, he's revealing that he's terrified on the inside. He's a spineless guy who loses sleep over thinking about things that have 0.00001% chance of happening. Exactly. All right, without further ado, the piece de resistance. Gonna detract this fucking spoiler stream. This is fucking, it's so eye-opening how insulated these fucking retards are.
So, if I'm not mistaken, that's correct.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I got it a little too fast.
for canon's sake, but this is not for canon's sake. This is Ripper.
No, man.
So wrong show. Nonetheless, it's going to be a very special show because finally we could talk spoilers for Yaira. We've been holding off on the streams I have done. We've been NDA'd out of our minds, but now we get to finally have some fun and chat about it all. I get to nerd out about this stuff. Az is going to nerd out as well. Of course, the Saskas, the writers of Yaira #1, are joining us as well. This is going to be a very fun time. Before we get going, I do want to show this really quickly. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Of course, if you head over to rippaverse.com, you see this. It's been like this for like a day and some change. There's a reason for this. Gooding's at work behind the scenes because we are
out of business.
Bankrupt. This stream is just me telling you that we're done. Sorry, we failed. As everybody predicted that we would. But no.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This stream, what I've seen of it so far, is so laden with this kind of backhandedness. Instead of trying to win us detractors over, it's just got to like, it's like this. You say what you want about Disney, especially, but like the mainstream and their shill websites covering for me, like, oh, it's just superhero fatigue or whatever. I don't think they've, besides like this racism stuff recently with like the Acolyte as a lowball excuse or misogyny, despite House of the Dragon being beloved across the board, it's getting people back into Game of Thrones if they dropped out because of season 8. You got a heavily woman-based show. You got diversity with the Valerians, which are black in this production. They're not supposed to be in the lore as far as we know. Martin okayed it, so it's like one of those like, well, the creator is fine, whatever, it might be wokeness, but creators along with it, it's a good show regardless. So good actors, so we can make our peace with it. It's like Idris Elba as a Heimdall. Shouldn't have a fucking black guy be a Viking character, but he's so good at it. He's a Euro black guy. It's fine. He's done well. But overall, they're not really hitting at fans. I know they're targeting us with the whole racism thing, misogyny, but overall, it's like they're not trying to just say, don't be a fan. They're trying to just be like, hey, you don't like us because of this. It's a cover. They still want you to be a fan. They want you to change your misogynistic, your racist ways. And these guys are like, ha, 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 yeah, we're going to have business. We're failing. We're totally winning, guys. This like sideways acknowledgement of detractors in a mocking tone. It's like, this only makes us more resolved to detract you fuckers. That's my thoughts on that.
Oh, seriously, the site is being rebuilt. We are implementing everything. I have been working all morning. Like I've been up since like 4, I believe. My time working on website stuff. We'll be working right after this as well. And once we relaunch, we will have all sorts of fun stuff happening. Everybody's ready for Gooding the Polymath. I'm ready to get it to you. So be on the lookout for that. I just wanted to touch base with y'all because, you can't really buy items because, we're getting ready for a big major next release, not just for the book, but for our website.
Shout out, Anon.
That being said, today we're here to have a fun discussion, but let everybody get their introductions in. As co-host, how you doing?
So Ki Adi-Mundi is in the Acolyte, and he was born 40 years later than the show is set.
And they die typically how many years?
Their race goes on for a bit, but he was killed in the Odyssey.
Well, yeah, he was dead already, so it wouldn't have mattered. So even if he was,
yeah, so he was about 70, 80 years old when he died.
Oh yeah, so he would have been cooked either. Even if he didn't technically die, he was cooked.
He was, but he's alive
somehow
40 years before he was born.
That makes sense.
And he's already a Jedi Master.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Is that a Jedi lesbian witch magic thing? Is that how it works?
I think it kind of beats Jedi lesbian magic. Because they're like, we got the Force to create twins. And he's like, bitch, I ain't even going to be born for 40 years and I'm a fucking Jedi Master.
Very impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah. So his fellow councilman, Plo Koon, was in the episode as well. And they witnessed a Sith getting their lightsaber out. But in The Phantom Menace, Ki Adi-Mundi says, we haven't heard anything from the Sith in 1,000 years, in a millennium. So does Plo just like not tell anyone?
Yeah, that must be it. It must be a secret.
White. Look, I just got to talk
Sorry,
about
$180 million.
This is a Rippaverse book, and if you think I'm reading that, you're fucking very much mistaken, sir.
Wait,
I
what?
will say the Star Wars content on YouTube.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, it must be a secret.
White. Look, I just got to talk
Sorry,
about
$180 million.
This is a Rippaverse book, and if you think I'm reading that, you're fucking very much mistaken, sir.
I will say the Star Wars content.
Oh, you see Eric, like he's laughing it off. He's like, he really got butthurt by that joke. Oh, these guys, they do make me laugh. Not for why they want, but no, you think I'm reading that?
On YouTube is amazing. Oh, it's some of the best Star Wars content I've ever seen, made off some of the worst Star Wars content.
It's pretty good.
I liken it to.
It's so crazy that they're twins, and look how drastically Jen looks like a fucking trans witch versus Sylv looks. She's normal. She's all right. Strange.
If a space lesbian communist witch faced fucked George Lucas's corpse, that is how I currently see the Acolyte in terms of quality.
I would watch that.
That's
horses for courses,
You paint quite a picture, as you paint quite a picture.
What can I say? I'm an artiste.
What can you say? But seriously, that is fucked. Good luck to those guys over there at what the fuck Disney Studios Incorporated.
That is actually what it's called.
Yeah.
What the fuck Disney Studios? That is actually the official name. Trademark. It's where they go when they ain't got a fucking clue what they're doing.
Nonetheless.
But no, we say Rippaverse. What the fuck? Oh, everyone loses their minds.
We do have a good show, though, today, again, with us talking about Yaira and everything. Of course, the writers of Yaira are here to nerd out with us. Ladies, how are you guys?
I'm good. I think this is the most successful comic book release we've ever had. When we worked for the other company, when that story came out, it was like they buried it and they in the desert and didn't want anyone to know about it. Whereas with Yaira,
probably because of the killing of the pedophiles.
it's the pedophile killing thing.
Yeah.
You know, we snuck that in. I didn't know.
Took it personally.
Yeah, took it
went
personally.
against their core values. I didn't know. I thought we picked someone everybody would like to see murdered by the Black Widow, but we were wrong. But
You kill pedophiles and we took it personally. Okay.
I'm sure there's a character in the Rippaverse that can pick up the fight and continue it on. But yeah,
lot of room for pedophile killing in the Rippaverse. That's the fucking truth. That's the
who
fucking
knows?
truth.
Maybe
Eric, I'm straight and that turned me on. You know?
I'm just so happy to be attached to another one of your failures, boss. It's such an honor. I've never failed this successfully, and it's amazing. I hope we have many, many failures for many years to come. Now, the new failure from Magic Mike Barron is coming soon.
Oh yeah. He'll have his up next, and I guess he'll be the fifth failure that we will have.
Yeah.
So that will be.
That's not going to be a campaign.
You spoke too soon, Eric. You fucking retard. Let me go back to old man Dave for a second. Let me find his old man Dave. Oh, shit. David. Okay. 'Cause he posted Jesus Christ. Oh, where is this at? He posted it recently. Okay. Oh, the next failure. Let's just look at the most recent postings I've found. $167,000. The mammoth known as Goodyng the Polymoth. It's a mammoth, all right. It's going extinct. It's not going to hang out long, guys. Spoke a little too soon there, Eric. What you doing? Writing another shitty book? Shitty book for your retards? Not really selling, is it, Eric? Oh, this is a fucking amazing.
Pain, though, is it?
No, it's going to be in a new format.
Thank you all for hanging with me.
It kind of, as we talked about before, it mixes a little bit. We'll have some more information, obviously, once the site goes live and explaining it. Obviously, we're moving on to better things, but we did kind of keep some of the things that I think that keep people engaged with the campaign element of it all. So you will see some of that, but it is, as a point, a different format. It is a different format. We're going to reserve like the larger campaign formats for special releases because shit's about to speed up, man. Obviously, everybody that has access to the books that are being worked on, Saska's, you've seen it. We got a lot of stuff coming. I mean, you're talking ISOM 3. You got obviously Gooding.
ISOM 3.
Blood Ruth, obviously. We have a Horseman, yes. We got two.
Keep going. Keep going.
not in the end myself. We got two other projects. One that Chuck Dixon. The one's Chuck Dixon and Joe is tied to. I've already spoke about that. We have so much in the works. We got the second Rippaverse. We got so much happening.
Oh, I got another
Rippaverse. Of course, the
Rippaverse.
point now is to speed things up and not have to rely on the campaign format so much. But there are some cool things that we will be doing that it'll give people that familiarity that they come to expect with the campaigns. But it does have some differentiation, that's for sure. So it'll make a lot more sense once it goes live, guys. When we have a chance to explain all that stuff. Okay, so I want to just go ahead and get right into it and talk about Yaira.
Yay! Oh my god!
Finally, we get to talk about this.
Hold on, let me quickly read it.
Yeah, just read it.
There's pictures. It's a quick read.
Just read it real quick. Of course, once the website goes,
the button.
The button. Yeah, I saw somebody post about that.
The button.
They said that was I forgot what the meme was, but basically it's holding on for dear life.
God bless it.
People were saying it was protecting the fans, but if the button were to pop, I feel like the fans wouldn't be angry about it. They'd be like,
I'm pretty sure they'd be fine. For that's for sure. Probably would have preferred it. But
it is struggling, man.
I'll give him that's a funny little detail to have fun with. One little nugget to have pure fun and not detract against. He gave Yaira big titties for a page before he made her look like a man the next. So yeah, I guess you got that on me, Eric. No, I'm talking about the Chiati thing. Hey guys, I Googled this random factoid after the show came out. Now I'm going to repeat it ad nauseum to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. I don't know. It's interesting because I remember Phantom Menace time people were fucking triggered because the fucking retard that played Akbar, he never really had a career outside of that. He was crying about his time in The Last Jedi and how they kill him off pretty quick and they're sending him off. And so everyone's like, ha ha ha, yay, clap, clap, clap. And like in the inside of his suit, he's crying. He just went to his changing room and cried for a while, like a pussy. And everyone was so up in arms against Ryan Johnson, pretending they cared about Akbar. Stupid meme. Now, Chiati Mundi is a meme, What about the Wookiees, But now it is valid to bring up that point of like, this is like a huge flaw. These people don't even know the series they're working in. And so you got to give credence to talking points, even people you don't like when they get it right. It is just unfortunate that everyone can't be honest and thus deflate the importance of these kind of channels. They're just here to hate. They don't care about the prequels, but they'll use it to bludgeon new things to build their channels.
It's struggling.
I'd like to see that button defeated, if you know what I mean.
Keep it in, Captain. It's kind of like that going on right now.
But so I guess going back to square one. Now that I finally get
Horseman, I think will be a economic boost after Gooding. Because who the fuck wants to read Gooding? He sounds pretty perfect, honestly. He sounds like kind of a Mary Sue. He's gonna fight bullies. That's how you're selling your comic. I'm fighting bullies. When is he a fucking dainty little man? Jesus Christ. As is right, and they butchered the lore, yes, but he should preface it with, I heard X, or I read X instead of pretending like they're Star Wars scholars who knew it immediately. Yeah, isn't he like a gamer? Isn't he like not really invested in Star Wars? Again, these are tourists. They're just leeching off of thing. They bounce from franchise to franchise when it suits them for money. Jeremy, I think's got a good track record. He is a Star Wars fan. No matter where it's gone, that's where Jeremy has like some value aside from like cataloging wokeness, even if he's milking it incessantly. I do think he's a real Star Wars fan. Apparently, he's a big Ahsoka guy. Don't know if that's true. Take him at his word, though. I honestly don't get it. I grew up with the prequels as a child into adulthood, so I don't I appreciate her character arc, but like, no, I was there for Anakin. Who cares about Ahsoka?
Nerd out about this stuff. I got the script from you guys. Obviously, we go way back, and me pitching you the idea of writing a character. It was up your alley. You know, you talked about what you did with another publisher, which made me, of course, familiar with you guys. That being one of my favorite stories, if not my favorite story. That was ongoing at the time. Was a limited series, but you get what I'm saying. And I figured Yaira. Now that the book's out, people can kind of understand why I'm looking at it like, okay, this makes sense for the Sastas. Yaira is a different character. I created her with that in mind. Like, she is a absolute fucking wild card. And you see that in ISOM #1. And so as the story continued with Yaira #1, we needed obviously some writers that knew who she was. And you guys absolutely nailed her attitude. It's not as she's not like the black and white sort of as far as her being a heroine. That's not necessarily the role that she plays in our universe, right? She has her own story. She has her own self-interest, obviously, and she certainly acts in it, as you guys got to see in the actual story. And the Saskas handled the book about as good as it could be handled. Not only was I happy about it, I was stoked about it. I was like, why didn't I fucking think of that? With some of the things and some of the elements that they added to the actual character. So the book picks up right after really the events of ISOM 1, right? Essentially is where it picks up after. So you're meeting up with Alpha Core, and you kind of see a brief skirmish there before Yaira goes and flies off, right? And this conflict, right? And I know a lot of people spoke about this, and now we can finally nerd about it. And I'll get Az thoughts on this as well. But we already saw Alpha Core. We saw them like in great detail. So this book is a
great detail. I don't know if I'd fucking call Alpha Core great detail. I have no idea why any of them do their job. I have no idea of what their life's like outside of doing Alpha Core. They're just robots. And your Superman sucks. Solari seems to have the same power as Braxwell. And for some reason, he falls into Yaira that Braxwell... That's the other problem. His name's Jeremiah Braxwell. You have Ingrid Valdez and Brian Solari, but for some reason, Braxwell is a one-name character, even though he's Jeremiah Braxwell. He's a cop, so they should say Jeremiah Braxwell because they don't give him code names. They don't just say Solari or Valdez. They say their full name for their superhero next. They're cops, so I guess like they're public known law practitioners. Another place, but I'm trying to think of the right term, but it's just fucking weird. It's fucking weird. They make a point of like Braxwell's like vouch for her, and I guess it's like entertainment gossip of like, why is Valdez on the team? she's a squeaky wheel. What's her point? And they never like really fall through. And honestly, it's like, yeah, she kind of sucks. It's frustrating, man. You know how frustrating it is to like, in good faith, come in open-minded, like, hey, maybe you'll prove me wrong. Maybe these books are actually good. And it's like, what? Just no efforts, no thought. Like, you read enough of this, and you're like, is this just like a joke? Are you just seeing how bad you can make stuff long term? See how long people will pay for it and pretend they like it. When if it said Marvel, they would not fucking stop roasting this. Ryan Cannell and I super chat Geeks and Gamers like, well, we don't review comic books. Never reviewed a comic. It's just funny that people want one thing reviewed. It's like, but you milk bisexual son of Superman for 20 fucking videos. And so it's like, well, if you're gonna call that out, why don't you call it like this atrocious girl boss character? You'll do it for for Furiosa, which is disingenuous as fuck. And then you won't do it for Yaira because, like, I guess you want to hurt 3PO's possible money, which I don't know. Looking at Goodyng, I don't know if 3PO is going to make $100K on this next book. Might have been a bad move, 3PO. Not like you don't deserve it. Dumping a critical blast. Get what you fucking deserve. Can't wait to see that nosedive.
Completely different perspective, right? You also get introduced to a character, right? And more introduced to a character in Yaira. But now you have Alpha Core, who Chuck Dixon obviously handled in the Alpha Core book. So you go into it kind of having some level of understanding of who those three individual characters actually are. Yeah. And we got to see that dynamic obviously at play again, but also like Brian, and one of the great compliments that a lot of you guys gave, not only the Saskas, but the Rippaverse in general, is that Brian felt like the same damn Brian he was in Alpha Core #1. And that is one of my favorite aspects of really the entire universe. It shows the attention to detail to every writer that's here. That Brian in being stoic and being like he let's say he has a lot more redeeming qualities about him than some of the other characters for sure. And we're already kind of sympathetic about him, knowing that he has a lot on the plate, knowing where he comes from in terms of this war. So it was cool to see him in definitely in a different element where. Yeah, in like Alpha Core, where you're talking about like a character like a Galvando, he doesn't necessarily fight with him, but a Billy Bob as well. These are characters that he's very strong. We all know Brian's pretty fucking strong. But the difference between more so Alpha Core and here is that, well, Yaira is basically just as, right, strong. So you have that dynamic in itself, which creates a lot of turmoil there, where you have someone that has fought Brian to a standstill, and he also is trying to apprehend her, albeit for various reasons. I gotta ask you, because you read the story. How did you feel about that and Alpha Core's addition to Yaira? Because they weren't just in this book; they played a very, very vital role in Yaira #1.
Yeah. It's good that I like the way it picks off from the "Don't follow me," and I should just be like, "That's my cameo done."
He's only there one time. The car.
Ooh, yeah, we shit on our flagship character. Wee. Imagine if they started Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, and it's just her taking Iron Man or whoever's like the top character narratively with the most love for the current readership. Just drop on a fucking car, like, don't follow me. Like Dolph Lundgren. Whoa, amazing. And then it never ties into like, yeah, Yaira assaulted that guy, but it's kind of weird that he survived that with really no damage and he escaped the hospital. No one's seen him since. That's what we're fucking dealing with. This is changing the game. This Marvel and DC are scared. Fuck you people.
I'll catch that.
Like technically, okay, do we even give him a credit for being there? He doesn't get named or anything. Like, right? Is that a
I think his agent would be like, that is an appearance fee. There's an appearance fee there.
That's technically appearance, right? Like, there has to be.
I mean, it wouldn't be the story without me lying there.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, kind of bring on the Alpha Core business before we get into the Yaira, because obviously there's going to be a lot of Yaira stuff going on. The dynamic with Alpha Core is very much how Chuck set it up. Brian being the lead, Braxwell and Ingrid being the sort of, the support, shall we say. One thing that was interesting is clearly Brian is holding back in Yaira. That is one thing that we haven't seen let loose. We saw that in Alpha Core itself with Michael.
He's complimenting this. He's complimenting that Solari is holding back. Well, we don't know if anyone died at her blowing up the oil field. I don't know any other damage has happened because of her. I mean, they've been after her for a while. And so also they can detect, at least with blood tests, they establish an ISOM 1. They have at least rudimentary, if not secondary, blood tests to find the accept trait. You'd think maybe at this point, with it being reality, they would have like scanners or something, some sort of detection, like the Sentinels and X-Men. So it's weird that like they've never been like surveying and trying to find this Yaira who for some reason stays in Floor Spark. I don't know. It's weird too because mainly it's Yaira's blue tinged hair when she uses her powers and not wearing glasses that separates her from her look as Sally Rodell. Superman, I'm not a fan of Superman, generally speaking, but Christopher Reeves did really well delineating the difference in character. Why no one would suspect Clark Kent of being Superman? Because he's like, oh, gee, shucks, I'm a fucking doofus. It's like clearly that guy's not fucking Superman. A little bitch. It's a great disguise through character. There's none of that with Yaira, and like really does have a Superman setup. of disguise, glasses, but like her personality is just like so forthright, just like Yaira. So see the headache I'm dealing with.
Cool. We see Michael's been holding back, and we've seen the more emotional characters kind of flaying their arms a bit, and the more tactical characters being tactical characters. I think what I got from Brian was I think Brian is a little scared is not quite the right word, but I think Brian is very wary about going full, and the implications that that could give, particularly in the situations where he was fighting in the city itself. So there was a responsibility to the citizens there. He was fighting in the prison system, and even though they were prisoners, this is a guy that doesn't want to cause collateral damage in terms of people.
That's what separate. I would argue that before I let you finish, like that's one of the big separations between the two characters, right? Yaira is like,
they don't give no shit.
Yeah, exactly.
She frees the guy, then fucking ripped his jaw apart. You know?
Yeah, exactly. But Brian, it's a little bit on the line. He has to operate in the confines of the law.
But that's it. That's it. He's a lawman. He's a super cop. He still has to respond. There is a time later in the book. If I'd read it, I would know this, but I don't because I haven't. But there is a time later in the book.
I never read. Yeah. Fuck. I accidentally exited out. Damn it. Real quick, I'll bring it back up. Unfortunately. Whoa. That's a nice picture of Amandla. What's her fuck? Oh, it's old. Too many wise. Mike Partika's got a Yaira video I gotta watch. Oh my god, it's just so much detracting. It's never gonna stop. All right, let me bring this back up. History. Where are you? There you are. All right, sorry about that.
Where?
All right, so he's saying, ha ha ha, I've never read it. Playing off the what's your favorite part joke that Dick helped popularize because all these retards clearly hadn't read the book or they don't know how to read when they do read it. They go instant feminist when she kills a guy for hitting on her in the prison. Like, well, he's a rapist. It's like, where do you get that from? Because he came on really strong. Like, he's a prisoner. You don't know how long he's been in there. If you're just going off stereotypes, he's probably like a horny guy. It's like, oh boy, not just a woman, but a fucking babe. Let me try to stand out among all my peers and shoot my shot. And she kills him. This is why we joke about y'all fuckers not reading this. It's like you lack basic comprehension, as Eric would say. Or y'all just didn't read it. There's videos people like, oh, I just supported him because black guy or because fuck Marvel or whatever, which is fine. I'm actually fine with that stance, but this is the fandom. It's like it's all outside of I want a good story, and that was a good story, and holding Eric to a standard that they hold Marvel to. And the smugness about it is like you're trying to celebrate this book, but then you got to hit at us detractors. Instead of like every move this collective makes is wrong. Characters they develop and expand and put effort into like Goodyng and stuff. Who the fuck wants that? It's very clear no one wants this. Nobody wants that, as Chuck Dixon my ass would say. You should be trying to win people over. You've lost. It went from 42,000 backers ISO1 to in 2 years you're down to like so far 5,000 for Goodyng. You still haven't sold out of your fucking Yaira statue by McFarlane Toys. They won't promote it because you're not partners. You just contracted them. Every move, even if it's a possible win, you fucking fail. And it's like, it's just so baffling where it's like, is this like some weird gay up by comics? Is Eric a plant by Marvel to like destroy independent credibility? I think that's what we should be thinking. We should be thinking about Palpatine. Who's the Palpatine behind Eric with his hand up his ass? I want to leave that thought for you. Zombie Boy, what's up? Yeah, Eric was absolutely giddy. Did you say skirmish to skirmish? I don't know. Eric explaining what is in his comic is rough. Oh man, I even need to find it. I have to dig really deep in my Twitter, but there's a clip, some channel. I don't know why Eric went on there, but such a small channel. But he's like, "Hey, well, like if you could change anything in ISOM, like what would you do if you could do differently?" And he's like, "Oh, it goes on for fucking 3 minutes." And really, the takeaway is, I would add like 4 pages to the fight of Yaira and Alpha Core. These guys are fucking retards. yeah, it's 5,000. I just showed it off of Old Man Dave's post recently. That's the last number we got. Almost 5,200 backers, and it's only 167,000 for books. Maybe the merch, might be at the shills and stuff. Might be at like 300K total for the investment. But I actually, before we continue with this, we got to look into this because the reason I found that funny picture of the Rippaverse merch hoodies that EVS shared of me. I accidentally found this old page that's still up on the Rippaverse website. Rippaverse transparency. This is very funny to look at in hindsight because it's like kind of a big tell-all, and now you can start applying these numbers to smaller shit. And it also kind of reveals the hibbity-jibbity squirrel words from the beginning that we all just didn't really pick up on. And the money dump this guy's having to take, and like this is why he's ramping up production. It's like, clearly I'm losing backers and money, and so I need to make more campaigns to make up for the lack of money. He's just going to burn himself at some point. So this art is cringeworthy as fuck. It's like, you make $3 million and this is like promo art you're having of your character. Like, it's pretty cringe. Look at this weird waist vagina mound. This is a vaginal mound. This is not a penis bulge. This is a vaginal mound. This is a big old meaty pussy Isom has. To me, if you're into trans men, I guess that might be attractive, but that's the grossest fucking thing to me is trans men. And that's what Isom looks like here. But yeah, it says, hello, Rippaverse. This is weird too. So it says, this is by Kristen Fitzpatrick, but then at the bottom it says Andrew Rodriguez. So they don't even have consistency of like penmanship of any of their shit. This is from January 2023. So this is after the success of ISOM. Hello, Rippaverse. Your incredible support resulted in ISOM bringing in over $3.7 million and moving over 60,000 copies of the book. Without you, we could not have seen such immense success as a brand new independent publisher. However, many are under the impression that we got to pocket 3.7 million, start buying Lamborghinis, but this couldn't be further from the truth. Can you even afford a Lamborghini? 3 million? Well, I don't know what the price is. Average cost of Lamborghini. How much does Lamborghini cost? Okay, so I guess a couple $100,000. I just assumed it'd be more expensive. Anyway. This can be further from the truth. Here's a breakdown of how the revenue from the Rippaverse campaign will be reinvested into future campaigns, maintain and expand the business moving forward. So many of you, if you may already know through previous videos and live streams, the Rippaverse is 100% private, and therefore we handle our own publishing and distribution. Instead of you, the customer, being the third set of fans to see the books after a retailer and distributor, we sell directly to you. Every copy of ISOM and all subsequent books that will be released is a book in the hands of our actual paying customers. And while, yes, we'll continue to work with retailers, both brick and mortar and online, we're interested in carrying our books. These make up a fraction of our overall sales and are only roughly 2% of our sales for ISOM. Oh, man. If I could get my calculator out for that. That's... I shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have put that out in the public, man. Shouldn't be like, oh, just getting orders left and right for retail. Local comic shops want ISOM. You know, you need to like, it's the spin. You need to like have the most positive, upbeat spin possible. So 60,000 times 0.02. That'd be right. That'd be 2%. Okay. So out of 60,000, 1,200 went to comic shops and stores. All right. So basically no demand in actual stores is what he's saying. This is a fringe alt-right movement of 40,000 people mostly that bought ISOM. I'm saying alt-right is like, the mainstream perspective. Additionally, this company is started with no external investors. So what? There's internal investors. This means that all of the upfront costs for starting business were handled in-house. These upfront costs include the lawyers for the company, website building and maintenance, contractors and employees, warehouse, custom boxes for shipping, and more. Not to mention the artist, colorist, and letter. See, you're probably spending a little bit more than you should for custom boxes with your label. So I'm just like, people don't need a fucking Rippaverse label on a box. That's not important. Let's put the thing in a standard box, save whatever cents per item, have a little more money to reinvest in your company. Fucking retards. There's the artist colorist letter for the first book, which was also paid for and complete up front before we even launched the first campaign. These startup costs amounted to over 200,000, closer to 300,000, and as transparency has and will continue to be crucial to our brand, let's give you more of a look inside how that number was broken down as well as additional operational cost and spend across the various expenses. This quality was something we wanted to emphasize. We chose to print strictly here in America instead of demonstrably cheaper overseas labor, such as in China. I don't know if you saw that statue video, but Eric's like, we looked all over America, but like, it's all right. We can work with China. Like every point is just getting undercut with like their own behavior. Thus, being a brand new entity in this space, this also meant that we did not yet have the presence of business history to use as a bargaining chip when making deals with printers. This is no longer the case. We now have a proven record of success with which we can now have more negotiation power at the table. When we chose to print an additional 50,000 copies of ISOM cover C so that we could have enough backstock moving into the new year, that ran us almost $125,000. Oh, see, okay. This just proves we can figure out Vito's calculations. Let me see. The fuck? Come on. There we go. All right. 50,000. Let me see how I would do this. 2500. No, that's probably not right. Other way. 125,000 divided by 50,000. So yeah, he spent $2.50 to print the books. Our negotiation power also extends to the area of shipping. When we first started this company, to the matter of printing, we had no presence and therefore no bargaining power with the various shipping companies. Now that that's changed, we can have those conversations with the likes of FedEx, UPS, DHL, and so forth to get lower shipping rates for us, which also means lower shipping costs for you, the customer. Contrary to what some Twitter experts might say, a company losing money on shipping is not unheard of. And make no mistake, we in truth weren't charging you enough for it. Media mail is not an option for comic books, and we were explicitly told this by USPS. Those custom-made sturdy boxes that you all loved weren't cheap. An additional 62,000 boxes that we ordered to finish the first campaign cost us nearly 30 grand. He's already spent at least $500,000 just making this book. The most significant expense for any company is its people, payroll, and the reverse certainly no exception to this rule. Our back-end, day-to-day creative and distribution teams currently have around 15 employees and contractors. They're all paid competitively and on time within their field. In the last fiscal quarter alone, we spent over $350,000 on payroll expenses. Oh shit. Okay. That just goes back to the calculator. 350,000 times 4 for going quarterly. It's 1.4 million. Spending 1.4 million with his warehouse and staffing. So 100,000 bucks on a comic's not really going to cut it, is it, Eric? Maybe you shouldn't have blocked everybody on Twitter, and maybe you should have just listened to Dick's criticism and be like, hey, okay, well, I think you got that wrong. Yeah, that's a good point there. Okay. Just smile and wave. We should put in perspective how much of a revenue needs to be reserved for said payroll, especially as we expand. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. 42,000 backers to 5,000 is expansion necessarily. Your support for the first campaign blew away our expectations so much so that we outgrew our initial warehouse immediately. That was a great problem to have, and to solve for that, we have begun construction on Warehouse 2.0, a brand new 10,000 square foot building that will also serve as Rippaverse headquarters. To prevent the space issues that we had initially, we also have baked into our space contract the ability to expand it out further if and when that need should arise. It's not going to arise. Those upgrades construction are also running us an additional $180,000. In addition to moving and equipment fees, the rent for a building like ours in this area will easily run at least $15,000 per month. Why does anyone need to know this? If you're trying to be like we will win and stuff, you're just saying like, oh yeah, we made 3 point whatever million, but we're like blowing through that already. As we are first and foremost a comic company, we need to get the ball rolling on future content. So just as quickly as we had wrapped up the first campaign, work began on the following projects. 2023 will be a massive year for the Rippaverse. We currently have 3 projects in the works. First, which will be ISOM 2. These books are all over 90 pages. Several contractors must be paid before the books are completed. These people, including writers, pencilers, and inkers who aren't always the same person, colorists, letters, and cover artists. Additionally, the better the talent, the higher the page rate. And between just writing and art on one of these books, we spent over 60 grand on it. Just bleeding money at every turn. Merchandise costs also factored into our expenses. We spent over 100,000 on the shirts and hats for the first campaign. The poster shipping tubes alone ran us over 10 grand for all those posters they didn't sell. The most expensive per unit items were the lenticular Dokumon trading cards, which ran us 30 grand. And lastly, Uncle Sam will always want his cut of our profits. We hope this provided greater insight into how things are at the Rippaverse and how the various operational costs, the costs of goods and sold factor in our business. We pride ourselves on our transparency with our customers and that we rely on your continued support. To remain autonomous, we must continue making intelligent business decisions for our expenses and reinvest our revenue into the company moving forward. This means we are beholden to providing you, the paying customers and fans, with the quality product you want. Quality. I think you're like Creed Branton from The Office. It's quality. That's what we're getting. We're getting quality from the Squirrel Word production company. Yeah, so that's just like a little insight there to counter, we are winning. We're winning. We're so winning over here. All the millions you've shed on taxes, on at least your federal taxes, your payroll. You have to provide at least some sort of work insurance for your employees. Not like personal insurance, but they're you have some sort of business insurance for like workers' comp and shit. So he's got to be dropping he's fuck. Yeah. Oh, AI maybe. Quality in the Rippaverse is not synonymous. What is up, Apex? What is the sticker design for the new warehouse? Oh yeah, you got robbed. Eric doesn't know how to run a business. That is correct. Rip the Rippaverse, I know, right? I'm actually gonna send this to EVS. Maybe he'll bring it up on Trashcast. So like go back over, the Wayback Machine. Going way back. One second. On Trashcast. Goodyng. Oh man, what the fuck? Oh no. Someone found Sturgis behind Anna. Multiple times creepy. Oh, that's great. Oh, I love what I'm seeing behind the scenes. This is fucking brilliant. Oh. Oh my god. Let me show you this. Let me show you this really quick. I love you, Sturgis. Just love me back. That is Sturgis creeping on Anna. We got another one. We got another one to look at. Sturgis again. And what the fuck is this suit? Is this some gay anime shit you're wearing? Oh my god, I love detracting. Sometimes it's a headache, but god, I feel like Sturgis make it worth it. Apex, if you want to link, wait, what is your Twitter? Let me find it. Apex Comics. There you are. I will send you the link if you wish to join. Jesus Christ, those are some nice knockers. Probably AI, but go follow Apex Comics. Send you a link if you want to join. Actually, if anyone wants to join Detracting, I'm just going to put the link here in the... Oh, no, that's the fucking Rippaverse link. There we go. Here we go. If y'all wish to join and Detract with me, feel free to do so. Feel free to hop on in. And, wait, let me see. What's your... Yeah, okay, that's the right one. Yeah, I follow you. Like that, those titties you posted. Not of yourself, clearly, but of an AI woman. Fucking ginormous. Insane Jugs. Big fan over here. Big fan of Jugs. Feel free to DM me Jugs anytime, people. Will not shy away. All right, let's get back to spoilers.
I believe it's actually Ingrid that says, are we kind of like weapons free? Can we just like go balls to the wall here? I was like, oh yeah, you can fucking kill. This is any means necessary now. So when you get into that situation, you got Praxel running around.
This is really stupid too. In ISOM 2, they have that scene of like talking about data collection. As dumb as that is, that sets a precedent for the reader of like seeing them game plan and strategize. So it's really weird that they have this threat that they've been after for a while, and then there's 2 more of her on Earth, and they're going after her. And so you would think by the end of the book, when it's like permission to lethal force, you would think that would have already been discussed at base, especially when she's like killed a prisoner in front of them at their Alpha Core prison and had a jailbreak and shit and taken Stefania from them. It's very weird that they're just like, oh, can I use lethal force now? Like, it's good that they delineate it. It's not the problem. It's the fact that like when they place it in the book, where it's like an afterthought. And hail Apex Comics.
Hail, buddy. What's up, Black Angus?
Not much. Yeah, I heard you beep in. I was just
yo.
It's
the Devil Twins.
Have you read Yaira yet?
I have not. I've read ISOM 1. I didn't like it, so I sold it. I sold it with a bunch of comics to Second Charles, and I got like $75 back. So it's all right.
How much did you spend though?
30.
Oh,
Too much. Too much. Too damn much. It's a thick book. There's some good action in between stuff. The best part of ISOM was when the big black bouncer throws ISOM 300 feet in the air. That's the best part of the book.
I really love when Darren Fontano, when he comes in the book.
Oh yeah.
And he's like, "Come on in." And like, have a seat. He's like, "I'm not here to sit." He's like, "Sit." And then, like, I read Darren Fontano, like my attempt at Cat Williams makes it. You got to do voices for each character. Like Goodyng is a robot. When I read him, like he's tone deaf. He has no inflection. It's just like a constant steady. And like, I'm very sorry for your loss. Like it's like Interstellar. The robot from Interstellar. That's how I try to like voice Goodyng. He's way better if you think he's a robot, if he's an android.
Yeah. It's good to put theatrics to your comics when you're reading them. You know? Theater of the mind. It works so well that way.
Yeah. Magus Numide is like Skeletor.
Oh, yeah. See, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
He needs a Schnarf character.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe like a Batmite sort of character, mixed milk or.
Oh, that could be his bug horde because Max Newmite has like these bugs.
It's bug horde. There you go.
Horde.
Bug horde. Okay.
Yeah. Oh man, you got to read Yaira. It's so. I mean, narratively, they really did try to cram a lot. It's like Rise of Skywalker or Force Awakens. Regardless if you like or hate those movies, they're very dense with plot, and so they're kind of like tricking you narratively because there's a lot of things wrong with Force Awakens narratively.
Oh, of course.
Regardless of the trilogy that people didn't pick up on for like a year or two until they started watching people like Mahler and shit do real intensive breakdowns.
Right.
Because besides the cantina, there's no resting point in the movie. So like, and if you're a fan, you're trying to like not only take in the information, but you're also trying to apply it retroactively to the series.
Yeah.
And Rise of Skywalker, of course, is trying to doing that kind of template that JJ does, but also make up for The Last Jedi and tell two movies in one. And I like Rise of Skywalker for the attempt. I think it is like an overlooked like film study that like most film students won't ever like analyze it in that way.
Yeah.
But I think it really is a good if like, okay, here's like, a series, multi-generational series. And whether you like it or hate it, this movie was clearly divisive with The Last Jedi. It takes a lot of narrative risks for the lore and the saga, and it really kneecapped a lot of the intrigue in the culture of Star Wars and the theorizing and stuff. And it kneecaps like every possibility that the first movie sets up, and so JJ has to make up for it without breaking the canon established.
He broke it already. I swear, it's like the Rise of Skywalker is more like a Rise of Palpatine. What do you think? Why did you just call it that? I would have watched it anyway. I mean,
well, also, I mean, I know a lot of people were mad about Palpatine again.
Oh yeah,
I think that's actually, even though it's like made by dumb people, I think it's like a really interesting artistic choice of like he's been the threat this whole time for multiple generations.
Yeah,
and that's cool. I like that, and it has a precedent with the EU, which I don't care about the EU, but
yeah,
that's there with Dark Empire or whatever. And even within the film context, I think it's an open possibility. It's fine, but they're missing Sauron's ring. They're missing Voldemort's Horcrux.
Okay.
The idea of Palpatine is kind of an eternal villain works if he has some flaw that you can like something that he's tied to that you can destroy. But like having him respawn, which like Gandalf, like I think is fine.
Yeah.
If he was part of manipulating the Force to create Anakin, whether he'd create Anakin or if it was a reaction to him, he had that power to elicit that kind of thing. So for him to project himself into another body, it's not really far-fetched for the universe, but you need to tie it to something that like can be destroyed. Because now you've opened the narrative that he can just respawn eternally. You can't just be like, well, now Rey super killed him with the Force, and the Ghost like doesn't really gel. And now that they're continuing her story, which I'm hoping is good. I'm going in open-minded. Daisy's a good actress, and she
is. Yeah, yeah, she is.
So that's where I'm at with like that specific part of Star Wars. But the Yaira is so plot dense. It's like
Oh
If
Lord.
it was a movie, you just would not have time to ingest, and it would take you a while to like start picking apart. Like, wait, this and that and that, and then you add it to the lore of the Rippaverse thus far. It's like, what a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, that's the best I've seen of the I was gonna call them the Yaira sisters, but the Saska sisters. But yeah, they look better blonde than they do brunette for some reason, and they have light color lipstick. They actually look more fresh than I've ever seen them ever on screen. So
I like the one on the left. I think she's all right. She's
She's all right. Well, they both look alike, so one or the other.
No, the
really.
one on the right, she's like really modified. Her face looked very witchy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the one on the left a little more wholesome. I
Yeah.
see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what the best scene of what was the second sequel movie? The Last Jedi.
Mhm.
The best scene I've seen was that crystal fox that comes out of the cave in the snow. That's like probably the best scene out of the whole movie.
That was a practical effect mostly. Like they had like a real like model that they played with.
Oh,
But
yeah.
what was the point of it besides like, oh, there's a hole?
Yeah,
like
so that cute little crystal fox coming out of it. Like, oh, what?
The whole point of that was like, oh, there's a hole in the back of the cave.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, Yara. So are they about to go into their little mode, their little show?
The Yaira sisters.
The Yaira sisters. That's right.
Yeah, I watched about up to like probably 30 minutes into the stream of like them talking, and I was like,
okay,
I gotta save this to react to because this is fucking like very revealing. Their whole attitude and their like hitbacks at detractor talking points, the reading it and stuff. It's like, why don't you like try to win me back? Like I'm a customer, like Nerdroticus of Disney. I'm here to detract you from the get go because you're pieces of shit and your stories suck. And I feel pretty confident that you're not going to improve, especially with your attitude. And if I swap my name with Chuck Dixon, you'd love it. And it's like,
yeah. And also, we paying $15,000 a month for a warehouse or whatever the hell it is. No wonder he needs to make $3 million per comic. My God, he's just sucking money out, man.
Yeah, he's bleeding cash.
It's terrible.
This Goodyng, and then you look at the transparency to compare notes with like everything that's happened. Oh, we've had 4 multi-million-dollar.
Yeah,
I mean like $10 million. I'm like, right, but how much have you spent upkeeping and staffing? You've 2 years. You brought your numbers quarterly 350,000. Now you're talking about project spending. You're spending 1.4 million a year, probably more because of inflation. Rehiring, etc. You got to put the time in to train people, so you got to have someone to watch it. So you're paying some staff somewhere to like watch over them. So you're paying someone extra at somewhere.
Yeah.
That adds up. It adds up. So if you're just sticking with 1.4 and not including inflation, that's already almost 3 million over 2 years that you've bled just for having a place to work because you wanted a warehouse instead of having like a U-Haul shed or something to store your shit and then just go there and
he should
fulfill
take
as needed.
the example of Ethan Van Sciver, the way he does his business. Maybe he can succeed a little better, make a better product, plus be very lenient on overhead the way EBS has over the years.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Eric didn't see his 3.7 million as like, wow, I'm really lucky. Wow.
He saw
it as like, this is my minimum threshold now, and he went all in.
Yeah,
in some ways that's admirable, but seeing who he is full spectrum now,
yeah,
what a fucking retard.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised he still has a show for Canon's sake after all of his escapades.
Like, what is the canon? What are you even talking about with canon?
Yeah, like, destroyed his own canon when you think about it.
But yeah, without further ado, we'll continue this spoiler shit.
Yes, look at it.
With the fucking rocket launcher.
I love that. I love the way she Deborah drew that.
Yeah, I was like, okay, Braxton. I was like, what you bringing to this fight? I got my fists, got my ice. I got a fucking rocket launcher, bitch.
I love it.
All right, Braxton. Okay. All right. Kind of liking you a little bit more now, So there is responsibility. Put it that way. There is a responsibility about when and where to use that level of force. Because we did see an Alpha Core when Ingrid was fighting Galvan. Oh my goodness me, it's as if I read the books.
No, right. What are you talking about?
I know. When Ingrid was fighting Galvin, Ingrid was making sure he was incapacitated. She wasn't going for a kill. This was about incapacitation. When Braxwell went up against Galvin, it was about incapacitation.
Yeah.
So they are trying to be responsible with essentially their role as super cops. Yes, we have powers, but we still have to act within the law. We're a branch of the law, and have to act accordingly about whether or not to apprehend or lethal. And when you've got that sort of power, lethal is almost a last resort. So that kind of, which showed where they were towards the end of the book.
Yeah. No, and I'll ask Saska's this. It's, we talked about it a little bit before with we see what Chuck has done, right? And obviously in everybody's stories, there's a little bit of influence there with kind of, again, some of the characterization that was happening with not just Alpha Core, but the characters around Alpha Core, you guys dealing with Alpha Core in this particular book. So you had a chance to, kind of follow up, right, with what the audience had already seen. So what was that approach in Yaira, number one, where we all knew that they were going to have to play a significant part in this story? What was that influence, if at all, and what did you go into it? Like, what was the line of thinking going into it, writing all of it?
What do you think of this so far, Apex? Isn't it weird? Isn't this weird that, like, there's not a third party that's not a company man or a co-host?
Yeah. They're just all just blowing each other's dicks in a way. There's I want exactly. A third party person, someone within the company that's just brutally honest. That's what we need, someone in there, a panel.
Yeah, like for spoiler, you think like, all right, we've gotten like a month of everyone's fulfilled. We've seen the feedback, people in the chat excited to give us their pros and cons, and have someone like that stream there. I don't know if you've seen that stream. He went on where like Destiny was on there. It's like, oh, I've heard of you. Do you know Dick and Vito? That stream? You remember that?
Yeah.
It's where everyone's super chatting. It's like, let's talk about warehouses and warehouse related things. And he was so butthurt on stage. He needs that for this, where it's like
he does.
If you really want to win people over, have someone like, all right, yeah, we're having fun. I read it. It's pretty good, as like the interviewer. And then like, a lot of people didn't like this, that, and the other.
Right.
How do you respond with that? What do you think narratively, this and that? That's how you do this. Like, it's one thing to like react to like people reviewing your stuff, which I plan to do once I can make Mythgator.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to react to every fucking review out there, pro and con, and be like, you clearly don't get it, or no, that's not what I'm going for. I'm actually trying to be serious. It's not a joke book. It's not Florida Man. It's got a Florida Man concept. Pitch. It's not a funny book. It can be funny if but no, I want to react to my reviewers, whether they're just out to hate me or detract me because I'm a detractor. I'll still come at it with good faith.
Yeah.
I'll own jokes or like, oh yeah, I guess that was a bad move narratively, or you got me. Like, I just thought it would work, but I guess it didn't. Fuck, you just get that honesty.
He needs some humility to learn from his lessons, learn
Well,
from his mistakes and all that. Yeah, good luck on that. Yeah.
I think that's what he's gotten with Goodyng.
Yeah, I think so. Need some more of that.
Oh man, just think if Horseman doesn't hit 100K the first day, like wowee.
Is it out? Is it out now?
No, Goodyng's out right now.
Oh shit! I do want to buy Horseman. I'm curious.
I'm excited about Horseman.
Morbidly curious about Horseman. I really am.
I just plan to laugh the whole time at Goodyng, but Horseman, it's like I plan to laugh at like, oh, they thought this was cool, but it's like gay. But
he's the first GIMP superhero without the ball in his mouth.
I mean, there's 3 additional characters that really significant that you've added to the story and had them play a very big role in.
Well, no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah,
Following you, whose books made millions of dollars and broke records for independent comics forever, and then you put one of the greatest writers of all time in front of us, and then you're like, and then you guys, right? And it's just the comic everybody expects to be perfect. No pressure, right, girls? Like,
I will say right off the bat, boss, you let us paint with every color. When we worked for the other two, even characters that were directly
this shit really pissed me off when they talked. They might have said it earlier. but they're parodying this whole Eric sidestep talk bullshit where it's like he's got it on stream with them. He's got it reviews of like Black Widow, no restraints play. I love this is one of the best Marvel runs ever of the modern day. Shilling for them for their fucking 5-issue Black Widow run. That if you look up top Black Widow stories ever, there's multiple listings that came out during from different media sites trying to game, the talk of at the time with Black Widow, the movie coming out. And be like, hey, if you like Black Widow, and you should, outside of the movie, here's like her best stories. And there's different lists that like don't cross the same books. And their shit never came up. And it was out long enough to have made the list. It's not even an honorable mention on multiple sites. No one's aware of this fucking story. No one cared.
I never were aware of it until they mentioned it. I mean, come on.
and then they, like he's kept selling and hyping up his audience. Like they wrote the best Black Widow story ever. And then like they come on here and say the same shit of like, oh, like one of the companies, the story we did that you liked. This whole like not crediting people shit, not crediting like competitors, because like honestly crediting Chuck Dixon, famous for Bane and Batman stuff and Nightwing, like put that on the back of your book and be like, whoa,
yeah,
that guy, okay, and he worked for these guys, he's got to be worth something. Let's check out his independent work. The big two do this with each other.
Yeah,
it's so weird, this whole like unnaming everyone. It's very communist, honestly. It's what the commies did. They would unperson people.
Yeah, no credit whatsoever.
It's so fucking weird because this is only an upsell for your career and for Eric as an acquisition.
Yeah,
and he's kneecapping himself. Like,
I think so too.
Associated with those characters and their identity were not allowed to be used.
Yeah.
So the fact that I was like, hey, they're fighting the Alpha Corps, can she continue on that? I was like, yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Like that's everything when I work. I'm like, can we use the character? And I felt it was so important to get into the world building because you've done such an extraordinary job of introducing so many characters and giving us a taste. I mean, I'm also going insane for Norfolka, but that's another spoiler chat altogether. And then with Yaira, because we've gotten ISOM 1 and 2, and we've got Alpha Corps. Now I felt that, okay, we've established this world. Let's live in it. Let's play in it. Let's have these characters show.
I don't know anything outside of Florspark. Somewhere in the desert, there's a castle. And Shadow Valley, I guess, is where ISOM's at. We have no idea how far away that is from Florspark.
Yeah.
Florspark seems to be just Dallas now. I thought it was going to be a new city.
Yeah, it's like Dallas.
In Yaira, he put in I don't know if you've been to Dallas. Or are you from Texas?
I'm from Texas. I live in Texas, yeah.
Okay, so you know the ball in Dallas, the tower, right?
Yeah, I do.
It's in Yaira.
Right.
It's in the double page spread in the middle, which also he put a Rippaverse logo, like reverse comics, whatever. He put it on a billboard on the building in his Rippaverse book.
Why not?
Not like I don't know, Drunk 3PO's company or something of like an Easter egg, like shout out,
right?
Or at least make like a fake like Tarantino for all his movies got like the Apple tobacco.
Yeah.
It's a fake tobacco company. It's like a fun little Easter egg. It's not real,
Right.
It gives you a sense that maybe all these stories are in one universe, but it's inconsequential, but it's not like, haha, Quentin Tarantino in a Quentin Tarantino movie on a billboard. Like, this is how self-absorbed this guy is. Like, these little details, they add up and you start putting together, like, what a dipshit. Like, you're not going to see my company name in my comic. It's on the fucking cover. Of course it's
maybe a certain character scrawled on as graffiti on a wall somewhere, like in the corner.
Like Comicscape's pretty good about like putting Easter eggs of other Comicscape shit.
I did that with Fembat. I had other people's titles of books inside of a library, a full perspective library, and one page of my book, like paying homage.
Show up and really get into those relationships. And one of our most exciting relationships were, of course, the relationship between Brian Solari and Yaira, which you created the whole, basically in ISOM 1, she picked a fight with everybody. And that was so cool to be able to follow through on. And if you asked Yaira, I would say she would say that she's doing everything just and she's a hero. It's just out of town. So where she comes from, the rules are different. And she thinks the rules where she comes from are bullshit anyway. So it doesn't really, it translates over to her actions. getting to interact with Chuck and knowing that he wrote Brian to have humor, although he isn't trying to be funny. It's just the way he has to speak in these situations because he's been forced in this position.
Yeah, Brian's not self-aware that he's really funny, but he's funny.
Oh, he's so stupidly
funny.
funny. But that's because he's put in.
He's stupidly funny.
Yeah,
He's literally dumb.
Bring it on. Yeah. Was he drinking a Colt liquor 45?
No, it's a Red Bull.
Oh, is it? Okay.
If y'all are wondering, I've been drinking prebiotic soda.
Oh,
Hoppy.
yeah. That's good stuff.
Yeah, so if you're trying to cut your soda, I mean, I do drink Coke sometimes at work, but
yeah,
generally I buy these. They're more expensive per unit, but it's worth it, and you're not getting much. You're getting good prebiotic germs in your gut, and then way less calorie, way less sugar. Most importantly, I say that while I'm eating fucking Subway cookies.
So love the Subway cookies. Look, put in the angel with the devil, the sin versus so that's better for you. Mix it up.
I haven't had Subway in a while, so I use the coupon I got for three
Subway.
sandwiches. Yeah, fucking Subway's great. I love it.
All right.
In this like Cyclops position where he's like, shit, I have to be the law. If I fly, I have to sign a D99 form. Meanwhile, Yaira, she's flying all over the place. She's dragging them into space. She doesn't care, but it was so exciting to get to write those characters because you saw them in ISOM 1, you saw a bit of it in ISOM 2, and then you saw them in Alpha Core, and you're like, gosh, I get these guys, and I know how they would interact. And some of the funnest stuff you do when you're writing is when one character interacts with another character, and I don't think Yaira would have the same strength if she wasn't interacting with Brian Solari as much, and there's a very interesting history there. No spoiler that we're going to explore
As we get to know Brian more through things that might be in the works that we may have already read, and obviously Alpha Core and the ISOM books, and very much in Yaira, you're already starting to see that he's a lawman. Yeah, so he has rules, and sometimes you might even think, especially with the D99 forms and his interactions in Alpha Core, Brian, I think he does like Yaira's freedom. Like, it's something that he can't give himself because he has his own reasons, and everyone will get into that, and they're very good reasons. But Yaira has her reasons too, and there's obviously a yin and yang there because she is super powerful and does whatever she wants, and he is incredibly powerful, but he limits himself for reasons because he wants to do the right thing, and she doesn't limit herself for the same reasons because she's doing the right thing in her mind.
Yeah, and with Brian, he does have to obey the law, but there are a few circumstances where the law doesn't achieve justice, so he'll do things slightly different. Like this is a spoiler stream, I can say this.
Yeah, you can say whatever. This is why we're here.
At the end of the book, Stefania is even worse than Yaira. She's got a shitty attitude. She can't control her powers. She's shooting cops. She's doing everything wrong. But
no, she's not worse than Yaira. Yaira is like 1,000 years old or more.
Yeah.
And Stefania's like, it seems industry. Let's say she's 20. Like she's a kid in with like some punks trying to rob an armored car, and then they start killing cops, and some of them get killed, and then her getting shot is what like offsets her, what kickstarts her powers. We don't know why. Maybe it's the trauma. It's a reaction. That's it's reasonable. Again, I detract in good faith.
Yeah,
God sent me, so I have to be honest when it's like, oh, that's fine. It's fine narrative.
The honest detractor. There you go.
Like, I do try to separate like my objective, like, this is cringe.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's fine.
I'm gonna throw more mud on it.
These people suck, but they
dirty it up.
They're fine,
Yeah, right.
It's art, so I really try to be like honest. Like, people think of art as like the pinnacle of like virtue or something, but I think criticism of art, like, you should not lie. And these people lying about shit like Furiosa to make money, it's worse our side lying about art than the leftist, because like leftism is prone to, it's commie minded, so it's prone to lies, but the conservative side is supposed to be like Christ and the Bible. In America, it's like Christ and the Bible, and all these like conservative American family values. Then you lie about art, and like art is like this one of many battlegrounds of culture war. We're supposed to be the side of truth, justice, the American way. And you lie about art instead of preserving the virtue. So like I really take that serious. Me, an atheist, I really do take that serious. I don't know where it comes from, but it really is like a mortal sin in my book to like lie about art like this. It's what it's different from like Rookie's like, oh, Wolf of Wall Street is like an amazing film. I don't like it. And I'm like, what? But he's aware, like, this is a great piece of work. I just don't like it.
I've never seen it.
DiCaprio should have got the Oscar for that movie. It shouldn't have taken
I'm
him
shocked that he
a
did.
Revenant.
Yeah.
He's been nominated like 10 times. And
Oh,
he
yeah.
finally got it.
Thank
A vegan had to eat raw fish and bison liver to finally get the Oscar. Like, he went all out. He was
Get the
fully
role. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was one of those, like, maybe he really didn't deserve it for this role. It is a intensive role, but
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of a gimme. It's like, okay, this guy ate fucking buffalo liver. It's just fucking
Why
give
not
it to him already.
give it to him?
But yeah, I just this is why I detract in good faith, because arbitrarily, I admit it's arbitrary, my lack of faith explicitly. This is like a guiding principle for me that I do take seriously. You know, it's fun to like meme and dunk on and troll them with my ISOM hats and stuff. You know, it is meme warfare, but you know, when I do try to be completely honest and not just always.
That's good. Yeah.
So yeah, I hope people really find the value of that. Let me see. Yeah, what's up, podcast? Just detracting. I know we're so deep in the lore. You're just totally in another field. I get it.
Oh yeah.
Singat put his wife's shitty jewelry in the middle of a $35 car.
All right. Well, we put a real estate ad in an alternative book. Yeah.
El Rufian says, man, the one on the right got resting hideous face. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like,
You notice she's wearing a
Sylvia's cute.
crucifix. The right one's wearing a crucifix. I thought she was a demon child or something. She's wearing a crucifix.
I mean,
What's
yeah,
behind?
I think when we uncovered their piss porn, horror, whatever,
Piss porn, yeah.
I think that was and then Eric was trying to get in front of it, and he's like, hey, anyone who worked the Rippaverse, you just gotta put your politics at the door. And it's like, interesting, Eric. Interesting that you're like trying to, you know,
Never be a cut
get in
for
front of
anything.
this.
Yeah.
It's not working. It's not working, man.
I don't think it is.
Even though you hit the million in the first day, it was
lucked out.
500,000 for the rest of the campaign. And
You got to pay for a fucking warehouse and employees on top of that overhead.
those $500 statues didn't get you over either.
God, nobody's spending money like shitting out, losing blood, pretty much. You know,
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, hey, it's self-inflicted wounds. It's funny.
it is. R.I.P. Rippaverse. Oh well. It's been a great ride, guys. I spent too much money, too much of my posse.
That's the thing,
Yeah.
like, you know, this detracting is like, you know, even though it's funny and it's algorithmic right now, you know, I really do hope to contribute to a continuing failure of this company, given that he wants to weaponize the state and try to, you know, build cases that he can spend more money than Mint and Riley to suppress people and scare people from, you know, hitting back at them.
Yeah.
So it's like there's a real like kind of America underdog narrative underneath all this Rippaverse shit.
I see.
Of like, no, like fuck this guy. You know, people want to be like, oh, like I got employees. He's got employees. You want them like unemployed? It's like fuck them. They can get another job. Like,
Yeah.
he's in Dallas.
They work 2 jobs.
Plenty of
like I do.
fucking jobs in
Right?
Dallas. I'm sure of it.
Oh, yeah, lots of employment.
They'll be fine if they're not bums.
Yeah.
But you know, half your staff is probably shills and yes men. So just like gimmies. Yeah, I don't care. You don't care if you fucking George Miller's probably not going to make Mad Max beyond the wasteland because you fuckers collectively help contribute to dunking on Furiosa and making it a underwhelming box office. So he's probably lost the ability to fund the next Mad Max.
What
He probably
happened
killed the Mad
to-
Max franchise.
What happened to that Mad Max and that Fury Road? Did he die or did he not die? I totally
No,
forgot.
Fury Road. Through his help, he kind of Furiosa returns and she elevates, liberates the women, like Immortan Joe, and then through that they kind of allude to like a women equality kingdom. You know, in the wasteland. It's a good movie until the ending where it's like this is a problem with like the Athenian democracy narratives that they have to force in Western media all the time.
Yeah.
When it's like, Morton Joe is like a piece of shit, but like there's probably worse people out there than a Morton Joe. He's like a Negan, he's actually necessary. His Iron Fist is actually worthwhile in this environment to ward off worse threats. But then they make this equality and everyone's like, hey, water for everyone. It's like, yeah, you're probably gonna everyone's gonna die in like a year because of you, But
Right.
Mad Max helps facilitate the usurping of Morton Joe, and he takes off because he can't really the narrative of the Mad Max series, like Max is like, he can't like readjust to society, he's on the fringe. He's as mad as the world has made him, and he can't come back from it, but he can facilitate other heroes. He's a tragic figure, actually. And so Furiosa is the prequel about young Furiosa and her journey, and like a third of the movie's a little girl, like 12-year-old Furiosa, and it's really good. She's a really good actress for the role. Like I didn't know what to expect, and I was like, fuck, man, this whole movie is good, even with like the kind of over the top ridiculous shit and like too much CGI for some of the stunt sequences. It's still a really fun movie. And if you watch the action movie, they put the whole war rig chase on Twitter. It's like a 12-minute chase. Cool. And a lot of CGI kind of ridiculous shots and perspectives.
Of course.
But yeah, like it's way underwhelming stunt wise compared to Fury Road. Like wherever the CGI is, I can't tell in Fury Road.
Yeah, Fury Road's really great. I'm like, whoa.
Furiosa is very obviously lots more CGI, even though it's very clearly a lot of stunt work still. And it's underwhelming just for it's way less real, but also it's like you're not going to understand how we've gotten to the war rig, but you got like an hour and a half of character growth before you get to the war rig scene. It's a good movie. Hemsworth plays like I really liked his villain. I'm sympathetic to him. He seemed to actually have a soft spot for young Furiosa that you might have thought initially might be like pedophilic. Well, in the world that you're in, it's like the rules are kind of
it's different. So.
But by our standards, you were thinking it might be pedophilic. It's clearly pedophilic with the Morton Joe. That he's going to make her another wife, and she kind of has like a Mulan story of like being one of the boys and hiding,
Okay.
And so they call this like a woke movie. They try to spin this woke narrative. It's like it's so aware of her gender and that she's the weaker sex. And so she has to like obfuscate and lie and disguise herself to try to make it as a boy in this world and get by. And she pretends to be mute the whole time.
Yeah.
And then there becomes like an undefined love interest with a man who teaches her. So all of her know-how is thanks to men. The whole movie, whether it's the villains or the good guys, for her perspectives, all men that have helped her for her feats and her know-how. And so you call this a girl boss movie, and then it felt because wokeness. Like it's not woke at all. It's so frustrating. These fuckers have contributed to it. It's one thing if it just fell on its own merits, but like them spraying its nerve and putting it anywhere near like Acolyte is like really infuriating. Because like I'm not even a Mad Max diehard. I like Fury Road, and because of Furiosa, I'm like appreciating the whole Mad Max series now.
Yeah.
And this is a movie that could open people to get into the series, and you're helping to kill this franchise. It's like I fucking hate these people, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, you should see it. It's probably be out soon to stream. So I highly suggest watch it. If I can afford, I'm gonna get the Steelbook. Like I really want to like pay it forward to George Miller. I didn't notice, but he was a fucking trained to be an ER doctor before he got into film. So
I didn't know that. Wow.
His brother stayed a doctor, but yeah, he's a like ER trained guy and just didn't stay in that, And I think that informs some of his like Carnage.
Oh yeah.
So it's a really interesting guy.
Yeah.
He's a big Mad Max is such like a car movie that no one thinks about. Like he was really going for like fables and stuff. Like he really got into who's the Star Wars guy? Campbell. Joseph Campbell. Heroes of a Thousand Faces. He read that, and that's like the guiding principle of his Mad Max role, like continuity stuff. Like, well, it doesn't matter because these are all like legends. You don't know what's exactly true about the story, and they actually say that explicitly, kind of in the Furiosa movie. It's like, people said she did a lot of things to this guy, Dementus, but she told me the true story. You know, it's like So it's like it's aware of like the lore that it's such a fun movie, so cool, so unique. I really love it. I'm not a car guy. I don't care about car movies. They're annoying actually, but I really like Mad Max now because of Furiosa.
I like a good car movie every once in a while.
Nah.
Ford versus Ferrari is a good movie.
That was so boring. Like I thought it was going to be really. I thought it was going to be really good. Matt Damon and Christian Bale, like they're great actors and they're fine in their roles, but it was just like
I like Christian Bale's part.
I feel like it was a corporately handled film that like held its punches for what might be bad PR for their history or something. Like it just felt like it was holding the punches and it lacked any real punch to it.
All right.
But more detracting.
What he notices is that she's sorry about it and she wants to do better and she knows she's a fuck up. And so at the very end, he can't take her to the J. Solly ward, which is where all these except criminals go. But he hears her praying and he's like, I'm going to give her a second shot. And also Yaira thought she was going to die. So she left the care of Stefania into his hands being like, I can't protect her. Please do that on my behalf. And
whoa. Yaira asked a man for help?
I know. It's a whole Luffy save me.
What? See, we're all joking about it's gonna be a girl boss woke, whatever. And they're like, running defense, and backhanding. It's like again, like you just. This is like the fanboy tears mug from Star Wars people, on screen for like Star Wars info behind the scenes shit. And it's like fanboy tears mug. It's like, go fuck yourself.
God, really? Yeah.
These people do the same fucking thing that they pretend to care about, crying about, of like they hate you.
And they're doing almost the same thing as the SJWs in comics.
It's worse because it's our side that.
Yeah, it is. They're not even comic skates, so whatever.
Yeah, fuck that's what I mean. Like real pieces of shit. And people are just not really gonna pick up on it because most people are watching it, trying to find the spoilers. I'm like, haha, these people suck or whatever. The story is just like there's a bigger context to grab from this.
I bet Katie did splicing it right now.
I hope so. She's probably on Tony's stream right now.
Yeah.
Yaira and Brian, they're not very dissimilar,
No.
They're not. Yaira clearly, the way that her attitude towards Brian is so different to everyone else because Brian is probably the person who is most on parity with Yaira.
Yeah.
In terms of power and in terms of what he can do. So to her, he's the most relatable character because you've got these humans or you've got these people with other skill sets, but Brian can fly. Brian's strong. Brian can do all the things. Oh, it's a spoiler stream. Brian essentially encapsulates a lot of the male qualities from where she's from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there is that tether between. Thread if you're Star Wars fans. Right.
Sorry, Star Wars fans. Oh, they're having a rough day. Be nice to them.
Sorry. There is that tether that I think Yaira sees with Brian and very much.
And also
so.
I think he's very her type. Like when she came to Earth, she met a Viking, and I love how Gorm and her just look at each other and then start making out. Like this pot chick fell from the heavens naked. I was naked. Must be a gift from the gods, right?
Viking times, if a naked woman falls in front of you from the heavens, that's your wife.
3 times in my life.
Shout out Deborah Carino for drawing that so perfectly.
Oh, she draws people beautifully. But you're so wrong about Brian. Yaira likes him strong. She likes big, strong men.
Yeah, and I think she respects him despite the way she treats him. Like he's the one person she will have conversations with. Like the rest of the Alpha Corps will be there, and she's like, Brian, I'm here for you. Like I think because she's so old, she doesn't have many friends. So even though her and Brian don't necessarily
so you haven't read this, so you're kind of going in blind with. Okay, so they fight early on. It's falling right after Isom 1, dropping Isom on the car.
Yeah.
The iconic scene of the Rippaverse.
Yes.
Recreated like 5 times. And so they fight in the Alpha Corps, and he's got Inger with her. Braxel's taking Isom to the hospital, I guess. Which is weird that you would take away another flight guy so they could both keep punching her. And so Solari literally is carrying Ingrid with him in this fight. And at some point he throws Ingrid at her and she like catches her with her whips to like choke her. Then Yaira goes into space and they start like choking. Maybe they're like at the edge of space. I don't know exactly.
The threshold of space, I guess. Yeah.
And Yaira, I think they're going for like a Catwoman thing in Batman Returns. She kisses Solari and seems to be like sucking the breath from him or freezing him or something. He's like, ah. And
wow.
It's weird because like again, she kills a guy in the prison for hitting on her, but then these people are like out to like imprison her. You would think she would definitely try to kill these people, and she's just like toying with them. And then they go on the news, and then like it seems she has some kind of flight powers. We don't know how, and it's like just say she can fly, and it's just weird that you're even reporting this way. And Solari's, I guess, in studio with them or interview cam with them. He's like, "We're gonna get you, Yaira," and it's like, well, you haven't thus far. You fought her multiple times, and then they're like talking about how Ingrid is like a squeaky wheel in the trio, but Braxwell took up for her for some reason. And so we're like 2 books into like Alpha Cord lore, and we have no idea what is the deal with bringing her on the team and it being a point of contention, as Eric would say.
God.
Wait, there was something they said that is why I'm giving this backstory. Let me see what they.
Sorry, Star Wars fans.
I think Yaira sees with Brian and yeah, very much.
Yeah, and also
so.
I think he's very her type. Like when she came to Earth, she met a Viking, and I love how Gorm and her just look at each other and then start making it. Must be a gift from the gods.
My life.
Shout out Deborah Carino for drawing that so perfectly. Oh, she draws people beautifully. But you're so wrong about Brian. Yaira likes him strong. She likes big, strong men. Yeah, and I think she respects him despite the way she treats him. Like he's the one person she will have conversations with. Like the rest of the Alpha Corps will be there, and she's like, "Brian, I'm here for you." Like I think because she's so old.
Yeah, okay, so that's what it is. It's all Brian, Yaira. I think they're trying to do this Willy Wonka, like Spider-Man, Black Cat kind of thing, I guess.
Yeah.
But like arbitrarily in the story, she goes to, I assume, Solari's residence, and he's like without a shirt. He's got like a workout gear out, like weights and stuff, and I think trophies in a case. And it's like, what is this? And she's joking about like, oh, I want a divorce and stuff. And it's like, what is going on? Like none of this feels earned. Like it's fine that you're trying to like mimic stuff. And then like when you've probably seen on EVS Trashcast, I'm talking about like her saying like, you know what happens to steel when it's frozen or something. It goes from ductile to brittle.
Oh yeah.
It's really lame, but I think they were trying to parrot or mimic Storm in X-Men 1 when she's like, you know what happens to a toad when it's struck by lightning? It's like the same thing that happens to everything struck by lightning. Like
yeah.
It's like it's kind of funny because Toad keeps like splatting people in the face and shit, and so it's like you're getting them back.
Oh yeah.
But it's still kind of a lame delivery. And I think they're trying to mimic that. So there's like things that seem to be homage to stuff, but it's not earned. It's not logical when it happens. It's oh my god, it's
bad writing.
It's really fun to read. Again, they are entertaining.
Yeah,
for all the wrong reasons, and that's why Eric deserves my money. I'm glad to give him my money every book. And then me telling more people just like, oh yeah, I'm not buying that shit.
Right. You look paying off the $15,000 a month warehouse, Eric. Produce some better books, buddy. That's what I'm saying.
Well, she doesn't have many friends, so even though her and Brian don't necessarily have like the besties relationship, that is a relationship she has with somebody.
How do you have a relationship with somebody when you know they're going to just grow old and die? How do you actually have that?
I want to speak on that just really quick. I mean, writing that in the way that they did, the Saskas did, was fucking genius. I mean, I loved it so much. Definitely seeing it hits a lot different. You see it on words, but once the art starts coming out and then you get the color added as well, and you start to really see kind of the impact of that situation with Yaira having to really see, you know, her husband as well as her children, like she's outliving them, right? And you can imagine just, I'm pretty sure there are folks that have parents or have children, excuse me, in the chat, and you can imagine like how
this is weird too. She keeps like showing the book. Like you don't just have like the digital available to like show what you want. It just seems so unprofessional.
Here it is.
They are the writers of the comic company. They're the lore keepers of comic, and then they have to like, oh look, here's the book.
I see. I did it.
Like you're ignoring me instead of someone has all the access potential to like fully show this to the audience, or have like Eric zoom out and do like screen share. You know?
Screen share. Here it is. Here's the panel, whatever.
distraught, you know, you would be having outlived your children, right?
It's not your children. It's bad enough that you're losing a husband.
Yeah.
Then you have to watch your children grow old. Then you have to watch your grandchildren grow old and die. Then your great grandchildren. There's got to come a part during that cycle where you start going numb, which is ironic because she's ice. But there's got to come a point where you just numb. You start getting numb to it, and that's why I'm sort of like, that's why I would find it also impossible to form relationships because you're going so far down the generational train of death of your family, and you're not aging. That you just become kind of like numb to interaction. And you can see she's very awkward when she speaks to people in general.
Yeah, Altona calls her out. She's like, don't listen to her. She doesn't know how to talk to people. But that's because Altona's part of a family. She's a mom. She's lost a husband. Her brother is kind of weird. She calls him for help, but, you know, she doesn't know what's going on in his life. It's like, it's a lot of things. And also, Yaira's very spiritual. Whatever she came from was a very important mission for her. And she even says it. She never felt love before, so she decided to drown in it. How many times do you have, like, your whole life is going on, and then you meet someone and you're like, ooh, I'm happy for the first time in my life. Yeah. Wow, I'm just going to experience that. And sometimes you put other things to the wayside. And then if that blows up in your face, you're like, oh, stupid. Why did I decide to have a heart when I should have had duty instead? So it's something she's very conflicted with.
Yeah, it was so important for us to give her a heart because on the exterior, she's cold. But if you know any cold people, usually they've had really traumatic lives and they've lost a lot. They've been backstabbed a lot. They've been betrayed. They've been hurt. Because unless you're insane, unless you're walking around like a psychopath, you want to connect with people. But the reason she doesn't want
It's funny because like these are all actually good, insightful like perspectives.
Yeah.
Of, like, that sounds interesting. You know, you got like a Wolverine or like Arwen in Lord of the Rings, or it's like you're accepting a doomed love with a mortal. You know, you're gonna live for eternity and see all your children die. And like that's an interesting plot thread, and it's like pretty. Like, I mean, I feel like it's probably the best character attempt thus far. So in a way, it is like the best Rippaverse book thus far critically, but it's still fucking.
There's a bit of Highlander in it, the Immortal.
I've never seen Highlander. I probably did when I was a kid, but I just never seen it.
Oh, the first one's the best. It's the only one to see. Clancy
Maybe.
Brown, great
Some
film.
point. Oh, Clancy Brown's in it. Okay.
Yeah, damn right.
Sean
Connery, Christopher Lambert. Hell yeah.
I don't like Lambert. I hate his face.
You like Connery?
I like Connery, and I like.
You'll like the movie.
I like Clancy.
Yeah, Clancy's great. Hell yeah.
to connect with people is because she knows that her life is much longer than these humans. And as she said, she had so many children. Not one of them had her abilities. None of them. She never saw it. So she had no longevity, nothing to relate to, but they were her kids. She loved them with all her heart. And she loved Gorham, her husband, with all her heart and soul too. I mean, at the end, she's just like, I'm going to die. I'm not going to be able to beat these guys, but you know what? I'm going to die with them.
And I'm going to die where I was happiest. We got married by the most active volcano in Iceland. Obviously, who doesn't? That's like hot. Yeah. And it's kind of beautiful to see that. And also, Eric, that was one of the first things you gave us for feedback. When I remember when I wrote that story, and you're like, I love this. This is great. Yeah. I absolutely love that. I'm so used to, Jen and I are so used to sending things and then be like, this is great. We don't like it though. And we're like, oh, fuck. But
the only way I ever knew anything was right for the other two companies is I'd ask for more notes. And they're like, oh, it's just
other companies. I can't just say DC or Marvel.
What's it, Marvel DC? The big two or something, you know, something like that.
Yeah.
Other companies.
Like say, because this could be this only helps your narrative to like explicitly state them. We know Marvel's really bad about like royalties to creatives.
It's terrible. Yeah.
DC's actually compensates pretty good from what I understand, at least thus far. Maybe it'll change with all the change of ownership and stuff, but thus far with all the movies, like people get paid good amount, but Marvel not really. And that would only help your narrative. Like, fuck the mainstream. Look, Marvel doesn't pay them well. DC doesn't pay them well. DC doesn't listen to good creative stories. But no, you gotta like do this unpersoning talk. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
Prince. And I was like, oh, okay. Thank you. Get him next time. But also, first wedding of the Rippaverse, guys.
Yeah.
Woo, I know.
That did happen.
Early way though.
No, it was such a cool way to kind of definitely for the audience, because we know who they are, obviously, with the entries in our universe Bible. But now it's explaining and humanizing these characters for the audience, and what I think this book did such a phenomenal job, if not the best job so far, because you got a lot more backstory than you had got with some of the other characters, or in comparison to the other characters in sort of their titles. So you get, it's not necessarily an origin by any means, but you do get backstory.
Because of you, boss, you told us exactly what to write. I think people are always like, "Ooh, Eric July." I'm like, Eric July knows every single character, and he knows why they're there, and he'll be like, "This is the secret about them," and you're like, "Oh shit, that's so cool." Yeah, you gave us all the seeds of creation, boss. Most of which we won't spoil. We won't spoil.
No, but those, like, a cool thing that you guys did, right? Because I might kind of flesh out, do some of the backstory stuff. But one of the things it was not my idea. I want to give the Saskas credit for this. It was not my idea to initially have Altona and Yaira basically befriend each other. That was not my idea. It was a genius idea because they connect obviously with each other, both having lost husbands, man.
Yeah.
And I didn't, that was not anything that I even thought of, though. Yeah. Considering, I fleshed out Altona. We already knew you kind of got a glimpse of that in the Yaira, excuse me, in the ISOM 1, that she's a widow of some kind, but I had zero idea of
Wait, because you've read ISOM 1.
Yeah, I did.
I got to pick on what I know you have knowledge of. So when you're at ISOM 1, you see Altona in her apartment with her kid. It seems like she's in an apartment complex, whether it's poor or a nice luxury one, not really sure, but she's in an apartment complex.
Yeah.
ISOM comes visit, sees his dumb niece Vassie.
Right.
And did you ever think that like she's like high up in the company?
No, not really.
So in Yaira, it's revealed that she is the chief technical officer of Projexis.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
And
is there going to be an ISOM half between like ISOM 1/2 between ISOM 1 and 2 and Yaira? To be a supplemental explaining what happened to her corporate position?
I mean, yeah, there should
I
be
want to
like,
know.
There should be like 20 in betweens to explain but so she's chief technical officer. Yaira fights Yantony and Yanessa, basically, for comparison, like the boys, they're basically like Viltrumites. And so we don't know why, but Yaira seems to have been like a herald of some kind. And then she just like fell to earth and she just stuck here and like, I guess, fucked off from whatever her ice planet or ice people planet is, or Viking planet, whatever the fuck. Okay, I think they might name it, but I'm not sure.
Probably in Yaira number 5. So it might.
They see, they're already coming here. They see the sky beam from Yanessa, like in the trailer. Or Stefania. And
I
so
never called my boss at Zombie Bay. I don't know.
Yeah, and so Yaira instantly attacks her, and she's like, "Was that meant to knock me out?" It's like, meant to be death blow. That seems like verbatim in the book. And
oh god.
And then Yanessa and Yancey come, and they have this bug like Doctor Strange character, Magus Newmite, and he has like a swarm of like probe beetles. And
probe beetles.
Yeah, think of like Darth Maul.
They go up your ass and
no, like probe droids. Like
okay,
yeah. There's a bunch of like a swarm of beetles, and they flock into Floor Spark, and we come across Altona, and she's like, "Oh, I gotta get this to the lab," and so she gets like a coffee cup, grabs the bug. And then it's like trying to bust out, and then all the bugs are coming towards Projexis, so she runs in, and then at some point after this fight with Yantony or with Magus ass blasting her with a beam that like wounds her mortally, she changes back into her Sally Rodell work suit and then finds Altona and has her like patch her up. And she does this wearing like a hazmat suit. And then she just takes it off right after. And then she's like, oh, we got to kill these bugs. The chrysanthemum has a element that like will kill them. So you need to weaponize it. And so it seems like within like a couple hours, Altona just makes some sort of like bug killing beam for Floor Spark and kills all the bugs. And then Magus feels their death. And so he's now after her for that.
So I bet you Orkin may want slice of pie with that beam.
Yeah. Altona, Mr. Unwoke, everything's woke. Black Panther's woke. Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Makes a Rippaverse Shuri. You know, and Shuri actually, even though she's kind of cringe, there's a whole like litany of reasons why it makes sense that she's like super smart and actually smarter than, because of like the generational wealth that Wakanda hides and the benefit that can have with education and stuff. So there's a you know an in-depth reason you can analyze it. Well, it's cringe and girl boss, but it can make sense, you know.
Yeah.
But Altona went to the same high school as fucking Isom, and it seemed like she was just like maybe mid-level secretary or something, and now it's like, oh, she's actually like one of the top people at
I thought she
Projectus.
was just a secretary up in the corporate. I never thought she was a high position.
Yeah, and she can just jimmy rig a weaponized machine to kill foreign bugs that she has no knowledge of in a day.
Is that going to be revealed in ISM issue 3.41? We're going to see that.
See what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Well, he's talking about ISOM 4, so I guess he's paying the church to make ISOM.
And enough warehouse space to keep all those books in. Most of don't sell.
It's so funny. All these people are so amazingly likable.
Oh yeah, it's all amazing.
I agree. It is fucking weird, Zombie Boy.
Yeah.
Connecting them in terms of befriending each other and being able to connect with each other at that level at all. That wasn't even something that I consider. Obviously, there was a connection with Projectus, but not that. So that credit goes to the Saskas, but that's I think really the testament, and it really speaks to how obviously you guys are good at your jobs, good at what you do. But you know, you plant those seeds, and then they're like, they take the rock and run with it. That's essentially what the Saskas did. They were like, okay, well, we got this. Now we're going to flesh it out this way. We're going to throw in some of you guys' ideas. We're fleshing out the family, and it made for a great story. And I love that people just gain so much insight. And that's something that I think everybody, even here as writers, can learn from. Like, they got so much insight on how it wasn't like, it didn't feel like an information dump, but you did get a lot of insight from characters that you had already seen before, namely in Alpha Core, and especially, if not the most, in Altona, definitely with the role, even Lincoln for that matter, right? And the role that he plays in Projectus. You got a lot of that, and that's what I love so much about this story. Is this I nerd out about that type of stuff, even if I know a little bit about everything that's going on. And yeah, Yaira may be a character that I created, but I still nerd out about this stuff because the story unfolds with me as I'm reading it as well. So when I first get the script, and it reads differently. Trust me, seeing the script versus the book, like actually seeing it drawn and colored and lettered, it just hits so differently, and I love it so much. That end part, I guess we'll go ahead and talk about that real quick because you guys have alluded to it, and it is the spoiler talk stream, right?
Hell yeah.
The Stefania element of it, that scene right there. That's what I love so much about how we do things, is that we make each other better. There's so much information. There's so many cool things that the Saskas do where I'm like, damn, that's genius. That is going to enhance my story. And I read that part of the book, and I'm like, this will be a cool kind of moment, a nugget here to throw in there.
I know, right?
Excuse me, not Altona. Stefania is going to be able to get kind of her little. She's going to go.
It's not pea popcorn. It's Saska syrup.
Saska syrup, baby.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Every time Kay's in here, be like, "Hey, you want some Saska syrup?" She loves that phrase.
Saska syrup. Mom's going to make pancakes tomorrow. That's Saska syrup.
Means it'll be a struggle, but she's going to go clearly through her like redemption arc, right? And what I loved about it all is, Brian can relate to that, and to Ad's point, he brought it up. She's a lot more apologetic, right? She knows that she's doing some things wrong. Sisters, you brought this up as well, and Brian can do something with that, and that's why he's like, okay, you got one or two options. You're gonna sit and rot in this damn prison, or you're gonna come over here. We're gonna try to use your powers for good. And she also goes through a cool little, at least the beginning stages of a I know transition, right? I know what using the term transition usually has different sort of implications, but I'm using it in a literal sense here, in that we see Stefania early on. She's a punk, she's got the sides of her head are shaved off. She's doing criminal activity with a goofy gang members and shit. And then you start to see the actual final, that one page that Kanan did of her as well. She's starting to look a little different. She's still a punk. Like, as far as like,
wait. He's like, there's no redraws. It's all Deborah Carino. Let's go back.
No, it's Kanan White, man.
Well, it's obvious that Joe Bennett did some stuff too, with some of the hatching style.
Yeah.
But let's hear that again.
The actual final, that one page that Kanan did, members and shit. And then you start to see the actual final, that one page that Kanan did of her as well. She's starting to look a little different.
Okay, like, in his defense, it's like a teaser. It's like the last page. It's Kanan White, kind of like, Yaira will return in issue 2. So that's more of like a sales spread page. So it's not
a splash cell. Yeah,
there. It's very clear there is Kanan and Joe Bennett art in this book, especially some faces compared to her style. But he right here at this point, at least, is talking about that last page. It's not the sequential art, so I'll give him that. It wasn't the gotcha I thought it was, but it's like, because I'm waiting to find it, because EV Comics earlier in the stream, I was watching EV Comics, and he's talking about at some point Eric says, he said, make this make sense, and so Kanan had to like fix something, or maybe a lot in this book, and so this Rippatard is like, at best it's like, whatever, but it sounds like you might be lying. Like he's accidentally detracting is the point of watching that EV video. It's like, you're not trying to, but you are detracting. You are spreading detractor talking points, which is funny, because it's like, that's what needs to happen, is like, all these people are in church, but once like their own start saying the things, then it's like, you can't avoid this now, like
no.
She's still a punk, like, as far as like, I'm using that in the sense of like her attitude, right? She's still a little combative, right? There's still
angry,
right?
She's
still
very
angry.
angry.
Yeah, but still very angry, and Brian's trying to work with that. But I'm really looking forward to that story getting told, and her trying to, her going through her little sort of redemption arc, because it's very personal. A lot of people that have read this, I saw JDA even mention this about like, her, basically on her knees, she's praying to, God and whatnot. We know the crucifix, the chain that she rocks and everything. Like, I love that aspect of it so very much. And I'm not going to NDA it, but there's some
so
other
close, boss. You're so close.
but there's some other appearances by one in particular that is on my mind, where Stefania shows up, and I just really like it so much in our books in the future. That's all I'll say. But man,
bro, she's on her knees praying to God.
Yes, she is.
There is a God in this book.
Yeah.
Are we going to address that? I mean, Neptune is legit.
Yeah.
Neptune, Roman god of the sea, Roman god of fresh water. Neptune is actually a real character. So we have
Neptune.
Yeah, so Neptune is like a teaser at the end of this that saves Yaira.
Mythology. Yeah. Okay.
Which is fine, but it's like, you have Stefania praying to God, but then you have real gods being addressed in this world. So if they are revealed to common people, this is a problem in Marvel that I hate. It's just across the board in comics. They'll like make gods real. Sometimes they'll like have them forthright for the general public to be aware of, but then they never, like Thor is a real character, like in the Marvel movies, and they never add to the plethora of religions in the world. It's like, hey, as a true Odinism would fucking skyrocket in popularity with a real Viking god from mythology coming to Earth, having fought Loki and his machinations with a god of death and Thanos, who wielded even more infinite god powers of an extinct god. What the Infinity Stone is supposed to be from, like the origin of the universe or something, like the entity just like dispersed itself or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, that's like the backstory in the comics. So it's really annoying that they like will include these like god level things and like real gods of mythology, and then just ignore the impact that would have on humanity. Like there would be possibly revolts, you know, damage to the Vatican, damage to Mecca, you know, holy sites, people fucking turning on their gods. Like, we've been lied to. This is the true God, you know, like that would be a real thing to address. Like if you made Buddha a superhero god, now it's like, well, I guess Jesus isn't real.
Says rub his belly and get superpowers.
Or he's one of many gods, and so like, what's above that? What do they care about? You know?
Yeah.
It would completely shake up the whole infrastructure of religion and society. You know, because people would start getting into. Well, like Vikings were historically like rapist pillagers and stuff, and so like now, like they have like their morality has full credence with a proven entity that they've worshipped. Now it has like, oh, their morality is actually more valid than like the faith alone pipe dream of Christianity or Islam or Judaism or Buddha. It's just Buddhism is an atheist philosophy of, you know, like Buddha's not a god, he's just like an enlightened one, you know.
Yeah.
It's I don't know, it's just really annoying. And so it's like you push this like Christian shit with like Bloodruth saying something about like there's only one hell, there's dimensions, you know, because Iceland's like, oh, is there like a multiverse? Like, that's fictional nonsense. It's like, I don't know, you're like fucking like
this
Marvel.
multiverse thing's getting old too.
Marvel is I've watched comics when he's like, yeah, so like whatever religion you believe in, Marvel is valid. So if you're like an atheist, you believe nothing, you're just gonna go to nothing. If you believe in Thor, you go Valhalla. If you believe in Jesus, you're gonna go to Jesus heaven, you know, like Hela's, you know, in hell of like the Vikings hell. So like every religion's valid to some degree in Marvel, and so at least they have that awareness, but otherwise they don't ever impact like the day-to-day. They just write it like it's normal, what we recognize. And it's like, no, it would change if Thor's real, you know.
Oh yeah, it would.
Like bona fide mythological gods in this universe now.
Yeah.
So
or at
that
least things they call gods, because they do refer to Yaira as a goddess.
they do, but I mean, there's no reason why there couldn't be. She couldn't. But that's another thing for another time. Because we do have, I mean, you know, you get a naked chick that comes down from the sky, you've got imagery of Venus and things like that, of the naked chick in the clamshell. So you have the aspects of that. You have Neptune, who was presumed dead in her world. He was presumed eaten by, you know, to maintain the status. But no, so because of the longevity of their lives, you can see how Neptune has now woven his way through Roman history.
100%.
Does that
Wow,
therefore mean
you read the book?
You read the book? How on earth did you come to that conclusion?
Oh no, I mean, sorry, I meant I like the pretty pictures. Lady got boob.
She sure does.
She does. Oh, they're like triple D.
Ooh.
That's a handful, and then some. So if you know, if there is a potential leaning into that, then just again, I like.
As is fucking annoying. He's so insufferable, but like when he's actually just like really in depth talking about this with them, it's like, oh, this guy isn't so bad.
Yeah.
And then it's like, ha, ha, what's your favorite part? That's what we're referencing. Yeah, I did read it. Ha 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 ha. You got me, detractor. Like,
oh yeah, who cares?
Like it's what they're doing reminds me of like the famous Truman picture when he won the election. He's holding up the paper that incorrectly predicted Dewey wins.
Yeah.
or it's like I'm a Philly fan. I'm assuming a Cowboys fan being in Dallas if you watch football.
Yeah.
You probably know the famous rookie season of Deshaun Jackson showboating that touchdown. He dropped the ball at the 1 yard line, but it was still our ball. But it was like, counting your chickens before they hatch.
That's right.
No, you don't showboat. You this is you've had some success, but it's really Eric hasn't paid himself because he can't, because he's got to keep dumping it in to sustain this crap to make it look like he's winning. And you're showboating, and now you're down to 100K on a fucking book you didn't even put the effort to campaign for. You abruptly just sneak dropped your shit, which looks like I know there's been some movies where it's everyone's anticipating this movie's gonna suck, and then they just kind of drop it abruptly. Or The Eternals was clearly gonna suck and bomb, and so before it even released in the theaters, they're already pushing Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah.
And it's you're hurting your other movie that's not out.
That's not right.
You gotta give it its space in there. Yeah, they're just this is fucking dead. Whatever. Mike Barron didn't tweet out that day of, Goodyng, get my book, Goodyng at Rippaverse.
I noticed he hasn't really promoted it.
So I guess he got his paycheck and realized this is a dying horse, man. Let me get out.
A dying horse. Let me get back to Bronze Star too. Yeah.
I just backed Bronze Star on his website. So
cool.
I got the digital.
I need to back it. Yeah.
Digital's $10, so I'll probably review that soon for y'all. I'll give it the critical jihad.
All right.
Whether it's good or bad. Wait. Rufian says he has no idea about titty size. The only nipples he's rubbing is his cat's. Well, his mom visited, so he might have
ew.
played with those.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Speculate on these things. If you are dealing with Neptune, an official Neptune, because he was called Neptune on her planet.
Mm-hmm.
On Earth, we have Neptune. He mirrors the exact representation of the Roman god Neptune. So does that now mean that Neptune for the Grecians is Poseidon? Or does that also mean, considering we have the Roman gods, we are now going to see more Roman gods? And if we are seeing more Roman gods, where are these gods from? Are they from other planets? Are they from the same planet? What is there any relation? Is there none? Are they not going to happen? There are questions.
Yeah. In Norfolka has 2 gods in the band.
Yeah.
What's going on?
So
that is very true. They do, and that's what is so fun about this.
Please
Again,
write
a lot of
Thor. Please write the Rippaverse presents Thor comics. Please do that, Eric. Please, I will get a copy. I'll get an extra copy and send it to Comics Explained.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll review it. I'm trying to get more attention on the Rippaverse. Comics Explained is don't we talk about Mr. Terrific? And I'm like, oh great, another ISOM character. And I shared the Cliff Richards, the one where he's fallen from Alpha Core cover. I was hoping to get more attention. You're like, what is this? Oh man, it's so great. You gotta check out the Rippaverse. It's so awesome. It's I'm not afraid for them to make more money in the short term because it's gonna blow up in their face when people read it. It's why they were DMCAing anybody, like Tony, because no, don't actually expose my book. What was really telling in hindsight was the fact that he had a narrative that was believable. It's I ain't doing that mainstream shit. I ain't giving free copies to anybody to review. Fuck them. They can buy it. It's the sentiment we really bought it back then. But now it's oh, yeah, probably smart you didn't solicit free copies to.
Riley did. He tried giving them away that night, right?
And he got arrested.
He got arrested for that. He was pushing ISOM for you, Eric, and you had him arrested. You fucking son of a bitch. Damn you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if he would have just went out and signed his book and made him look like a dumbass on his live stream.
Exactly. It just sounds like to go on back inside. That's what he could have done.
That would have fucking killed all the momentum Riley could have.
Yeah.
Detracting. It's oh, look at Eric. He's doing customer relations, just smiling for the camera,
Hey, buddy. Gotta go and deal some business. Bye.
So Riley the only move he would have would be to just drop it or be a shill for Rippaverse then,
Yeah. Smoked a rally right there. Signed his books for him. He smiled at the camera and went on back in.
What it is, I'll be signing these books for you, fat man.
Yeah. You and your hot big booby girlfriend over there.
Oh my god, it's so literally every move he could make that would win people, he's done the opposite.
Yeah.
But I really want him to write Thor. I want Rippaverse's Thor.
Why don't you email him or something? Give him that. Probably should.
I should make a fake account and pretend I'm like,
yeah,
it's all
fake
about
account.
ISOM.
Yeah. Hide your Black Angus identity and on a fake account.
Like,
You'll never
fucking love
know.
Rippaverse.
Yeah. Eric, could you write a Thor, your version of Thor? It would rock. Yeah.
Oh, I would love to see what crappy art he would get of Thor for his interiors.
I'll even buy it.
Oh, I would love it. This guy trying to write Thor. It's fucking retard.
Good luck.
Like,
need it.
just before the Bendis run started at Marvel with like Civil War and all that and House of M, I read before his Avengers Disassembled started up.
Yeah.
I bought like the collection of like the last stories of like Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and I read
That's actually good. Yeah.
Oh, it was so good. It's where the Ragnarok story comes in, and I'm like, Ragnarok's a fine movie. It's funny. It revamps the character, gauges the modern audience for this character. It's been like not quite sold right to anyone. People don't appreciate like space Lord of the Rings. So whatever. Let's change it up, and more or less went like a Guardians of the Galaxy route, and it was fun. It's fresh. I don't like Valkyrie, but overall, I think it worked.
Yeah.
But then you read the Ragnarok story, that 6-issue story of like Thor's journey. And then, Thor 4, when you read like Jason Aaron's Gore the God Butcher stuff, it's like, what the? You like it? Read the fucking comics. It's so amazing. Thor, one-upping his dad, plucking both eyes and becoming enlightened, fucking all-father Thor. It's fucking awesome.
It's crazy.
Cutting the thread, undoing the cycle. All so fucking cool. Eric could never dream to achieve that.
No.
It'd be so funny.
Great. And that's the cool thing about the Rippaverse in general. I've said it a million times. What makes this unique, it's not necessarily the world outside. It has some familiarity. And that's the way we kind of approach it. We took tidbits of things that we can recognize, obviously, in our world, things that we recognize in mythology as well. And we made kind of our own sort of spin on it. So it leaves a lot of speculation there because you're like, okay, well, what tidbits of what we know about, let's say, a Neptune?
Wait. So this is where I like cut off. So this is all new, this Neptune stuff. But I just saw that trash guys went like, we got to look at this opening, like BS, because he's got this new clip. I don't know where it's from. It's Better Call Ricada. This looks funny as fuck.
Better Call Ricada. There you go.
This looks funny. I love Better Call Saul. And,
I do too. It's a good show.
This looks amazing. Let me see.
Better Call Ricada.
All right, here we go. Oh my god, Eric July is cousin It. Oh my god, I have not seen this. This is new shit. This is fucking great. Sturgy. Uncle Creepo.
Somebody would be splendid. The grift has nearly ended.
Pronouns, I am offended.
The Ripper family, the women that he hires are walking dumpster fires.
We're snakes and we're liars.
The Ripper family, the shoulders need some clipping. The sail's already slipping.
At least we're good at shipping.
The Ripper family.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow, that is fucking hilarious. You know when he opened with that Star Trek Data Picard thing?
Yeah.
I never heard that. It's apparently like 7 or 8 years old, and like I had to download it on my phone because that's like a really good song. And that actually is like I like the Star Trek movies, the first 5 that I've seen.
Yeah.
I've not really dug into the original series much, probably the first 2 episodes. And I'm like, you know what? Because of this, I'm gonna start watching the Next Generation.
It's all right.
And yeah, because of like clearly this guy loves the show so much that he's like lip syncing these very like speed intensive, memory intensive lines and numbers and shit. And I'm like, all right, for this show to elicit this kind of devotion for a like parody music video, like it's got to have something worthwhile. So I'm like, let me check out your space communist show.
Space communists.
All right, let's get back to these dipshits. I just love that. Oh, that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, man. That's good.
Is canon, and let's say to the Rippaverse, or even applies to it. It's a fun thing that we've obviously entertained behind the scenes as well. But I'm already seeing the connections that people. I'm obviously, it's fun because some of these connections, I'm like, I didn't even think of that. Like, you know, that wasn't necessarily where I was going with that, but that's the fun part of comics. At least that's what it used to be about. And now we're starting to have some of that because you just brought up Northcutt. I've heard a lot of people mention Valadan and Northcutt. And they're like, well,
don't these people cry about Easter eggs and cameos and shit? Cameo movies. Don't these people cry about Marvel doing that? And this is like what he's setting up for the Rippaverse. Just like, oh, cameo. You got to get this because that's literally like what's been the hook for some Marvel movies. Like the takeaway of Shang-Chi's like, what's the end credit scene? You know, like
I can't forget what was in the Shang-Chi movie.
I never saw it. I'm not gonna watch Shang-Chi.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. No. I think they should have done Shang-Chi in the 70s. Where he's wearing that gi, that colorful looking red and gold gi. He's basically a long-haired Bruce Lee. I wish they would have hired an actor that looks like a long-haired Bruce Lee, put him in a red and gold gi, and have the story take place in like the mid 70s. It would have been great in my opinion. But
I don't know. Them doing a retro movie. I mean, they did, surface level with Captain Marvel. Like, remember the 90s?
Yeah.
Now, if you did like a Joker approach to adapting a retro setting, that could be cool. But it just wouldn't work with Marvel's what they've done.
Yeah.
For overall what I like. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Wait a minute. We're talking about this era, and we're talking about Vikings. Is there a connection between Valadan and? Well, you have to wait and see, I guess, and we'll figure it out.
You sure seems his type.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a fun thing to see play out, and now people understand why we have so much fun here and why that there is a big payoff, and it's going to be a fun ride. I mean, we're just getting started. We're about to be 2 years in officially, just getting going, and there's all sorts of stories to be told, right, in this connection. So I got to ask the Saskas about obviously the primary villains.
Kentucky Fried.
Well, yeah, in this story, right?
What does that even mean?
It's I don't want to say they're coming to collect the bounty. That's not proper, but they're coming to collect Yaira in some capacity, right?
Yanessa and
Yantoni, as well as Magus Numite. And what was y'all's approach? Because it's the fun thing. I love seeing it. I nerd out about this stuff. I didn't create those characters, guys. That was Jen and Sylvia. So they get to give us insight on what their thought process was, and I nerd out about stuff like this as a writer. So what was the approach to use them as characters, obviously, and creating them as well, understanding that they were going to be the primary villains in the story?
Well, it was really important for us to take a character like Yaira, who could basically do whatever she wants, whenever she wants, and give her a reason to have a low profile. You can.
Stan Lee asks, where are they supposed to be in the infamous Q-tip scene?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, there's a scene that opens up at a nursing home, and someone's like, "I need Q-tips, like $20." It's like,
okay, yeah.
And what's funny is like this is how we meet the grandma of Stefania. All right. And she they have like kind of a mental panel of like her reminiscing about the story of a goddess from the sky. So Yaira's like friends with this old bitch for some reason. And then like abruptly the next page is she's got the old woman in like her lair or whatever with like all of her like trophies or whatever. It looks like, artifacts.
Oh.
And so there's no transition from the nursing home to here. So it's like, wait, is her layer in the nursing home? It's so fucking weird.
Confusing. Yeah.
And so when they say infamous Q-tips, he's like, no, it really is like bad actually. So it's just funny to like check on actually look at what's being said. It's probably just a bunch of shills saying they love it, but here's a super chat. I hope you're all doing good. I received my copy a few weeks ago and it was amazing. Hats off. My favorite line of the book was Jerry's last line saying, in nature, anything that good looking is usually poisonous. That's when, so like they're basically looking at Yaira's ass when she's walking off with Altona, Lincoln and the old man. And then he's like, well, Jerry, just don't try to eat her. And it's like, it's supposed to be like a coy, like dirty joke, but it's just weird where it's like, I'm a misogynist. And I'm like, why would you say that about her? Like here, it's like, it's not the place to like sexualize her. It's like a work thing. And it wasn't like any sexy, like tension to be like, she's leaving them hanging while they're horny. It's just weird, you know? Or else like, what is this?
Probably assume from reading Yaira, if you have read Yaira, that she is older than she lets on. No woman ever tells her true age. And the most exciting way I thought to get to know her is to know other people that know her. I always loved Wolverine or Highlander, any of those things. Xena.
Oh, yeah.
When a character would show up and you'd be like, oh shit, I don't know that about the main character. And this was the first time you got to know Yaira, and I thought it would be so boring if you just followed her around in her everyday life. That's why there are so many different points of perspective. You get Stefania, who doesn't give a shit about Yaira, is just kind of thrust into her life. You got the Alpha Corps, who know Yaira pretty well, and they don't like anything that they know about her. And then you have three villains, Yanessa, Yantony, and Magus Numite. Yes, kids, that is the way you pronounce it, Magus Numite. They're all from her past. She does not like Yantony or Yanessa, but she
has some respect for Max Newmite initially.
Yeah. I mean, she was just like, "Oh, dude, why are you these fucking losers?"
Yeah, it's good to see you again. But why are you with them? They suck.
I don't know.
So they were working in.
Shots fired. Now.
Well, yeah. After that, all things are kind of
You ain't getting a Christmas card after that, man.
All three villains have something to do with Yaira's past. Because of her relationship with Magus Numite, you can imagine that she was friendly with him for a while. And you definitely have not seen the last of those connections. We knew that wherever Yaira was from, Yantony and Yanessa were also from there. So that their powers were comparable to what Yaira can do. However, Magus Numite is his own species. I can't tell you what he is. I can't tell you where he's from, but I can tell you that the title Magus...
Oh, you can.
He comes from Redacted.
But isn't it funny when we don't tell anything?
It's so good. Whatever. Don't expect me to pay another $30 for their nonsense. So maybe Horseman. That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, I'm so excited for Horse. It's just like, why is Horseman a one-off if you're supposed to be like your Batman?
Yeah.
Like, Batman is just like, that's your fucking breadwinner there. People love Batman. I mean, they're running Batman to the ground with just too much Batman at DC. Too much Batman and Bat people, Harley, Poison Ivy. Like, just fucking calm down. Less is more. Make us want it. No, don't make us feel like, oh god, more Batman. Like, when I would go to the store and I see DC toys, I'm like, fuck, another fucking Batman. Like, I know I love Batman. Batman's cool. There's so many iterations, comics and the movies, but it's like, oh my god, every run there's like another fucking Batman. Like,
another Batman miniseries. Oh god,
damn, like Detective Comics number 1050. Like,
I think it's around that time, isn't it?
I hate. Stop.
More Batman figure in my face. Yeah.
No, and I'm like, it's funny because Rookie is like, this normie idiot in the sense of Batman, where he's like, when I showed him BVS Ultimate Cut, because he only seen the movie once in theaters, and I'm like, no. BVS Ultimate Cut is like legitimately an interesting movie, to say the least. It really it's like a mixed bag of like, what the fuck, and then other times it's like, wow, like I wish movies would do this storytelling, because like it's really surprising actually. Like Zack Snyder, till the third act, like he's very restrained with like the buildup. He's really like building groundwork. As messy as it is in some places, and his adaptation of Batman overall, like he really did interesting things in that movie. And we like argued for like an hour just about the opening Batman scene with like the pearls.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, no, Ricky, this is a genius opening because
I love that open with the pearls. Yeah,
yes,
that's one of
this
the
is
best scenes in the
reinventing
movie.
the origin of Batman
Yeah.
Artistically, because we've had Batman, Batman Forever for sure, and Batman Begins. And I don't know about the 60s stuff, but we have at least 3 versions on the big screen of the parents, and then Joker, which was a little bit after, but it's probably in development that time, you know, BVS. So for him to like reinvent it, recontextualize it, and not just skirt around it as like a given like Spider-Man Homecoming does with Uncle Ben, to address it but recontextualize it and make it artistic and kind of literally present the idea of this is Batman, this is his start, this is his childhood, you know. It was amazing. And I forgot why I even brought that up exactly. Oh, I'm talking about Batman toys and shit.
Right.
He's someone that like, he's like, oh, another Batman, talking about like the Batman with Pattinson. I'm like, Batman's an eternal character. Like you can adapt him forever as long as you do it well and are consistent with like the universe he's in and stuff. Like Batman works by himself with his Bat family or with the Justice League and all these weird meta freaks, you know. He's awesome because he's a guy. He's no superpowers. It's all intellect and willpower. He's the ultimate like American ideal. And yeah, he has this thing like, oh, it's just another Batman, too many Spider-Man. I'm like, no, these 2 characters are fucking amazing. It's why they keep rehashing them.
That's right.
and then he sees Dark Knight Returns animated and I think we watched Long Halloween.
Yeah.
And he's starting to appreciate Batman. And when he hadn't seen Batman Begins in a long time, so we watched it and he's like, I think I like it better than Dark Knight. I'm like, whoa, now that's, I don't know about that, but it is really fucking cool. And he's starting to finally get like, oh yeah, Batman really is fucking. And then he's seen Red Sun where Russian Batman happens.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm like, now you're getting it. Like, so that it's just, so it's funny when having to convince Rookie of like the validity of eternally making Batman stuff. And then I'm like, I wish they'd calm down with Batman, you know, like
to be a Magus means that you are the most ultimate powerful magician, sorcerer, wizard, whatever there is. So to be a Magus means he is a badass magician, magic user. And Numite is it's a gemstone. It's one of the oldest gemstones. I'm wearing one of them right here. No relation to naming a character Magus Numite. But there needed to be at least one guy who on his own could have given Yaira a lot of trouble. And we haven't even begun to understand what he's capable of.
Can I ask you a rock question?
Yes.
Okay. So Numite is the oldest stone known to man.
Second oldest.
It's also was considered illegal to have for a commoner.
Yes, in the 15th century, if you had a piece of Numite, especially a big piece of Numite, they believed it had the ability to alter reality. So if you had a big piece, they thought you were going to overthrow a kingdom, a religion. And if you had it and you were a commoner, you were put to death by beheading.
You have a pretty big piece.
I'm trying to overthrow a lot of things right now.
It was cool with Yantini and Yanessa because I hate when people are like, I don't like you because this happened in this time. You kind of feel like you're already coming in on a conversation that they've been having for a while. And the way that they talk about Yaira and they refer to Stefania as an abomination, it seems like there's a bit of a class system there. And whatever the class system is, Yaira's not in the nobility that these guys are. Like, even when they show up to Shit Kicker, they show up in like really nicely dressed outfits. They're all fancy. They're all like, oh, well, easily in high heels and an evening dress, I can take her out. And it turns out to be a little harder because they don't know the terrain. And obviously, if you're an ice person, fire is probably not so great. And Yaira knows Texas has some great places to blow people up.
Oh yeah.
Texas ass.
Texas.
Yeah, you don't fucking mess with Texas. That needs to be on a shirt.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. If you don't know, Apex. She comes across them. Stefania gets away in a car, and then she lures Yanessa and Yantini to an oil field somewhere outside Florespark. I don't know how far. And arbitrarily, she just pulls a lighter out of her yoga pants and says, like, it's like, this is my home. It's like, you don't fucking mess with Texas, and then blows up an oil rig in their face. But then it just kind of burns them. It seems like it's just a temporary owie, and they run away to like a cave to recuperate. It was like, where's their like? I know there's like bats in Texas, but like, where's this cave system? It seems like it's above ground, like it's pretty like high. Like it's not a lot of mountains in Texas. You know, it's a plain state ultimately.
Yeah.
Maybe West Texas, the canyons, but
maybe you have to be somewhere underground.
yeah, it's just like, what the fuck is this, man? And yeah, they include like a real at the end. They include this real volcano in Iceland.
Oh,
it's like Helen or something, and then like it erupts. But then like she freezes it or something, does her ice shit to save a town. But I looked on Google Images all around. There's no town, so it's like artificial to gin up like the drama of like, oh, Yaira saved people, even though she like indiscriminately blew up an oil rig and doesn't seem to give a fuck about hurting anybody.
Oh God,
it's so totally inconsistent. Where it's like, it's one thing that she has an interest in a progeny of her line with Stefania. That's fine.
Yeah,
but there's no indication that she cares about people now.
Yeah,
besides Altona, and that's like, well, you've gotten some out of her, so it's worthwhile. You need to either kill her or keep her in your pocket because of your secret identity. Right. Which ultimately is like, what does it really matter? Because it seems like you can handle the Alpha Core. It seems to be the only threat to you on Earth. So it's such a confusing world that has no explanation of anything connecting, even though it's all like a universe. That's what's so frustrating about this. It's like, and then they're like, NDA, you'll find out in issue 25.
Oh God! Like, I don't think it'll get to 25 at this pace. Good luck, I say.
Oh my God!
We gotta do that. I fucking love that so much.
I like that though, because like everything used to be in New York, and now everything in the Rippaverse is in Texas. And for those of you that haven't been, Texas is fucking awesome. The people are nice, the businesses are wonderful. You feel welcome everywhere you go. The food is ridiculous, and it's just like, I can feel like I, as a person who travels a lot, I felt a lot of home when I was there. So I feel like somebody who's an immigrant like Yaira and a little older and is looking for somewhere where she fits in, she would probably be like, I like the warrior spirit in Texas, especially from the history of what has happened in the Rippaverse. You'll find out soon.
Oh, yeah, you'll find out about that. That's for sure.
But with Yanetta and Yantony, it did feel like bringing Yaira in was going to be some sort of status reward. So there was going to be some sort of elevation in their status in whatever kind of system structure that they have there. And when they first arrived, they did seem to be complete and utterly pompous. And you know, they get fucking roasted, literally. Have to return, but when they come back, of course, they're in the suit of armor, which is also in Yaira's home. So and we also see in one of the cases that there is another Numite, and we do discover in the book that Magnus Numite is from. There are a lot of these. There are a lot of these these Numites, whatever you want to call them. So we're gonna.
I feel like Yaira 2 is going to answer almost all of these questions, so I don't want to say too much. I just want to say we went easy on Yaira for the first book, so you guys could just see her having a good time. Yaira 2, she gets it.
Oh, well,
I will say, anything that happens in Yaira 1 will continue on in Yaira 2, unlike a book where in the other two where you can pick up a book and it doesn't matter what you read ever.
Yeah, all that shit you read the first 5 issues.
Yeah, forget it. Oh yeah, that's the last page.
I love that scene so
Yaira's
fucking
angry.
much.
She's subtle like a freight train, that Yaira. She does nothing.
Yeah,
One of my
Yaira's a bit
favorite
more
parts is where
direct.
she delivers her own son naked and then cuts the umbilical cord. I'm like, that's so cool.
She has more power naked.
I think
The couple that swap swords together stay together, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's so true. Romantic.
I love it. No, it's
Pride Month.
It was.
He walked into that
That's more
one.
power naked.
Yeah.
The couple that swap swords together stay together, you know.
Gay.
Yay.
You know what sword fighting is, right?
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, what are you doing there, Azzy?
With their glow in the dark condoms.
Let me see. I'll show you this spread page. Let me find it because it's so cringe. What I was talking about. This is the Eric's like, I fucking love this page.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you what this looks like.
All right.
Let me see. I gotta. Oh, come on. Why is it not? I figured it'd give me like a ability to like slideshow back and forth. It's all in one. All right, I'm not sure. 53. Let's see, it's later. 64. All right, so it might be a little back. I know I'm close. I'm at the right number.
Well, you've been on for over 7 hours. Wow.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be the longest stream of my career thus far.
That's cool, man. I think is it a 12-hour limit for StreamYards or what's the limit?
I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. Let me present this. Present. Share screen. Window. Here we go. This is the spread page. Roughly in the middle. All right. Now look at some of this hatching and stuff. This looks nothing like Deborah Carita's art.
That's Joe Bennett, right?
Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, see, look. The Dallas Ball is there.
Yeah.
So it's like Floor Spark, but then it's just Dallas now.
They call it Forest Park, like like New York's Gotham, Metropolis, sort of like that.
But isn't New York separate from Gotham in the comics? Like I know we called Gotham New York, but I thought
I don't know if there really is a New York in the DC Comics world. I never thought about. There's a Metropolis and Gotham. I don't think they ever mentioned New York.
Yeah, but you see here,
yeah,
they for some reason have a Rippaverse comics.
Oh, look at that grandstanding, huh?
So in your fake world of independent Texas, Rippaverse Comics is publishing in the independent nation of Texas.
Yeah.
It's just so weird. And this is, I guess, the Projexis building.
Okay.
And then they just got these like lame TV banners, whatever. Live TV.
Yeah. There's Yaira.
And then they got over here live, and it's like TV. It's like they're not even creative enough to be like Channel 3 or something,
Yeah.
Make up like a new acronym like ABC.
That's some lazy art from this AI, whatever they're using on.
No, I do think this is drawn, but it's like details like this where it's like
show some different screens on different channels or something.
So lazy. It's just I guess because it's Texas, you just have one network now for the nation because you got a fascist police state of super people over.
Yeah, you could do. Oh.
It's like it's so jarring. Like, what is this world?
Yeah,
what I mean,
fascist superheroes protecting.
So I'm fine with like
the
concept. It's interesting, but it's like it seems to have like no actual narrative impact really, and addressing like, well, what is the state of this world now? It's just like this libertarian pipe dream of secession Texas, and then for some reason no one else has joined Texas, like the Confederacy, like a new Confederacy or something.
Yeah.
It's like if Texas secedes, Oklahoma would probably secede too. Also, you have, I think, at least 3 bases, federal military bases in Texas.
Yeah, you do.
You got Fort Hood, Fort Bliss, Fort Sam Houston, if not other places I don't know of. Then you got close to the border, you got Fort Sill.
Mm-hmm.
So this region alone, you got 4 federal bases of the military, which now come into contention, given that you're seceding. What are the loyalties of those troops? Some of them are probably from Texas and requested to be close to home, especially Fort Hood. That's a huge base. There's no awareness of basically Confederacy fallout. Like if Texas secedes, Florida would probably definitely. Oklahoma's like pretty much, got the Red River Shootout and stuff. We're the same ultimately,
Yeah.
And so like how much would this spill out? I feel like pretty much every constitutional carry state would secede with Texas. There's
sure.
No awareness of like actual political thought where like you have honestly the politics of the world of the Rippaverse is like the real selling point of intrigue on top of superheroes are real, and we've made superhero cops for Texas.
Right.
Like that's really interesting concepts to make a story with, and they've done nothing with it. I know, like, we're only 4 books in, man. Manga. This, like, I don't give a fuck about Japanese shit.
You're right. Well, if Texas have law enforcement, why don't they wear like fucking 10-gallon hats and spurs and shit? Well, instead of this communist looking green costumes that they wear. I don't know. They jazz it up a bit.
City in DC Comics. All right. So yes, New York City is a real place in the DC universe, existing alongside fictional cities like Metropolis and Gotham. It's been used as a setting for DC stories, including being the home of the Justice Society and the Teen Titans. DC Comics introduced Jace Fox in 2022, a new Batman who operates in New York City instead of Gotham. He's the son of Lucius Fox. This is in the Future State event.
It's the Black Batman.
Yeah, there's this weird Disney Last Jedi shill. Patrick Willems, he's a real bitch, but he had a couple interesting videos. Like, he did this like cringe video about like, oh, everyone's mad at Star Wars. It was like, Star Wars is a fiction for 12-year-olds to sell toys. Like, this is the like complete undersell narratives. Like, it's very important that don't take this serious, don't really be critical because it's for 12-year-old boys to sell toys. But also, it's very important that we like push identity and stuff because Star Wars is so important. It's like, well, which is it?
Yeah,
I'm fine with either one, but you are doing both. You try to underplay its value to undermine criticism, but then you're like, identity is important, representation matters, quit being a bigot. It's like, pick a lane. But he did this interesting video about like DC Comics and how they're kind of dumb because they make new cities and they never include an effect of like, well, if like Central City and Gotham, Metropolis, and other places are real cities in the DC world, that would possibly change like business hubs. And like, what was it? Sun Records is in Memphis, right? It's like Johnny Cash, Elvis. It's Memphis, right? Yeah. So like, maybe with the new cities in the DC world, just that angle of like Sun Records, maybe it would never happen that way because now Elvis is going to Kansas City or something. Everything's shifted. And they write it with no awareness of like, history's happened just like it has, except superheroes are here and there's extra cities, but they've had no impact on the everyday history of America. And it's like, he's like, wow, this guy's really got a good point. So fake cities really irritate me actually. And so there's a fake city in so far in Meth Gator for issue 1. It's Whitmore, Georgia, because this is a fake swamp, like shithole 1-horse town. So it's not consequential to the larger stakes of basically real world America and the world. So I don't know. It's just, it bothers me.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so true. Romantic.
I love it. No, it's like, it was cool to see them, and obviously being kind of familiar with Yaira already was a big part of the story. So we're learning about kind of their history along the way and what role kind of they play in Yaira's history as well. It's telling also of kind of her age, how she has her own kind of rebellious aspects, but it's not necessarily just earthly. If that makes sense, she just has her own sort of problem. So despite her being as powerful as she is, you see she gets some pushback. I mean, in the first book, she gets some pushback that, well, she can't really just go and do whatever the fuck she wants. She has her own problems. Yeah, she got Alpha Core to deal with, Brian to deal with as well, especially in the city of Flores part, but also looking at Max Newmite and Yanessa and Antoni. Like that created some problems for her, especially with Magus Newmite, right? And seeing kind of obviously the death of a descendant there pisses off Stefania more than fucking anything, right? It her rage for I guess being against Yaira herself in that scene that was just shown not too long ago there. It's why, right? It's like, what the fuck? And so Stefania obviously thinks that it's Yaira's fault that actually happened. She's pissed, she's enraged, but I also love how, and the poll is not even close as far as the favorite villain. I put a poll in. Who is your favorite villain? 80% are saying Max Newmite.
Yeah.
They love that. They love that character. I loved it as well. It did for sure show off. Big shout out to Marcos Rios, who was our concept
Shout
designer.
out.
They worked with the Saskas. He worked with the Saskas to create the character, and I love so much. I love the sort of buggy aspect about it all, and even Altona and how she's trying to blast these goddamn bugs out of the way. I thought was really cool. Told a lot about projections. And I guess that's a fun part of how you guys write, in that everything seems to be like cohesive. It seems to be connected as part of the story, and you find ways to get other people that are involved, even if they aren't directly fighting the villain, such as what Altona was doing when she was trying to get rid of those fucking bugs. But also, I loved, speaking of Altona, loved how you guys handled her when basically Altona, she finds out who Yaira is, essentially, and that it is Yaira and Sally.
It was an inside job.
Yeah, it was quite literally a inside job, but you also learn through that the makeup of Yaira, and that, yeah, she is, even on the inside, she's not the same as the other human beings and or the humans of Earth, let's say, that she's built, quite literally built differently. And I love it. I love that so much. So you guys handled that excellently, and I believe that Magus especially had a lot of fans after this story as a villain, even though he did some fucked up shit. I mean, he obviously very fucked up shit in it. It still was a very cool villain, and that's what you have to do. I mean, if you're going to handle a character as powerful as she is, you absolutely have to have powerful villains as well, villains that make sense. So what was the idea with that ending for you guys, right, where it's a big ass showdown, we're at the fucking volcano, and shit gets bloody, like shit gets we're talking limbs, all sorts of shit. Big shout out to Deborah. It was satisfying. It was so satisfying for me, because you're like, God damn, these people did some really screwed up things, and you want to see them burn. Shout out as
a Dokumon card,
Rippaverse.
Oh,
card
really?
There.
Have you read the Dokumon cards?
I've heard EVS. And Katie did talk about them.
They are brilliant. It seems that she has ice come from her pores or something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
She's got 2 degrees. That's 2 whole lifetimes. That's like, those are some of the things in the Yaira thing. It's like, oh my God. If I would have saw this at the beginning, like, shit, no one, like, Eric is a fucking retard. You know, it's like, archaeology is a very cool subject. So
does he have card holders that? Did he have card holders for these things? Like,
I think he comes in like a box.
Yeah, but can you buy sleeves and put each individual card in a sleeve, or do you have to buy oversized sleeves for these things? Like, how big are these fucking cards, man?
I have no idea.
Damn. Well, it's the size of an Ashcan comic book. Wow.
Yeah, they're fucking huge.
Fucking
like,
gigantic.
What is this for?
Yeah. How many can I put them in one big, spawn fucking book or whatever?
That's amazing.
Oh, shit.
I thoroughly dislike all of these people. Oh, come on, Papa John. They're amazing. They're great. They're great people.
Oh, man.
This is
Hail to the
changing
chat.
the game.
It is.
Believe a lot of people are going to be in the stiff on you. But the ending, what was the idea? What was the approach that you guys had when you were making the decision to say, we're going to fuck shit up at the end? Like, it's going to get real.
Well, a little part of that, when she sets up the oil field and just burns it, she doesn't give a shit. But later, when she's talking to Altona and she learns that Altona's husband died in a similar accident, that is a moment where she starts to have more morality. So when she decides that she is going to really fuck these guys up, she's like, I'll go somewhere that's not populated. I'll go somewhere safe. And there's only one place that she wanted to go. There's a thing that one of the other two said that we were never allowed to do, boss, and that was no character can ever die screaming. It's about no matter how bad they are, no matter what they do, and we wanted
they can.
The point of that. And after Magus Numite got to be really nasty and kill Abuela and just totally like that was also Yaira's arrogance. I mean, she's got Brian Solari, but she doesn't have Magus Numites floating around that she has to deal with regularly. Living on Earth made her a little bit soft.
Yeah, and she was dumb in the respect where she's like, just go to my base, you'll be fine here. She just thought she could handle it by herself.
Not quite.
She fucked up so bad.
That was a mistake.
Yeah, and she's even trying to. Stefania's like, "What's going on?" She's like, "Oh, don't worry, this place is safe." An internal monologue. She's like, "This place isn't safe. Nowhere is safe. I fucked up," which is fun because like that was part of my favorite parts about Buffy. Not when she defeated the demon, but when she was like, "Oh shit, I think I'm outmatched. I'm gonna have to do something different to be able to tackle this."
Yeah, and we wanted to show not only is she willing to kill, she's willing to die.
Mm-hmm.
She never thought that she would make it. Spoiler alert: another man saves her. Neptune saves her at the end. He even gives her costume. So we wanted also without
No touching without consent. Fuck that, he said.
Okay, that's costume wasn't damaged that badly, but he's like, I better get her changed. I better deal with. Well, you'll deal with that eventually.
It's actually
that was
really
the thing that
weird.
you gave us, boss.
You
One of the
find
things
a woman, a god woman, even if you're a god, it's like, I know what I need to do. I need to take her to my lair and then change her into her iconic, thus far her iconic super suit.
Maybe
Not
she'll make me a sandwich.
Not that, oh, this one's incapacitated. I better like get her in like just some clean garments and put her to rest for a while to recuperate. No, let me put her in like a whole suit, a woman's battle arraignment.
Oh.
What? I didn't even think about that till they're saying like, oh, that's fucking retarded.
It is.
It's like, oh no, Darth Vader is hurt. They didn't just like, oh, we need to like, here, get on the ship. Let's put him in the Darth Vader suit. Like that was like,
resuscitate him, put him in a suit.
Yeah, it's like we got to treat him medically, and so that's where the suit comes in. It's like, fucking retards. Look out, Marvel.
The story was how does she get her costume? So most of Yaira 1 is like Daredevil season 1. She's just in her whatever clothes, trying to stay low key, and then it doesn't work out for her. And this magical armor from Neptune, it somehow fits her body when she's wearing it. I don't know. She'll figure it out in science probably in the next book. But it's an interesting thing to see because you're like, and even throughout the story, they keep mentioning he who cannot be named. And at the end, you see Neptune, and you're like, oh, maybe this is another person like Yaira, and maybe there's the two of them that have caused trouble from where they're back home. And you don't know what their relationship is, but obviously she's been looking for this guy, and getting the armor is kind of an answer to her question. But at the same time, it leaves more questions because she's like, what happened? Why am I alive? Yeah. Also, no budget restrictions when you're doing a comic book. It would be really difficult for me to blow up a volcano and also have the perfect northern lights appear at the exact same time. That would be sick. We knew we wanted to give the audiences what her backstory was, but also Yaira's not somebody to say, hey, when I came here 500 years ago, I fell in love and then you all die, so I don't really relate to you. I think you're all weak and I can't get connected to anybody. It's like when a pet dies and you go through that period of like, I will never get another animal again because I can't go through that pain. So you get that backstory that she's just thinking about, and you can kind of take that, oh, she's ready to go to Valhalla, a girl that's willing to kill and willing to die for her beliefs. You probably have surmised that she has a weak.
I don't know what you're thinking of this, but like some of it's like, wow, it's like actually good insight and creative, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then other times it's like, what are you think? What the fuck?
They're all over the place.
It's all over the place, but like, I watched this and I'm like, oh my god, like whether it's well received financially, I can't predict, but like, oh, dumb shit like this is not happening in Meth Gator. Like,
I would never watch this on my own, so I'm glad I'm watching it with you.
That's how it was with BTM when we detracted the Yaira spoilers. Like, I wouldn't buy this. Like, it's so great.
What's so great about it?
It's so bad. This is like my Evil Dead. I hate Evil Dead. I hate The Room. I'm never watching it. But this is worth it. Eric deserves my money. I want it to where only detractors are buying his stuff, and we're all just like, like he gets no feedback. But you
better have thousands and thousands of detractors to keep him in business.
Even if there's only one customer of Rippaverse, it will be me. If there's no customers of Rippaverse, it's because I'm dead. That's how devoted I am to reading these shitty books, because it's like really fun. It's not like that was lame. It was like, wow, this guy creatively to make a comic has all the money in the world to like make something good. He's grabbing Joe Bennett from Immortal Hulk after he got canceled. Wowee. And then this is what you make. Like, it's you got 96 pages per book to fuck around with whatever story you want. This is what you want to tell.
$35, and
wow.
Thank God for good YouTube money, Eric. Woo, yeah. Something you aspire to.
It's amazing.
Build a business.
Business, yeah.
Pay $15K per month in a warehouse, and employees on top of that.
It's funny watching this with the replay of their chat to see like dumb things with them, because normally I just focus in on the videos, but this is funny.
weakness to heat. That's also why she dresses so scantily clad, guys. It's because of her powers. It's hot.
She needs to wear less clothes for her powers, you guys.
Iced coffees, iced teas. If it gets hot, it's just a little bit too much. She has to start pulling her powers inside to internally cool her down. And she knows that Yanessa and Anthony, they haven't caught up to that yet. So she starts a volcanic eruption. And that's a little bit of actual science. I used to be obsessed with volcanoes. I still kind of am. I'd like to see a volcano.
The science is accurate for the flour to kill bugs. Don't use it. Don't make it. But that flour will kill invading species if you need to spray the air for them.
Yeah, there's a little bit of science all thrown into that.
I love it.
And, I don't know if you've seen or read Welcome Back, Frank. One of the greatest punishments.
See, that's fine and Danny that you actually have like some real science angle.
Thank goodness. Yeah.
But these are space bugs. You have no idea if weaponizing Earth plants on a space bug that are a probe horde from a magic insect humanoid. You see what I mean? Like it's like, okay, no, you got something there. Then it's like I actually think about applying it to what you gave me. It's like it's actually really dumb, and you don't even make it like, oh, I hope this will work. This is the only thing I can think of. It's like, oh yeah, just make a machine to weaponize this thing. And she's like, all right, whatever. I'll see you in a couple hours. Like,
it doesn't make sense.
Oh my god, this is hilarious.
Stories ever told. But there was a character named Manucci that he got fucked up by polar bears, and she had no arms, no legs, no hair, and just so good, just an angry, awful person. And Yanessa was definitely in part inspired by both Manucci and Hillary Clinton. We just wanted really powerful women who want all the power in the world.
Yeah.
And it was clear that Yanessa needed to get Yaira to be able to move into, her own version of presidency. And that was very, very important for her.
We based Anthony off of Alan Cumming. He's there for himself, but he's just trying to do it in the most weaseliest of ways. Of course, he's going to get some kind of, reward for taking out Yaira, but at the same time, he'd rather do it supporting Yanessa because she's kind of scary to even mess with on his planet. Where he comes from. Not necessarily a planet, could be a realm.
Could be the heavens, the realm,
could
whatever.
be a mountain of gods.
It could
we
be
don't know.
anything but a different time. Anything but a different
That's true.
time.
Everything's on the table, but a different time. That's very true.
In Welcome Back, Frank, he sets a house on fire, and this stub woman jumps out, and he kicks her back in. And I was like, man, I always wanted to really get a bad guy like that. So I think Yaira got the first cuss word. She got to say, "Where's that bitch?"
Yeah.
She just got to boot her into the flames after saying, "Let them come," which is so superhero. I mean, she's gonna live to regret those words because she should have not been like, "Whatever, I can handle whatever comes after me now."
But that's fun because she's a little arrogant. Even you see that with Avery with his ISOM stuff. There's a few things that he kind of does his own way, and
yeah,
that's what you call
it.
He's got a Neptune now as well, though.
Oh yeah, Neptune is very important in Yaira's story, and you have not seen the last of him.
Oh,
I would have just my brain, the way that my brain would work. You have Neptune. Neptune was the son of he who shall not be named. To me, that would lead to Zeus.
Interesting.
That's very interesting.
Jupiter.
Not a spoiler stream.
Idiot. You just talked about Roman.
Yeah.
That was in worship Zeus. That was the Greeks.
Right.
A little difference in the Hellenistic pantheon that the Romans adhered to. It sounds like nothing. Like we kind of as Americans take it as like, oh, they just changed the names to like Latin terms. Like, well, no, these were like they were kind of different. They kind of adapted their stuff into what would be Etruscan theology at the time. So it's not a one for one. And yeah, it was just weird. It's like they're building a Justice League roster, but
I guess they are.
Isom and Yaira and the Alpha Core trio with Stefania as well and Neptune. What the fuck kind of team is this? The Horseman's a one-off, but I guess it'll probably get tooled into the Horseman. Okay, that's the thing too.
Feed him an apple. Yeah.
One of the things I gave credence to Isom 2 was it's like cringy, this narration where he's talking to himself I don't know who he's talking to exactly. It's like a mental narration of like, man, I'm out here in the middle of the desert, going somewhere in a truck. But a good truck is a good truck. And I'm like, well, it's like lame. It's like a lame Ford commercial, but whatever. It's like he's just a common man superhero.
Oh, God.
Whatever.
That's
like even if Even if he's enhanced, he's still just an everyday guy. That's fine.
Got
But then they're like Horseman, and I'm like, oh no, this like with X-Hips being in this world and super people, it's like it would make so much more sense for him to say something dumb like that to himself. If like he's like pulled over, you gotta like, I don't know, change a tire or something. And then he like sees like the Horseman mobile drive by. He's like, fuck, everyone else got cool tech and shit. I'm driving a fucking Ford truck. Like, where the fuck do I get one of those? You know?
Yeah.
That'd be a fun like Easter egg. Like, who was that? You know, he's talking about other heroes and stuff.
Yeah.
And so retroactively, it just makes it lamer than it already is.
Yeah.
And a missed opportunity, you know, of like you could have had just some cool car and it's like kind of vague still, and then you could be like, well, that was Horseman, you know?
Yeah, trailer.
Yeah.
Scream for that though.
We're not spoiling that stuff yet. Not quite. But yeah, I also want.
I saw 3 is going to answer most of y'all's questions.
Yeah.
Yaira 2 will answer a lot of stuff, but it's also going to like it'll answer this much, but it'll ask that much more. Yeah, because there's a lot of world building. But I think it's so funny because everyone's like, it feels like ISOM 1 and 2 were just setting everything up. I'm like, yeah, because ISOM's the Undertaker. It's just putting all the other characters over, and then it's WrestleMania, ISOM 3, and that's where it all comes together. You're like, oh, the Undertaker, of course, the Undertaker, of course, he's ISOM. He started this whole freaking thing. It's the only reason Yaira is even remotely familiar to anybody because she just.
I don't know when you bring fucking Neptune and Norfolka gods that are like Green Lantern Viking rock stars.
Yeah.
It's fucking gay. You don't stack that much into one character.
I don't think so you do. No.
And it's like, oh, but don't worry, ISOM is going to be really cool. Don't worry. It's like
it's not cool yet. I'm not sold on it.
This is all going to pop off with ISOM 3. ISOM 3 is your big event moment. What?
I thought ISOM 3 already came out. Hasn't it come out?
No.
Oh, okay.
ISOM 3 is just probably because the lawsuit and them having to pay them or figure
out. Yeah, we have to change his name.
Whatever the settlement was, whatever it was, he clearly has to. You know, it's pretty clear he's got to be paying them allowances because it's their trademark. And I'm assuming the logo is going to be different. Why did he get rid of this hat? You know, this is why I got the hat because it became illegal. You couldn't sell it. It's not on the store. Why is it gone? I'm sure you dumped a lot of money making
selling them hats anyway. You don't give a shit about the lawsuit, bro. He's just, I want to sell them hats, make my business, my money.
Well, it's funny because round 0 in my Goodyng reaction, I'm like wearing my ISOM Bros hat.
All right.
And then I'm like taking it off and I'm like, I don't know. Should I just put all this behind me? I'm like, yeah, right. And then I put on this hat.
Yeah, put it on.
I'm like, how many of you rippatards online have the ISOM hat? Me, the detractor. And then Sturgis thinks that I paid Eric July for this hat. Eric July can't sell me this hat unless he makes a secret eBay store to sell it. I got this from a random rippatard on eBay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I had a gift card from Fetch, so I'm like, all right, I only got to pay 30 something to actually get it from the 50. Right. It was like an $80 hat because I mean,
$80 hat. What the?
It's kind of worth it because now it's illegal, you know. So.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of worth it being it now. It's exclusive. Now it's like rare. You know, it's like the one thing that's appreciated in value from the Rippaverse.
Yeah, without him getting sued.
And yeah, it's like the whole thing with my like. It's funny too because like I forget all the time. I forget the mission from God joke.
Yeah,
about like I'm on a mission from God to detract, and then Sturgis and LG they keep the meme going. Rippaverse goalposts they keep it going. I forget about it. I'm like, oh yeah, God did send me.
Yeah,
it's like you know you're like a demon gnashing its teeth. I guess I really do got to do this. Like,
I'm on a mission from God.
Pronouns exactly, Chris.
Pronouns. Yeah.
Welcome to the stream. We're just enjoying these spoiler insights from the rippatards at Rippaverse.
Kicked ass and just fucked off. He put her over in his own comment. He did. He really did.
Very true. Very true. But one thing that I did find refreshing, we'll go ahead and talk about this because I saw a lot of folks discuss it as well. And it just same thing, same way you handle the character in the book by you guys that I love so much. In that Yaira does not come off as this sort of perfect, what the term Mary Sue, right? Far from that. She obviously has all sorts of fucking problems. She's made some mistakes for sure. She gets humbled in the book as well. But also like, and I remember talking with you all about it, especially once you told the backstory with her family. It's like, it shouldn't be refreshing, but it is very, very refreshing. Yeah, you brought up that she does at the end of the day end up getting saved by a man, but you know, she very much isn't. She may be cold, pun intended, to everybody else. But
she took out 3 massive people before she got,
Yeah.
So gotta give her a little bit of credit.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But she's cold to everybody else. But you do get to see that vulnerability, and you do get to see why, again, she is the way that she is.
Yeah.
I mean, because as we were speaking about earlier, I mean, she quite literally watched her family die. Right.
Yeah, it's great that you put her at Projexis because Altona is going to continue being her friend, and she can't get away from her. So it's like she's forced to have that humanity back. And despite how she doesn't want to have friends, she does deeply relate to Altona. Altona saved her life at one point. So it's now she owes her, whether she wants to be private or not.
Yeah. And again, it's set up perfectly by you but with them working for Projexis and, with her scientific mind as well, both of them for that matter, in Altona and Yaira. But especially with Altona, again, it was such a cool thing to see Altona. We know she's vulnerable. We know she's going through her bit and losing her husband. But I just can't say how important it was for the audience to see kind of that play out in her losing her family. And that would make anybody the way that they are, definitely when she's just constantly having to live with that experience, right? It would suck in any lifetime, but she's living it like through multiple sort of lifetimes or having to live with that, considering how long she's able to exist. And it was cool. It was just cool to see it play out. We got to see her be vulnerable, and I thought that was refreshing for especially a female character in this day and age, where oftentimes they are wrote like, again, they're absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
They have zero flaws. And again, it's far from that in this story. We see Yaira quite literally almost die.
A few times. And fuck up also.
Yeah, fuck up. Royally.
I love Buffy and I love wrestling. And you know that Buffy's going to get her ass handed to her for most of the episode, and she's going to win in the last 15 minutes. And you're going to be like, yay, Buffy. And you're going to believe in yourself. And if you're watching
Are you a Buffy fan, Apex?
No.
I've never watched Buffy. Ricky's tried to sell me on. I'm like, it sounds pretty gay.
It's good action. Back in the 90s when I saw some of the show, I like the action scenes are cool. The fight scenes are kind of wicked. They're all right. But otherwise, I'm not a big fan. No. I watched it casually when it was on TV. That's about it.
Sorry, I was looking at these comments. I don't know if this is real or not, but someone saw my Goodyng reaction. And so they say, speaking as a classic trained animator of 30 years, this is truly pathetic. Eric is producing live and anime media well before any character is popular enough to support it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's dumping money on his animation, and especially.
I didn't even think of that. That shit's like 100,000 or more to make those things.
A lot of money. I mean, my God, even the live trailers, right? I've never seen credits after a trailer. Have you? I mean,
no, because this was a proof of concept. This was a pitch.
Yeah.
Eric is so deluded. He thinks like, oh yeah, this is hot shit. Fuck yeah.
Right.
Yeah, people are going to love this. Like, he's really deluded because it's kind of like I'd almost feel sad for him if he wasn't so pompous.
Yeah.
It's like, like people like to talk about Lucas having yes-men because of like, then we'll see Yoda with a lightsaber. Then you see like the guy looks like he doesn't think it's a good idea, which I'm like, no, I love the Yoda with the lightsaber in episode 3, especially.
Too. Yeah.
But you like see where it's like, well, there's people clearly have reservation about some things. There's clearly butting of heads on ideas, but no one seems to actually be speaking up. And I would say 95% of the prequels, I'm like, great decisions, awesome. What people call bad acting with Anakin is like, no, he's joined a fucking stoic celibate monk system, warrior monk system, but he's already lived life outside of this. He's made attachments, and now he's conflicted as a burgeoning young man, finding like a long lost crush in his fresh adulthood, and so he's trying to impress her, and he's done crazy things being a Jedi. You get these idea of adventures of him and Obi-Wan off screen.
Yeah.
But like it's with a like brother in a religious order of stoicism, that tries to like be bigger than emotion and feeling and stuff, and it's kind of unfeeling in some ways. And so he's talking through, like, people don't understand the layering Lucas made there. They think like, oh, Anakin's stale and boring. It's like, yeah, because he's a fucking Jedi and he's trying to hit on a girl. No shit. You think it's bad enough when you're the nerd and you don't know, like, oh wow, think about if you're a dork like Nacho Libre. Like Nacho Libre is kind of like Anakin without the Force. That's actually a funny comparison. It's like that whole thing is like an element of Anakin's story. It's like, oh hey, sexy nun. He's like trying to figure out how to hit on her. Like that is a great comparative video to make. Nacho Libre is the story of Anakin and Padme.
I haven't seen Nacho Libre in years.
It's so good.
It's a good movie. It really is a good movie.
It's funny because I grew up with a wacko Christian mom. For a while in our progression through basically the history of Christendom. From Jehovah's Witness when I was a kid, didn't know anything, to eventually Catholic. But she always kept that kind of like fundamentalist view of things, which kind of countered Catholicism. And so she's so weird with media and stuff. And Nacho Libre came out. She like did like video on demand on Dark TV.
Yeah.
And then like the plot starts unfolding where it's like he's trying to score with this nun, and I was like, oh my god, this is awkward as fuck. Watching this with my mom. I'm waiting for her to like turn it off, and she liked it. I'm like, what the fuck? Like you never understand her morality or how her morality is going to arbitrarily affect enjoying media of like sacrilege or something. You're always waiting for her to be offended. Like South Park making fun of the Bleeding Mary's ass.
Yeah.
Even though like the show makes fun of Muslims, makes fun of Scientologists, makes fun of Mormons and Jews the most.
Yeah.
But they can't stand it when they like, yeah, Muslims suck. Haha. Well, like Catholics worship bleeding statues. That's gay. Well, sacrilege. And so plot about a novice trying to score with a nun. I thought this would be so
that's brilliant.
But then like she liked it, and I'm like,
oh,
thank God I made it to the end, because it's a great movie. But like, I was instantly like worried, like, oh, I don't get to be able to finish this movie, But no, I'd love Nacho. It's a nice story, and it's actually kind of respectful of religion, you
Yeah.
while making a comedy out of the scenario. Like I liked that. That's cute. Like Christendom deserves a lot of the mockery it gets, because it's written in the book. It's self-fulfilling. Jesus said like, oh, they'll mock you like they mocked me. So get used to it. I don't know why Christians want insulation, but then they choose to worship. It's pick a lane. But at the same time, I do kind of agree with like the sentiment of like, oh yeah, they can get away with making fun of us. They won't do it to Muslims. The Muslims blew up and shot up a media place in France for drawing their Muhammad like
cartoon. Yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're not going to make fun of terrorists that show they will kill you for the most like nondescript things. The French are cool though, because they're like, fuck you, and they kept printing it anyway. Like, I balls to them. I love it. But
balls.
Like that's the difference. That's why people don't infringe on the Muslims, because like they will, like their ire has weight to it. So you can say, like, well, Christians don't have any balls. You love the legacy of the Crusaders, but you're not doing that anymore. There's a consistency with the Islamic people in their perceived way to revere their tenets and whatnot. It's maybe not right, but it has a respect to it, you know, implicit. But I love when I can get on tangents, talk about other media that I love. So it's not just always hate, like
No.
good conversations about other media. I watched a little bit more of this. I'm gonna dip out. Probably give us another 10 minutes.
All right.
If Undertaker is being beaten all the way up to WrestleMania, you know that Shawn Michaels is going to be lying in a pile of his own blood at WrestleMania. That's just how it goes.
Shawn's a professional.
Yeah, he is. And I really miss the hero's journey because I don't know if there's women living in some magical society where they have no struggles, because everyone has struggles.
Yeah.
And if I don't see a woman having a hard time, or even a male character having a hard time, I just don't relate to them. I mean, maybe the greatest example of that is Superman. I love Superman. I think he's the perfect hero. I don't relate to him at all. And I try. I look at him because obviously he's easy to look at. But it's just not relatable for me. And I grew up with so many awesome characters, like in the X-Men. Rogue always had her big ass struggles about like, will anyone ever love me? Can I ever touch anybody? Am I a monster? What am I? And I miss that. I miss that in characters. I miss Black Widow like dating 3 guys at a time and all of them being crappy to her and her being like, I choose bad men, I guess.
Yeah, well, Daredevil's hot.
Daredevil's hot. You take a lot of shit off Daredevil, and she did.
It's funny, like before even normies started noticing what was happening with comics, I was talking to I won't say their name, but one of my favorite comic book artists, and they were complaining about what they were doing to women in the comics. And this person said, I'm so tired about reading or being asked to write man-hating she-women. And she said that it's so bad for the industry. And so every time I write somebody, I'm like, ooh, don't make it that character that they want. Make it a human being that you can relate to. Like even Stefania was based off of our producer from a reality game show we hosted. And she was the smartest, toughest, take no shit kind of girl. And anytime we had anything to do, I knew we were fine because Stefania had our back, and the name always stuck with me. I was like, that's one of the strongest chicks ever. So when we were doing this character, I was like, ooh, Stefania's going to be our Wolverine Jubilee character. I just love that kind of thing. I feel like I can take that person who I've met and put them in there and give them some real life struggles. And it a testament to what a good editor you are, Eric. You were going through the book and we didn't have that scene with Stefania in the prison praying when Brian did that. We kind of just lost her and then we picked her back up. And you were like, hey, this would be an interesting scene to see how that happened between these two characters, because if she ends up on Alpha Core, how did that happen? She can't just be pissed off super person. There must have been something other than Yaira being like, take care of her, that Brian Solari saw this is redeemable. And we put that moment in, and it's so strong. And it makes, I mean, in a movie, it would be perfect. It's 2 sad moments, but you have a little bit of hope at the end. And then it goes on into, poor Stefania's doing target practice and be like, I'll never forgive Yaira. And you're like, all she wanted was a relative that was like her. And because of her actions, they can't talk.
Yeah.
They just can't talk.
And
right
it creates that new pain of I should have never gotten involved in her life because now her grandmother's dead. Now she hates me. And also, Brian, I think I asked you to watch her. I didn't ask you to enlist her in Alpha Core.
I didn't ask her.
That will be an issue. That will
be careful what you wish for, you know? But nothing is beyond repaired, but you have to earn that. That's a journey in itself.
And I love that. You know, that was a cool bit that we got in there. And again, I love that page in general because the final page, the one that obviously looks different from the other ones, because that's the one page that Kanan did, where it says that she's going to be back, and she's kind of that one right there, right? She's flying away. In the background, you do see Stefania and Brian, right, doing their thing, and it signifies so much. Obviously, she wants to keep tabs on what's going on, but she knows, right? She was overhearing. She knows that Stefania fucking hates her guts, right? For what had happened, and it makes her feel some kind of way, for lack of better terms. And it just sets up so much. I mean, I've obviously already read Yaira number 2, so I know where it goes. But it's going to be exciting for everybody to see, kind of, because it does pick up directly after that, and it keeps going, and there's just so many threads and just different angles and places that the story could go. And again, you guys did such a great job of just telling a Yaira story that nobody else could tell but the Saskas, and I loved it so much. As I gotta ask,
thanks for hiring us.
It's funny you said that. I don't know if you know Vaughn Klaus.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
He that's how I became aware of EV Comics. He was like the second video I was looking at, and he was accidentally detracting, as Rippatards would react. Von Klaus reacted to it, his review, because he's like, yeah, she's a fucking girl boss. She's practically a Mary Sue. And I don't know if they did a follow-up stream or not. I think they're supposed to. I offered because I had people in a chat be like, you need to get him on, Angus, and I'm like, well, I asked him, he declined thus far.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm like, oh no, like I don't hide, I'm a detractor, like
No.
I don't know like exactly what like his view was. It's like, well, I'm not like, this would be like a debate discussion, I guess, but like you put out an interesting thing that like your whole collective has like been shielding from, and you're like being honest with criticism, which is what we've been saying this whole time. And it's like it unfortunately has more validity coming from your camp. That's like why it's interesting. But yeah, he did like a fault because Von Klaus like reviewed Yaira, but then he did like a rewrite based on like all the main plot points of the book, but like recontextualizing it for like a concise story. It's pretty interesting how he rewrote it.
Cool.
I would check that out. Yeah, check out Von Klaus. I'll send you I'll DM you the link to it later, because I don't know if you're sub to him, but it was pretty good. I was really surprised. I kind of like, you're way too generous to the Rippatards.
Yeah. Comics Apex on X Twitter.
Yeah, I follow you. But I'll pull it up so I don't forget. Let me find Vaughn. My messages.
I haven't even invited Von Klaus on my channel. I might have to do that.
Yeah, he's good. He's from Oklahoma. He's from like Tulsa.
Okay. What state are you in?
I'm in Ohio, but I'm from Oklahoma.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah, I've had Whataburger when I was a kid, but I don't remember now if I would like it or not. So that's
you'd still like it. It's good.
Probably. Yeah. I like Burger King. I like the Rallies. I don't know if it's Checkers. Where you're at.
Yeah, Checkers. When I was in Tennessee, it was Checkers.
I'm a Carl's Jr. guy, and over here it's Hardee's. Like it seems to be like to be a like Mississippi River.
East Coast, West Coast thing.
Yeah, well, it seems to be like I don't know exactly, but it seems like the Mississippi River is basically the dividing line for a lot of these franchises that have split names.
Yeah.
East Coast, West Coast. Yeah, I'm used to Carl's Jr. I come over here, I'm like, oh, fuck. I could have maybe had it way earlier if I looked up Hardee's. I never thought about that.
Same star, same logo.
They finally put one here close to me. Used to, I had to be like in Columbus proper to get on the south side to get Carl's Jr. Hardee's. Right. Let me find. I know I messed it. Okay, so Vaughn, let me find his channel so I can link you to it in your DM before I forget.
Cool.
Just gotta scroll and find it because he's made different posts. He's got a campaign that's in demand still. I plan to get his digital soon.
What book does he have out now?
He's got like a manga. If I'm not mistaken, it's like Kataru. I think it's called.
Oh, is it as
I think he's
manga artist drawing it for him and stuff.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Oh man, some of the stuff he's sharing looks really cool of other people. Oh man, it's like a little ways down. Unfortunately, it was earlier when I was looking at his page. It was like pretty quick to find. Now I gotta scroll a bit, so bear with me. Are you excited? Are you a Witchblade guy at all?
I have some issues of Witchblade. Yeah,
they're like revamping it. They're bringing it back.
Are they?
Yeah,
like the show or the movie or what?
The
comic book?
Comic. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a big release coming.
Is Top Cow still doing it?
Yeah, Top Cow's been tweeting it and stuff. They're like, "Who would you have do art for whatever?" And I'm like,
I loved it when Michael Turner did it. It's so good.
Yeah, I've read a few. I've read a few of the issues. It's one of the just from the few first like 3 or 4 issues I read of Witchblade.
Yeah.
So have you seen the girl character spinoff that I want to do for my Methoverse?
No.
I'll show that in a minute. Right, I found the link. I'm about to send it to you. There you are. Boom. There we go. So that's the link to go watch his channel and sub to him. Hit him up. All right, let me get rid of that so that's not distracting. Let me go to my files. Excuse me. Where is Meth Gator? Okay. Oh, did I not save it? Fuck me. I thought. I know I downloaded it just recently. It's gotta. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to think where I would have put it if maybe I. Let me. I'll DM you.
Right.
And so then I'll show it through that. I know I have it on my phone. I just don't know where I put it in my computer. That's so weird. I could have swore it was here. Oh wait, maybe I think I might have emailed it to myself. That might be it. It might be in my email.
That's why I didn't get it.
Mail. Let's go to that. Barrett Comics. Got it. That's not it. That's my thumbnail. Okay. All right. Let me share this. All right. So this is a concept piece of her.
All right, hold up. Let me find it. Oh, where the hell? Wait, message.
No. It's on the screen.
On screen? Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. Where am I at? Goddamn. Oh, fuck. This is really good.
Yeah. So that is.
You did this all on, like, computer or what?
It's not me. I'm not an artist.
Oh, who drew that?
I'll have to find her again. I don't know if we still talk or not.
What's the name? What's the name of her?
Devil.
Oh, Devil.
No, this isn't the character name. That's like the artist's signature. And this is a cover piece I got done.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So Smokescreen is a character. Basically, it's going to be my universe's Mystique, but
You got a gun next to her snatch. That's pretty classic.
well, this guy, I can't think of his name right now. It's like Rob Hunter, I think.
Oh, Rob drew it?
No, not that guy. It's like Rob something though.
Okay.
I need to read him, but he makes like porn comics. I think he's in other
that would be a porn comic right there. That's perfect.
But yeah, so Smokescreen, like I plan to try to like sell my comics on all three. Kickstarter and Indiegogo, and but Methgate's gonna be like Indiegogo or Fun of My Comic focus first.
You got Methgate's your company name? Methgate?
No. Methgator's like the comic Methgator.
Methgator.
I don't have a name yet for.
All right.
For
I see a bit of Jeff Darrow style in his art.
Huh. Let me look that guy up. Jeff Darrow.
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
Darrow. I think it's I forget the first name, maybe Jeff, I think.
You see Darrow in this? I'm looking at his art, like it's cool, but I don't see Darrow style.
I love the line work. It kind of reminds me of Jeff Darrow a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I can't say I agree, but
maybe
me
a
up.
little bit of Mobius. I see a similar, perhaps a Mobius. You see it?
Wait, are you sharing something?
No, I'm not sharing anything.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, I really like what he did. She definitely evokes like Nautilins from Star Wars, like Kit Fisto. So I reference that's one of my references for like how I want like the tentacles to fall like hair, kind of like the Nautilins. But yeah, she's an Octo because I was looking up. It was the whole idea of like Mystique. I really like Mystique. What would I make? And it's like a little Medusa.
She had like squid hair.
Yeah, well, Octo. She's like an Octo Medusa.
Octo Medusa, yeah.
So, yeah, she's gonna be my universe's Mystique.
It's very heavy metal like too.
Okay,
heavy metal comics. You read those?
No, I'm a big fan of Olivia de. I don't know how to say her last name, like Paradis or whatever.
Oh, read some heavy metal, man. Come on.
Right. Well, she's done multiple covers or different works that have been on heavy metal. And my first tattoos I got, there was a giant poster of Zebra Lady number, I think Zebra Lady, I think 2.
Nice.
And it's like a zebra chick on a horse that has like light zebra paint on it.
Oh yeah.
And she's holding like a white and black bird on her hand. She did a series like 3 or 4 images of Zebra Lady. And I used to have like, I guess it was like an insert from a magazine of it. It was like, 8x10. And my picture fell behind the toilet. And so then it got like water. So it ruined it. And the only copies I can find of it, I guess the tattoo place went out of business, so I can't ask them where they got it, if I could buy it from them.
Yeah.
And the only copies I can find are like either postcards or the puzzle. There's a puzzle of it, which is fine, but I don't want all the lines, and I want just a pure piece of art. And it's like I can't find it at the right size. I don't know where to look. I mean, maybe I can hit her up and be like, "Hey, can you like do a special reprint of this? Because I'll pay you. I want it."
Yeah.
I really do love that piece, and I miss it. It was nice. But I do have her other Zebra Lady that has like standing up and kind of looking at the camera from like.
Are they in plastic, so you won't let them fall behind the toilet and damage it?
Well, it was in a frame, but it's just like water got in the frame and ruined it.
Oh, bummer.
Olivia De
Barris.
Barrett.
I think I may have those cards that she may have reproduced like back in the 90s.
Yeah,
I got some of those. Yeah, I think I've got some of those.
Let me pull this up and show you exactly what this is. This is it. So this was the piece I had.
All right.
And this was like, it was a big poster at the tattoo parlor I got my first tattoos at. So it's just like, it has like just a weird, I have a weird connection to it. And she did like a series of these off and on for like over a decade. I think this was the first one. I don't really like that one.
It's good.
This one's okay. The other one I have like signed print of is this one. I think this is probably I think this is probably technically the best version of Zebra Lady.
Oh, it's great.
And it's nice. It's like it's sexually appealing, but it's not like lewd. It's
more
just like natural,
sensuous.
Yeah. I like
good.
that as much as I like Michael Turner just exuding sex.
That's so good.
I like the like just natural tameness of like there is I guess a shock value of the nudity of her. It's clearly like a reverence to the female form, but it's like the David. It's still like just has like a purity to it, despite the allure. It's interesting.
Like some of Dave Stevens' art. So like this women. Heard that Dave Stevens, Stevens, Dave Stevens, Rocketeer creator.
Nude art. Let me see if I find it.
You'll see a lot of his stuff look like Betty Page and stuff like that.
Yeah, okay, I've seen this guy. Is this guy pass away? Is he still
he
around?
passed away 2008, I think. I forget the year.
Yeah, I might have. Oh, yes, that's the guy who did this. I love this piece.
Dave Stevens, man, hell yeah.
Oh my God, this piece right here.
I met his former wife, Brink Stevens. She was a scream queen in films in the 90s, and she models for Dave.
One
Stevens.
of my favorite pieces of art. Just I don't know why. I don't know. I remember how I found it, but it's this piece. Let me share it. I love this piece because it's like cute. And it's his like Betty Page.
I just want to spank her butt. It's cute.
Yeah, it's like you just caught her.
Feels
Like,
so
hey,
good.
you surprised me.
Yeah. You clean my room.
Page haircut. I love it. You know.
I want her cleaning my room. Yeah.
She can clean something, all right.
Yeah. Polish the knob. Aha.
Yeah. But no, I love Olivia. I actually got one of the pieces I'd love to have would be her Hella for Sideshow. She did a painting print run for Sideshow. I do have a Mystique. I need to hang it up.
Man.
I have Mystique's Jenny by Jenny Frison.
Oh, cool.
Do you know who that is?
I've heard of the name.
Let me show you her art. She's fucking amazing. She's got like a haunting style. She did a lot of covers for Wonder Woman, like Rebirth era.
All right.
Mystique. No, even though Mystique is like an icon in X-Men, like she doesn't really, in my opinion, I could be proven wrong, but it doesn't seem like she really has that big of stakes in like the comics.
She's a side character.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
And so like I think the illusion aspect to her mimicry, I think that's like a really untapped power to play with. They're so focused on doing like punching beam power stuff or like Wolverine with his claws, which is cool. Wolverine's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
But like he's really cool because his character is tragic. He's a vampire, you know, he's basically for human concerns, he's immortal, you know, compared to the everyday man. And that's a tragedy of, you know, my existence invites chaos, which puts people at risk. And then even if not, I'm just going to outlive my people, you know, and so it's tragic. So yeah, this is Jenny Fryson's
it's
Mystique.
great.
See how haunting and alluring like her eye style is and stuff.
It's great though. It's
she got
perfect
this
for
like
that.
soft like watercolor style, but then she got such detail. It's such a weird contrast of like simple colors, but then highly detailed art.
Is she traditional or she does it on computer?
I don't know.
That looks more traditional, I think. The way
I'll show you some of her Wonder Woman. That's how I first became aware. She did, I think her first big claim to fame was revival covers for her Image, but she's got a lot of great Wonder Woman covers. That's when I first noticed her.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And she did that.
That's from like 84. Looks like Wonder Woman.
Not Yaira. I don't know.
Not Yaira?
I can't remember what they call her. It's like it's very like Yaira type of name.
Oh, yeah.
But look at this. It's like she did like immaculate Mary kind of style.
Cool. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, man.
What do
like,
issue number of those comics? I want to grab a few of those. Damn.
Yeah, fucking. Yeah, I think she's got like art books and stuff. Like her stuff's amazing. I love it. Like it's this one especially.
Oh shit, that's great.
And she's, let me see, Jenny Fryson, DC Comics covers. I'm not even a DC guy besides Batman, but like DC gets like they get better art. They get like I like more real art.
Yeah.
And even with their stories sucking generally or being lame, their art
That's
draws
great.
me more than Marvel. Even though Marvel's better characters and like look at this Poison Ivy.
Oh, it's great. Wow.
Yeah, man. Her and Joelle Jones. I don't know if you know her.
Joelle's
yeah. Great. It's like they got a male gaze aspect to it. It's just amazing.
Oh yeah.
It's like I don't know if they're gay or what, but like they get how to draw.
They do. Yeah.
For this medium. It's great. Yeah, I'm gonna end this with the I'll probably catch up more on the rest of that stream. Finish it.
Yeah.
Up.
That'll work.
But good day detracting. I'm gonna grab me a snack and piss. I might hop on Frog Tony for a minute.
Cool. Sub to my channel, buddy.
Yeah. Put your link in the chat, man.
I don't have a wrench. You gave me a wrench.
Shit. Let me see. Let me go to my YouTube page.
Yeah. Thanks.
Nope, that's not it. Fuck, you go to my channel. All right, my channel live. Here we go. Comment and I will rank you.
Let's see.
How many wrenches do you got, by the way?
Over a dozen, I think.
Okay, where do you frequent?
Let's see. I go on Fragaboom sometimes. I got a wrench there. I got a wrench on Nina Infinity.
Oh no, you're a Nina Infinity guy. Oh, I hate that shit.
I'm not. I get along with her. She's okay. She's fine. I got John Talks.
Oh, okay. I used to run around John Talks.
I like John Talks. He's a pretty cool guy. Let's see.
Is he streaming again, or like I don't?
No, he rarely streams. He rarely does. He just puts out those videos about Biden and laughing.
Yeah, what's happened with that? Is he still making those? I know he's
still making
monetary issues with it.
Yeah, he's still making them. I think.
Okay, it never pop up in my feed when I look on my sub page on YouTube.
All right, here it is.
Did you comment yet?
Yeah, I did. It'll take a while. Oh, it's failed to post. Oh no, I failed to post it. Okay, there we go.
Just type in a letter.
All right, here we go. There it's in. There it is.
Okay, now I can go to my. There you go. I can wrench you now.
Fantastic. Now I can.
There you
do
go.
my shit. Thank you.
Retighten this. Oh, I can't wait to torture Rookie later because he's gonna get off work and be like, all right, time for
Is
the
he?
acolyte.
The Acolyte. Oh yeah, you watching that?
Oh, I love it. It's great. And honestly,
Really?
yeah, it's honestly not a bad plot. It's
Okay.
just the delivery.
All right.
Yeah, it's easy to be like space lesbians. Oh, you're ruining Anakin. Whatever. You know, the Kiadi Mundi fuck up.
Oh my
Which
God.
like is it clearly they're not paying attention to the lore to make their stories. But no, the real problem is like they have a interesting plot line, but it's delivered in the most lame way. The lesbian shit's the most lame. They got like adequate looking women, if not okay. You know, they're not ugly. But it's not appealing. They're not delivering it in an appealing way for men or boys, horny boys, you know.
Right.
And there's no they're not really like they're showing an event with like the girls when they're children.
Yeah.
And being at odds as twins with like the wishes that they have with regarding the Jedi. But like Anakin, Ahsoka, and Luke, we have time to understand how they are without like the plot concerning them at first. You know, like we're kind of breezing by them, and then, oh hey, actually you're kind of important to the plot. And you know, like Anakin's a slave boy. He's helps around with the mechanics and whatnot. And then he helps his mom when he can. He's built 3PO to help her, and he's trying to build a pod racer, and he's never won a pod race. And so you kind of understand. And then it's like, well, the pod race becomes a big factor, and he's like their ace in the hole that they're betting on to get off this planet. They're staking everything on him. So now he becomes vital. But we understand who he is. And of course, there's like the lore aspect of like, well, Anakin is Darth Vader, so you know you're anticipating the growth of him. But you just in that one entry, you understand him as like a little boy in this world, in his stature. Ahsoka is a fucking Padawan to Anakin. She doesn't know anything. She's a dumb fuck, and she reflects a lot of times Anakin's like hasty nature. Strong-headedness and stuff, and gets herself in a bind, and then over time she grows, and then eventually she becomes like we have time to grow and just appreciate like they are people living in this universe, and that's how they're written before they become stakes in the story.
Right.
With this, it's like they're instantly just like the stakes are all the characters are about. Is like the twins, they thought one of the twins was dead, and they misidentify this killer twin as what is assumed the only live one. And so then it becomes like, oh, like it wasn't me. And so it's like, well, your twin must be alive, so we got to catch her. And it's like, and the only event we see is like them fighting over the Jedi question, because one wants to go with him, one wants to be with her like witch mothers, which is fine. And we never just see them like, haha, I love being on planet, and I like to do this thing, and I play with this, and I love mommy, but I don't want to do whatever they want me to. None of that. It's just instant kind of like plot necessity.
Oh,
they're not characters. They're just plot devices.
Yeah, they're not building on the character.
And so what's the appeal? It's not that you have to have a boy character for a boy, because it's a boy-centric franchise. You don't need it to be a boy for them to relate or find interest, but there's no like window to like them. It's just they have a plot to accomplish. And so they're not people. That's the problem. Like no one's really a person in this show thus far.
Wow.
That's the missing link. Like say what you want about the sequel trilogy. I kind of understand Kylo, kind of understand Rey. If anything, I think we're all kind of endeared to Rey. We get Finn, even though it's actually in hindsight like kind of dumb. Like he's been robbed from birth to be a stormtrooper, and then he just instantly turns on all of his brothers and like, yeah, go rebels. Wee! It's like you're murdering all of your brethren. What? It seems to not bother you. It's actually doesn't add up. But initially, we all bought it. It's like they are, and that's what's missing. Is like there's no moment like you see. Ray had a really good introduction of like she's like a scrapper, know, and then she looks at like you see her life existing in like a abandoned AT-AT and counting the days. She's got some goal to get off this planet. And then she sees like the old woman scraping the scrap, and it's like, oh, this is my life future if I don't get off this planet, So you really rounded her out really well to understand her. I want to get the fuck off this planet. Also, who are my parents? Where'd they go? Where are they?
Yeah.
There's none of that. It's just instantly like, oh, my parents died in a fire, and so did my twin, and I was with the Jedi, and so it's clouded and mixed emotions. There's no
depth
on the person.
Like,
it's that's what's really regardless of if you like it, they would at least have a redeeming factor if they made them be approachable characters, and
they don't have it. Seems like
that's what you get with meth gators. Like the plot kind of instantly starts in a couple scenes, but then you start realizing like, okay, like he's got a relationship with his surrogate father. He lives pretty simple. He skirts around the edge of the small society of his small town, and he likes to fuck hookers. He's very simple, and he's reserved to the outskirts of society. He's fine with it. Actually, he doesn't really want to challenge any stature of his life, and he kind of gets forced to. That's like what kicks everything off. So it's just funny analyzing stuff, and I self-analyze. I'm like, wow, like unknowingly, not even necessarily attempting, just wanting to tell a story. I've actually already like crossed these thresholds. So the more I analyze things, the more I feel confident. Like, I think I got a good story here, being a first time writer. So
that's pretty cool.
But thanks for coming on for the back half of this with the Yaira spoilers and stuff, filling you in. Again, you got to buy these books. They're so funny. You need them. Everyone go sub to Apex Comics.
Thank you.
What's your next stream coming up?
I may have one tomorrow night with an artist, Yevgeny, what's his name? Yevgeny Sokolov art. I'll throw him in a link there. I forgot I had a show with him tonight. I had a really busy day and I totally forgot. So I apologize to him. I hope he'll be able to come on. So 8 o'clock Central or 9 p.m. Eastern, wherever you are.
Well, nice. I hope you have a good time. I'll I'll be at work, but I might pop in and listen in my earbuds. So.
Sure.
Even if I don't get to comment, I might be listening to you. So
comments great. Sure, just be in the chat. That's fine.
Everyone go sub to Apex. Thank you for being here through the day. Thanks for
Thanks for having me
super
on.
chats, especially. We got Ricky Critic. I don't know why he did that.
Nice.
Plungecast.
Chat.
Katie did. It's been 5 months.
Katie.
We got Hold the Truth Hostage, Father Hostage, saying praise the log cow from the Goodyng trailer.
I will have Katie did on July 20th on Rex X and Apex Nightly Show. It will be on 8:30 Central, July 20th. That's the same date as the moon landing in 1969.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
The moon hoax. Did you watch that Joe Rogan stream with the moon hoax guy?
I missed that one.
Oh, dude, it's really good because like partially it's convincing, but I think NASA just had something recently. It's like told you it's not flat. Like there's some like own on flat earthers that they put out recently. I think they had some new satellite thing or something to be like, yeah, it's not flat, dumb fucks. Like
right. There's a movie from the 70s called Capricorn 1. That was around 1977 or 78 when it came out. It's about that moon hoax. James Brolin, O.J. Simpson's in it, and a few other people.
OJ.
Yeah. He's one
Is there like a credit at the end of it for like the DVD? It's like no white people were harmed in the making of this movie.
No. No, I didn't catch that one. No.
Oh. They should add that to like Naked Gun.
Every time OJ shows up at Steakhouse, we gotta hide the knives.
Thank you, and see you around. I'll probably on Frog Tank for a bit in a minute. So see you around.
See you around, man. Take care.